for me that to understand, and this is to get questions answered for later. We had several people that contacted me that were from local fire departments that had applied for that vacancy, and those vacancies were filled by our new employees, which is one of our vendors. And my question is this: is there a difference in the qualifications of the CAP employees versus local fire departments who have applied for vacancies within the chief fire official's office? That's question one. I'm being quick as I can. Question two: how long are those individuals hired from government work for us, and how do we justify the increases that are tens of thousands of dollars? Okay. And once again, this was a practice where we brought them in at a lot more money than the people that are sitting beside them. So I think a review of this would be helpful, and I appreciate it and thank the time for Madam Chair for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Heffron will follow up with your questions to the board. Now we're going to go to committee reports. First up is the Audit Committee. Audit Committee. Broward County Association of Student Councils and Student Advisor to the Board. Broward County Council PTAs, PTSAs. Broward Education Foundation. District Advisory Council.
Did not think I was going to be first up today. Anyways, good morning. Chuck Harper, District Advisory Council Chair. And I want to start my report this morning with two items that were not finished at our May 8th DAC meeting. Both were motions brought forward by the North Area Advisory Council, and I promised them that I'd get it in front of the board before I left. The first motion was from North Area, and it was I move that every school be required to report all open seats, including those not intended for school choice, to the Office of School Choice in order to maintain compliance with state law and in order to compare that data with current enrollment data to ensure accuracy. The second, also from North Area, we move to establish live comprehensive teacher training programs during both school hours and flexible hours, addressing all aspects of curriculum and adequate training for teachers to meet the needs of all students, including but not limited to ESOL, gifted, and ESC. This is because of the lack of attendance for Saturday and after school sessions. It's crucial to offer accessible and continual professional development opportunities to foster continual growth and efficiency of educators. As I alluded to moments ago, this is my last meeting in front of you all as Broward County Schools District Advisory Council Chair. It has truly been an amazing journey for a dad who just wanted to help his football team out, and I have learned so much from everyone here on both sides of this little retractable rope. From Scott Jarvis, who was my first liaison, and his immense help with me kind of getting off the ground aspect, to all 5 superintendents that I've had the pleasure of working with, along with you, the board. We sometimes may disagree on the best way to solve problems, but we're all here to solve those problems. I have never once thought that you have not had the best interests of our students. Working for common goals truly played out last week when Jennifer Kirchhoff and Elaine Tolson, both behind the scenes, made possible a meeting at Coconut Creek High School where the North Regional staff, along with Dr. Hepburn, Ms. Rupert, the Broward Education Foundation, and the leadership of Coconut Creek High School all worked on a new vision to redefine what the look of the Coconut Creek zone will look like in the immediate future. It was an amazing meeting, and now we just have to show Broward County and Broward County's parents and students what amazing is like. And I think that's part of our biggest problem. We have to show what amazing is. Once again, it has truly been a pleasure serving as the District Advisory Council Chair, and I want to thank you all for your help and the knowledge that I've learned. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much to your dedication and commitment to our students of Broward County Public Schools, and you will be greatly missed. Diversity Committee.
All right, good morning, board members, Dr. Superintendent. Should we say it like that from now on, Dr. Superintendent? I like that. And staff. Okay, the committee had one final site visit, but it's been postponed until further notice. The last site visit we did do was at Cypress Bay High. The committee observed security is a bit lax over there. Upon entering the buzzer system was not utilized as directed. Upon leaving the campus, one of the campus monitors was asleep next to the gate, but I was assured by the school that they have rectified that situation. School is clean and aesthetically appealing. All students observe the ID badge displayed. Staff is friendly and welcoming. Students are well behaved. However, there are way too many instances of dress code violation, especially with the girls. Classes observed, students and teachers are fully engaged. Internal suspension students were engaged in work. Facilities are overall in good shape with minor areas of concern, which are the auditorium, cafeteria, basketball, and tennis courts. Enhanced educational program is in abundance at that school, and the district should really take a note on what is working at these schools and replicate them throughout the district, especially during redefining. We continue to see inconsistencies with the standard of service and reassignments throughout the district. I've asked staff to provide me with an explanation of standard of service. I have yet to receive that. I said that last month as well. The Office of School Choice, the Department of Demographics, and the Director of School Counseling, Mr. Shapiro, were all at our last meeting to ask us for input on their policy review. Because of time constraints and fluctuation of quorum, our committee was unable to give full input to school choice and demographics. However, I subsequently sent an email to Mr. Beck, who's in demographics now, and I'm supposed to be meeting with somebody in school choice, so we'll see how that goes. We also had the advisory chair meet with Dr. Hepburn. Many of us left feeling as the meeting was productive. We also felt welcomed and heard. We are optimistic and look forward to a proactive and positive collaboration moving forward. So I want to take the time to tell Dr. Superintendent Hepburn, thank you very much. It felt better than it was before, and I am very, very optimistic. So I want to tell you thank you for that. Lastly, as the board begins to begin your process of appointing and reappointing committee members, please make sure that you are vetting your appointees, explaining the time commitment and participation needed for the advisories to be productive and provide this board with meaningful input. I would also like to ask that would you consider when appointing not to appoint us with a whole bunch of staff members. Although we believe staff members' input is very valuable, however, when there's more staff members than there are non-staff members, it's very difficult for information to be for input to be valuable in the sense that staff doesn't have to worry about retaliation. So we hope that you would take that in consideration, because it does kind of hinder us. Well, I could say me, for it hinders my ability to really kind of provide the recommendations and considerations that would be beneficial to the district. So if you would please do that, but also, have a good conversation with those who are looking to be appointed, that they understand the commitment level. We have a huge issue with quorum and also participation. Some people just come and they just sit around and do nothing. I'm gonna be honest. And it's not fair to the district, and it's not fair to the kids, because I believe that full participation and input is vital. So that's it for today for me. And I look forward to you guys working real hard on this redefining thing. Thank you.
Thank you. And you bring up a really good point. So, Dr. Hepburn, can staff provide to the board if there is specific timing rules for the committees that we make sure that we appoint and that our appointees know the commitment that they need to make for each of the committees as we move forward and transition to next year?
Yes, Chair, we'll provide a follow-up with that specific information.
Thank you. BTU? BPAA? ESMAB? COPE? COPA? PBA? ESC Advisory Council?
Good morning, Jackie Luscombe, Chair again of ESE Advisory. Our Autism Committee held its monthly or its quarterly meeting on matriculation, supporting parents of children as they move on up the school system. Meaningful Inclusion Committee discussed behaviour protocols and brought up an important motion that we'd like to pass on today. We looked at a particular behaviour protocol that has been used in some other districts with amazing results in terms of training staff in behaviour management, and we would love for Broward schools to consider its use here too. We brought a motion being that the collaborative and proactive solutions model from Lives in the Balance is recognised as an empirically supported, evidence-based treatment, has been demonstrated in districts in Maine and New Hampshire to significantly reduce the number of referrals, suspensions, expulsions, and other behaviour-related consequences in schools, and is able to be incorporated into current behaviour practices, including functional behaviour assessments and behaviour intervention plans. We recommend that BCPS incorporates this model as one of its behaviour methodologies. So I will hand that in, and we would love it looked at. At our main ESE advisory meeting last week, we learned all about great work being done by the ESE department on various areas, including inclusion, ensuring that all schools have an inclusion plan, an inclusion champion, infusing best practices in inclusive education across all school activities. And we heard about a Grow Your Own initiative in which they have been helping to train up staff to move into becoming ESE specialists, which is a role we all as parents hugely respect. They are under-resourced, they are overstretched, and having a Grow Your Own scheme really it does show good initiatives, so we're grateful for the work going on. One thing that we did not hear about, though, until I asked about it, in order for it to be drawn into the public domain, was the phase-out of the AM-PM program. And this is a language-based half-day pre-K model that provides age-appropriate experiences to enhance vocabulary development, Q&A skills, social use of language, and pre-academic concept development. It has a reading readiness curriculum, and it provides for students with speech, language, and/or mild developmental delays, and assists in areas of need in language and communication that may impact social, emotional, cognitive, and/or independent functioning. Importantly, this is also a gateway into Broward schools. This is how you're hooking in young families, providing this kind of unique programming so that their children can come either in the morning or in the afternoon for their few hours of intensive needs that they have to be met. And this is run by speech-language pathologists with a teaching assistant. For those speech-language pathologists to be finding this out through the grapevine, for us to be finding it out through the grapevine as parents, through the rumor mill, through the back door rather than the front door, there is a lot of annoyance about it, a lot of anger, a lot of upset, a lot of insult. Firstly, phasing out any program right at the moment when we're trying to revamp Broward schools and show that we can be adaptive to parent and family needs and student needs, and hearing that we're phasing something out, and that is the ESE department's language, phasing it out, is to us heartbreaking. It's been very insulting to staff who have not been told about it, to the SLPs that faithfully run this service. I did speak at the weekend with one of the ESE directors who called me after all this blew up on Facebook, but it shouldn't have had to. She was apologetic, but I'm still not aware that any apology has been offered to the staff who heard about this, don't know what's happening with their jobs, and they are dreadfully worried that students will be placed potentially in a more restrictive environment simply because they have speech-language skills that could be serviced in this kind of program, but now it's going to be closed, so where do you put them? The ESE department can tell you what their arguments are about that, but given that this was kept under behind closed doors is not acceptable. Finally, you'll have all received in your email some light reading with my 42-page report on EdPlan. Please, please, please listen and read the facts within it, because facts they are, and I like facts. False and misleading information, false narratives, misinformation, and missteps have guided the decision to close EdPlan and move into a module that is unproven, untested, and underdeveloped. It is dangerous. You're standing on the edge of a catastrophe for ESE, and please, please, please read that report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. ESOL Leadership Council. Facilities Task Force. Gifted Advisory Council. Human Relations Committee. Is your microphone working?
I have this effect on technology. Apologies. That's why I'm not on the technology task force. Nancy Fry, Chair of the Human Relations Committee. Good morning, school board, superintendent, staff. First off, I would like to congratulate the new student advisor, Landon Spellberg. As a Western High alumna, good to see a fellow Wildcat in that seat. And that is my segue to the first thing that we discussed at our last meeting, which is the importance of student voices in our discussions. We need to know what's happening on the ground in our schools, and we need to find more ways to bring in those voices and how to reach more students than just the couple that we always hear from. And we need to do more to talk to the kids directly. For example, we discussed the community conversation on drugs, and while that was a fantastic program, and we're very grateful that we had that, there was concern that maybe we're also preaching to the choir, and the people that are showing up to those programs already know that information or are more receiving of it, and we need to find ways to kind of broaden our approach. Also, we discussed about appointments for next year. We, again, to echo Diversity Chair Pierre Grant's request to vet your appointees, we also would love to see, for those that did show up this year and really participate, we would love to see some reappointments to maintain continuity. We also want to remind, again, going back to student voices, we're allowed to appoint 2 student members as well, and also any of those seats can be filled by students. We had a phenomenal vice chair this year, Maya, who just take a point of privilege, congratulate her for having the most service hours in the county this year. So that's fantastic, and we would love to see more of that kind of participation as well, in addition to the wonderful folks that have been participating this year. And also just to encourage maybe a little bit more of a variety of people, so that we're not always appointing the same people and hearing that same input, because what I'm hearing a lot from all of us that are doing this volunteer work is we're all very tired. We have a lot of commitments, and people like me don't know how to say no. So when you ask us, we'll say yes, but I think maybe looking for some new people that need to have their voice uplifted a little bit more and maybe aren't pushing toward the front so much. Another issue that was raised was we got word from some of our high schools that the reproductive curriculum forms, the opt-out forms, there are certain schools that were basically encouraging the students to forge signatures for their parents or looking the other way when that was happening to encourage them to opt out of the curriculum, which is a huge concern. It's a disservice to our Equity, Diversity, and School Climate Department, who have been spending countless hours educating our teachers and our staff on how to implement the curriculum properly, and all the work that everyone has done to make sure that this is an appropriate, legal, and safe curriculum. We have some of the highest incidences of HIV in this country here in Broward County. We need to make sure the kids are getting the education, and we should not be encouraging them to opt out for non-legitimate reasons or encouraging them to not let their parents know what's going on in the school. If we talk about parent input and we talk about parental rights, we need to make sure the parents know that these forms are supposed to be going home and they're supposed to be signing it. So I don't know if there's a download that we could be sending out instead of sending the papers with the kids, some kind of workaround, but we would like to let you guys know that this is happening. That's word that we've received. Additionally, another item that was discussed, we were so happy that there was a day off to, not for Eid, but in order to accommodate the operational impacts of Eid. However, only the students got off this year, and if we're trying to be equitable with other religious holidays that allow staff in the district to be off, we need to do the same across the board. So when we're looking at the calendar for next year, if we can please look at Eid, the day that Eid falls on as being a day off for the district, not just for the students, because we have plenty of Muslim teachers, staff, district employees that would like to have the opportunity to observe as well without having to sacrifice a day off. And with that, I just want to thank everyone for all the work we've gotten to do together this year. I'll have my final report next month for the wrap-up, but as always, I continue to look forward to working with everyone regarding inclusion, belonging, and equity in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Multilingual Advisory Committee. Parent Community Involvement Task Force.
Good morning. Mary Fertig on behalf of the Parent Community Involvement Task Force. As we approach the end of the 2023-24 school year, I wanted to take this opportunity to share how much we appreciate the many dedicated members of your staff who work with our task force on producing Parent University. When we first proposed Parent University, we were really thinking about in-person meetings, and in fact, that's what it was for a while. But about 4 years ago, we transitioned with COVID, began our virtual parent universities, and they've just been tremendously successful. Our two most recent programs, the Kindergarten Campaign and Getting Focused, have been shorter, single-topic programs, and we are looking at this model of trying to keep it 30 to 45 minutes instead of an hour and a half to 2 hours. We keep more people online. We're also exploring other methods of communicating on issues with our parents and community, such as podcasts. The members of our task force who work on the Parent University programs are many of us are longtime volunteers, and I have to tell you, our experience in working with the staff to produce these programs has given us a renewed appreciation for the many talented people who work for Broward County Public Schools. We're already discussing our programs for late summer and early fall, so if you have any ideas, please let us know. We are hoping to have a date soon for a nonprofit forum, which we're looking to do over the summer, and we're in the early stages of planning our Empowering Parents Conference, which is held in 4 languages. I want to thank each of you for your appointments to our task force. This is one of the best committees I've ever sat on, and that is, in many ways, that is due to you all, because you have just appointed such excellent people. And so I want to thank you for that, and I want to echo the comments on Dr. Hepburn and the meetings he's had. I have felt there has been an erosion of public input in recent years, but after the last few meetings, the town halls and the community, and the meeting with chairs that he had on Friday, I just have a sense of hope that we are getting ready to see a renewed resurgence of parent and community involvement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Small Business Advisory Committee. Technology Advisory Committee.
Good morning, school board members, chair, and Dr. Superintendent. Take a chapter from her. We did not meet quorum at our last meeting, and I will be sending each one of you a recap of your representatives and their attendance and their input. In reviewing our technology policy, I found that policies are not being cross-referenced with other policies. An example is language that's being stricken in the technology policy, yet is referenced in the Student Code of Conduct. The other one is the purchasing policy, up to date, 3800 PP2, striking through purchasing language for various departments, not being allowed, not being addressed in those departments or departments' policies. We will also be looking at the Internet Safety Policy, as required by Florida Administrative Code 6A 1.0952, which was supposed to be implemented by September 1st, 2023, and board approved every single year. Concerns were raised about the SSS module training. Questions asked were not being addressed in terms of how it is to be implemented. We were told that functionality was what people were being trained on. The processes is what they are going to be trained on from the ESC staff. The delivery method of the training needs to be reviewed. Some people learn differently. As we teach our children, our teachers are products of that learning. Thank you, Dr. Hepburn, for meeting with the chairs on Friday. The chairs felt that we were starting on a clean slate until yesterday's memo. I am looking forward to meeting on June 25th with the board, and I wish you a happy summer until we meet again. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a time on the agenda where we have split the general public speakers to incorporate a morning session. Each registered speaker will be allowed 3 minutes and reminded to address matters of relevance to public education and demonstrate proper decorum. No heckling, shouting, comments from the audience, verbal outbursts, or any other disruptive behavior shall be permitted. No signs or placards shall be allowed in the board meeting. No derogatory comments using the person's proper name shall be permitted. Therefore, speakers are to demonstrate proper decorum and model the district's 8 character traits: cooperation, responsibility, citizenship, kindness, respect, honesty, self-control, and tolerance. Persons exiting the boardroom shall do so quietly. Further, at the conclusion of public speakers, the chair will be provided an opportunity for the superintendent or his cabinet as his discretion to provide comments regarding any subject matter or issues raised by public speakers. Additionally, the superintendent may have members of his staff to speak to individual public speakers in an effort to address their concerns and provide any follow-up to the public speakers' concerns. The first speaker is Dolly Hernandez. Michael Sawyer Brown. Angela Pinkney.
Good morning, board. My name is Angela Pinkney, head facility service person at Endeavor Primary Learning Center. I have been working in Broward County Schools for 28 years, 22 years at Endeavor. I love my job and take pride in working at Endeavor. Never had a cleaning issue. Potential 3-day suspension. Administrator Raymond Thomas. On January 10th, Mr. Thomas came from behind the front office counter, yelling, waving his hands in my face, telling my supervisor he needs to make me pressure clean. I was served with a correction action report saying I don't care. There was no reason for me to say that. Report Article 5, grievances procedures, was canceled by the principal. A 3-day suspension letter was sent. On April 15th, Mr. Thomas called me over the radio to meet him in the back. I had a delivery. I am done. I have a delivery. When I am done, I will call you. Mr. Thomas came to the delivery area saying, in front of the driver, Mrs. Pickney, I need to see you in the back. I followed Mr. Thomas down the hallway. He stopped by the media center, picked up 2 kids, proceeded with them to the back, stating, I see a spider web, and saying the iguanas kicked on the sidewalk. I said, I will take care of that. He also stated, there are limbs in the field. I've discussed with Mr. Thomas. The lawn crew pick up the limbs in the field. He stated, are you saying you're not going to do your job? I'm going to write you up. As I walked down the hallway, Mr. Thomas yelled, saying, Ms. Pickney, are you not going to pick up the limbs? I sent the email to the lawn supervisor. He stated he will be here the next day. I informed Mr. Thomas on October 31st, I submitted vacation for March 20th spring break. The principal did not sign the form, so the vacation time was taken out of my sick time. Those hours need to be put back on my time for vacation. An unprofessional behavior report was sent to my email stating I was being unprofessional. Mr. Thomas is creating a hostile work environment, using kids to create an unprofessional report. I have had perfect attendance for a while. I have had perfect attendance for a while.
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn?
Good morning, Ms. Pickney. One of our staff, Dr. Fulton, will follow up with you just to hear your concerns.
Okay. Dr. Nye Lynch-Walsh? Emily Fonseca?
Good morning. My name is Emily Fonseca. My child's name is Nathan Dorgo. He's a student at Sandpiper Elementary. My child is on a form of chemo, and I have been trying to get services in school, and unfortunately, I haven't been able to. They have been telling me that they cannot give him any services in school. He has had 2 seizures on campus. They sent him down to walk by himself after having 2 seizures, even with a doctor's note stating that that wasn't safe for him to be basically walking after a seizure alone. He also had another seizure on you guys' school bus. He threw up all over the school bus, and all this stems down to basically him not receiving his medication. I have been speaking with student health services from Broward County Public Schools, and I haven't been able to get a solution with anything of basically him getting his medication and the proper care in school. He has basically almost hurt himself in you guys' school with no one there. You guys have sent over 2 nurses to train the teacher's aide that is in his school. And when he had that incident, the teacher's aide unfortunately didn't help him at the moment. So I had a meeting with the school, with the principal, with the ESC specialist, everyone that I have, and she said that we would have to basically take this down to Tallahassee. So I came down here to see what can you guys do for me. If we can't get a resolution here, then my next step would unfortunately be Tallahassee, because he can get hurt in you guys' school, and I'm not there to leave work all the time to come to school to administer his medication, you know, and the chemo medication that he is on is not a shot, it's not IV. He does get IV, but it's IV monthly, and he does get admitted to the hospital. You know, he just came back from hospital homebound. You know, I've been trying to get resources, help, and nobody has been able to help me. And unfortunately, you know, I'm scared that something is gonna happen in your school, you know, and even the school has been, you know, adamant, like, trying to push for us to get services, you know, but the hold here is student health services with Broward County Public Schools. I have every note from doctors, neurologists. He has lupus, history of blood clots, seizures, a whole bunch of health issues. My other child is in his class that has the same history, seizures, feeding tube. He has a nurse in the class 24 hours at home also. So she was willing to administer the medication. But unfortunately, Broward County Public Schools has put me in a hold.
Dr. Hepburn, can you please weigh in? And then also, I would like to have a follow-up to the board at a later period of time on the resolution. Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, good morning, Ms. Fonseca. Ms. Hudge and also Ms. Hollingsworth is going to assist you. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion and second on H1?
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment? Board member comment? Ms. Rupert.
Madam Chair, would it be okay if we pulled H1, H2, and H4 at the same time?
Let's just go one by one because I already moved it.
Okay. They were all mine, so I thought I could get it done.
We have other people, though.
Okay. Underneath H1, that we have 9 child care instructional leaves, and this is once again me trying to remind everybody that we have employees that have children between the ages of 0 and 3 that are unfortunately going on leave because they cannot afford to be able to do this. So I like to be the little nudge because it takes a lot, and I know Dr. Hepburn is working on it, but I also want our employees to hear, we hear you, and I would love an update as to where we're at. Thank you, Dr. Hepburn.
Any other comment on each one? All in favor of H1, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. H1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on H2?
So moved.
Second. Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment? Board comment, Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just wanted to say congratulations to the 22 retirements that we have on here, and especially Giselle Bishop. She's a longtime staff member at Hollywood Hills Elementary, and we wish you all a great new chapter in your life. Thank you.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. Once again, same topic. There's 145 resignations. I went through every single one of them, crossed out, that's where they are. Child care, instructional leaves, and I would love to have an answer as to where are we in this process. So I guess H1 and H2, Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yeah, so we've completed the survey that we've administered to teachers and also school administrators. We'll send that as a memo to the board, hopefully by the end of this week or early next week. And we're also, we also know what schools provide those 0 to 3 options. So we'll make sure Mr. Azzarito has that information to provide to all instructional and non-instructional staff. And then as we move forward to see how we can scale those opportunities out also.
Thank you, I appreciate that. But the schools that do accept 0 to 3 years old, there's a several hundred person wait list. So that's a problem, which was the reason for the surveys, that we show that there's the need, and they would love it if there were other schools doing it. So that's, I don't think that Dr. Hepburn was given the right information, because it's urgent to be able to keep our employees. That's it for me. 145 resignations. So there we go.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we have a public speaker registered for item H2. Her name is Catherine Palmer, if she's in the audience.
Okay, you can come to the podium.
Madam Chair, if I can chime in, Ms. Palmer was under the impression that this was going to be heard in the afternoon. She's a teacher, and she's been texting me at different times to make sure that she was going to be able to speak this afternoon.
Do you want to make a motion to table this this afternoon?
I would love to make that motion. Thank you.
Is there a second? Second. Moved by Pham, second by Alston. Any comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion? All in favor of the motion to table this to this afternoon for H2, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Item is tabled. May I have a motion and second on H3?
So moved.
Moved by
Four.
Zeman, second by Hicks. Oh, four.
So moved.
Sorry. Moved by Zeman, second by Fogelholy. Public comment?
So, Madam Chair, Ms. Pinckney did register to speak to this item, but I believe she is out speaking with Dr. Fulton right now. She left, okay.
Thank you. Ms. Hickson?
Sorry. Again, I would like to congratulate the 3 managerial retirements on this item and the 21 non-managerial retirements. Congratulations, and hope you're looking forward to your new journey. Thank you.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. Looking through the non-instructional terminations on page 5, I have a question. I'm just going to say this. Midway down the page, we have an employee who was hired as a tire repair person, and the reason that we are terminating is that he is not qualified. So my question is, there has to be a level of trust where we board members can expect staff and the employment onboarding process to go well. And honestly, the low bar should be, hey, do you meet the qualifications minimally or even more than minimally? But minimum would be what we need to be doing to make sure, at least. Follow-up is, how long has this employee been working for us? And have all the cars/vehicles been inspected to date that this person repaired the tires on? I mean, I can't tell you how stumped I am with this one. And I'm telling you, over the years, there have been a lot of bizarre things. A not qualified tire repair person. I don't even know what the background screening was. So to me, epic fail, non-instructional HR people.
Dr. Hepburn?
Thank you, Chair. We'll provide a follow-up specifically to how long the employee has been working for us, and all the vehicles that this employee has worked on, have those vehicles been inspected?
Thank you. And I brought this up for 12 or so years. There should be, and I think we're going to require it now, if my colleagues agree. There's got to be a box that somebody in non-instructional and instructional who's doing the onboarding have a checkbox that says, do you meet the minimum requirements for your job? Click. You know, have you actually seen if this person has verified job experience? Click. So then we wouldn't have embarrassing things like this.
Dr. Hepburn?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Dazzarito and myself, we will sit down and go through the entire hiring and onboarding process just to make sure we fill any gaps with the appropriate steps.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All in favor of H4, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. H4 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on H6?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have Ralph Aiello.
Yay!
Thank you for that. Hi, everybody. Ralph Aiello, Coconut Creek, Florida. Madam Chair, Dr. Superintendent, members of the board, former colleagues as well. Previously was the District Director of School Counseling and Brace Advisement here in Broward County Public Schools for 12 years. And I spent a lot of time on the opposite side of this rope and stanchion as well. And I always wondered if I ever took my 3 minutes as a private citizen to stand before you, what would I say? And I'm very proud to be able to stand here and discuss this job description change for our guidance counselors to become school counselors. Guidance counselor actually formally was changed over 10 years ago by the state of Florida. It was a nominal change, and now there is actual standards that are accompanying that. Because guidance counselors no longer are about schedule changes or credit checks, and yes, they do have an element of ensuring that students progress through our schools appropriately. But they provide comprehensive individual, small group, and large group counseling services to meet the needs of all children, no matter what background they come from, for their academics, their life skills, and their college and career readiness. And they are the first line of defense for mental health as far as mental health professionals are concerned. They're oftentimes who the students come to when they have social and emotional needs. They're who the parents and the teachers come to when they need additional support and assistance. And we need to make sure that those counselors are available and they are trained and they are supported so they can do their jobs appropriately. So I'm very proud of the district for moving this job description forward. But I also want to make sure that we support the other professionals, our administrators, our principals, our assistant principals, who have to operationalize this. Because they're going to need additional support, additional resources, and additional things to make sure that counselors do have the opportunity to do these tasks and these activities, whether that's training or additional personnel or so on and so forth, because we want to make sure that our counselors don't just have something on a piece of paper, they actually have something in their schools that's actually allowing them to do their jobs and do it appropriately. So again, thank you for moving this job description forward, all three of them, for the elementary, middle, high, and the director role as well. And I'm very proud to have served in this district in this role, and I'm very much looking forward to what's coming in the future for our school counselors and how they can support our children, families, and our schools. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public speaker?
Madam Chair, Chris Nelson, I just want to let you know there were a couple of people on the wait list for the AM speakers this morning, myself and this gentleman over here, and there were people that didn't show up to speak. Can we speak?
Okay. So what I'll do is I'm going to continue with the items. If staff can meet in the hallway and get a list of the names, and then I can pull it back.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Pham, H6.
Second.
Ms. Pham, do you want me to go, Ms. Dixon? Ms. Pham, do you want me to go to Ms. Dixon? Come back to you?
Yeah, okay. Yes.
Ms. Dixon?
Thank you. I appreciate that these are coming back to us. We asked a while ago for us to look at these positions, so I'm very glad to see it come back. I just have a question, and actually it's on 6 and 8. It's the same question. On page 2, under the duties and responsibilities, on the very last bullet, it says perform other duties as assigned by the immediate supervisor or designee in times of emergency or extenuating circumstances. This particular bullet was one we all asked for it to be removed because that was the problem. They were having to do lunch duty and bus duty and all of these things. And I did ask this question before the meeting, and you know, I know that it says now in times of emergency or extenuating circumstances, but I feel like there needs to be guardrails to maybe be very specific on what an emergency or an extenuating circumstance would say, because what's an emergency to me may not be an emergency to someone else. And the whole point of changing this was to let them do their job, not these other duties that were necessary. So I don't, my preference is not to have that at all, but I was told that we did do that for the mental health and a couple of other positions, but I would say there needs to, when we're doing the procedure of this, there needs to be guardrails and specific outline of what would constitute an emergency or an extenuating circumstance. So, and that's for both H6 and H8, and 7, I guess. Technically. Thank
Dr. Hepburn, does staff have a recommendation? Ms. Batista? Ms. Batista?
Sure. So I think it's important to be able to reach a middle ground on these job descriptions as far as being able to protect staff and the supervisors that in an emergency situation or extenuating circumstances, however they want to define that, that they are able to manage their campus and be able to ask employees to perform other duties as assigned. I think it, like you said, it has to be in times where it is extenuating because their main job is not to do bus duty or whatever else. But I think we still need, as a district, to have that flexibility.
Yeah, and I'm fine with the wording, what I'm asking for is there to be some guardrails or description on what an emergency or an extenuating circumstance would be. If it's just, you know, something happened and I want you to cover this, but someone else could have done it, there's just a concern here because this was really what they came to tell us. They're having to do all these other duties. So I don't know what it looks like, but I think we need to put guardrails around that.
So, if I may, maybe procedural guidelines could be developed with staff?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I have, Ms. Pham, are you ready?
Yeah, thanks. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. There's one question, and I have 3 suggestions. One is we removed all the meeting requirements as far as present and explain results and meeting with teachers. I think that we should have in here a requirement that says participate, this would be for the counselors, participate in monthly meetings with guiding counselors and occupational specialists, and if needed, more times that, you know, meet more times if necessary. I think that should be put back in. I think it's a unique benefit to that. I think people can brainstorm, they can discuss what's going on in the schools, they can get ideas from fellow team members and suggestions on how to handle situations. I think there's a lot of positives to doing that, especially in light of that we took out the meeting component on the essential performance responsibilities. In addition, I think that we should change the language you're pulling out some language about some things that the secondary guidance school counselor should do. And I think what we should do is insert something in place of that. And it should be provide ongoing support and counseling for students and parents, which involve educational counseling for course selection and occupational opportunities. Because I think that comes out throughout the year. Students change their mind in the direction and the path they want to take. And I think there should be ongoing support for that. It shouldn't be at only certain times during the year where we focus on this and everything else gets shelved until that mad rush. So I would suggest that be added. And the last thing is that we took out here, it says we're removing arranged student, parent, and teacher conferences. So who is going to coordinate the teacher conferences then, or are they just going away?
Dr. Hepburn?
Thank you. Traditionally, the office staff, the clerical staff would assist in scheduling parent-teacher conferences.
Okay, that should be clarified in this job description, that would be coordinated by staff, just so they have some kind of direction. But those are my recommendations. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you, Chair. This issue is a big issue to our community. I'll remind my colleagues, 40% of high school students in Broward County have a symptom of mental illness. Not 4%, 40%, 2 out of 5. 20% of our high school students know how they're going to commit suicide. They'll give you the plan. They'll tell you exactly how they're going to do it. Not 2%, 20%. 10% of our high school students have tried to commit suicide. We need to think differently about mental health. This isn't an administrative issue. This isn't, a debate about budget, dollar here, dollar there. We are in the middle of a crisis in Broward County related to mental health, and we have to do everything we can to make sure that the staff that is fully qualified, as our public speaker just mentioned, are able 100% of their time to do it. So to Ms. Hickson's point, I disagree with our counsel. I think that the last bullet is exactly what we said we did not want. I'm fine with in times of emergency, but not extenuating circumstances, because that's too vague. And I'd love to hear from my colleagues on that. But 40% have a mental health symptom, 20% know how they're going to commit suicide, and 10% have tried already. This is a house on fire issue. It'll come up again during the org chart because we're bear hunting with a buggy whip. If we're going to bury mental health director underneath 6 layers of management, we're not giving it the kind of priority that it needs. I'll remind you, if you need any more evidence about the community's interest in this, that there's only 3 things we said we would do with referendum money. And think about how important they are. We're going to pay people better, pay educators, not just teachers, but educators. We're going to apply a significant amount of adjustment to safety and security funding. And the third thing was mental health. We approved last year a $5 million increase in our budget to increase counselors, and we hired very few. We did not get the hiring actions that we expected with that $5 million in mental health. These people in items 6, 7, and 8 are folks who can contribute tremendously. I don't think that anybody should be worrying about extenuating circumstances. They need to be working on the 40%, the 20%, and the 10%, because all of these kids need more help. And with more help, their behaviors and their actions will change. Thank you very much, Chair. And when you're ready, I'd like to make a motion.
I'm ready.
Ma'am, I would just like to strike in the last bullet under essential performance responsibilities, the 3 words, or extenuating circumstances.
Second.
Been moved by Zeman, second by Holness. Public comment on the motion. On the motion.
Yes, Chris Nelson, Fort Lauderdale. I know you're talking about suicide. That's so sad. I talked to a guy. Have you guys heard of NAMI? It's the National Mental Health Assistance. I spoke to this guy at the Fort Lauderdale Commission. His name is Dr. Joe Orvarez, and he was telling me how he's working within Broward schools to help kids that are struggling with suicidal thoughts. And he sounded spot on with this program. So I'm hoping that you guys are using NAMI and know about it. And I think that's something that could help with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on the motion?
My name is Bill Russell. I am from Oakland Park. I do have a comment on this. I think my comments play quite well into this conversation. Thank you so much. I don't know your name.
Doesn't matter.
And to you, Ms. Rupert, for bringing up a suicide earlier today. I'd like to add to this that the suicide is second leading cause of death among young people aged 10 to 14. And the third leading cause of death amongst people 15 to 24. The LGBTQ population is 4 times more likely to attempt suicide than their peers. 1.8 million LGBT plus young students, 13 to 14, seriously consider suicide each year in the U.S. My point is, and this gentleman commenting on school counselors, if what we have done perhaps is by removing books in our schools that might help these kids to figure out who they are, other minority students as well, which are actually the majority in our public schools. Black and Latino students are the majority. What removing books might do.
Sir, this is your warning. You need to speak on the motion, which is to remove extenuating circumstances.
Oh, am I not? I guess I didn't. Okay, perhaps I've made my point.
Thank you so much.
Sorry.
Thanks, Bill.
Any other speaker? On the motion.
On the motion, removing extenuating circumstances. Sorry. Yep. So I agree with that, Dr. Zeman, and I would also ask maybe, like Ms. Hickson mentioned about guardrails. Is there maybe, because what she meant by emergency could be different for different people. I heard you say something about procedures, but in my experience, those counselors were doing everything else except for their jobs, and so I appreciate you taking out the extenuating circumstances because it's been very difficult, and as this gentleman mentioned, you guys are the first line of defense after parents, and you spend more time with the kids, obviously, and so we want to be able to have that opportunity so they can kind of really identify these students and make sure that they're providing parents as well as students the proper services and resources. So thank you very much for making that removal. And I hope that Dr. Hepburn, Superintendent Dr. Hepburn, you can also work to expand that and make sure that we have qualified people helping, because it's really bad out here with these kids. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Board member comment on the motion. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague, Ms. Hickson. 100% agree with it, and I just want to 10 seconds tell you, Coconut Creek Elementary School, I had the privilege of shadowing the school counselor there, and that was a best practice situation. You know, there were many 10-minute times where kids were sent to the counselor, and they got what they needed in that 10 minutes. And I thought, wow, this is incredible. And I was there for over 3 hours, and that school counselor never stopped. You know, she kept going, and kids were sent to her. And what I heard was the right expression of what they were feeling. You know, thank you, miss. I just felt like my head was going to blow off. I mean, those are normal feelings, but how wonderful are we doing with our school counselors? We can do much more if they're not pulled away. So thank you to them, and thank you, Ms. Hickson. I'm certainly going to support this.
Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am in complete support of Dr. Zeman's motion. I can speak from personal example, and I'm sure many of us who are teachers or who were teachers have seen it, where our guidance counselors are pulled in every direction, and they're lucky if 30% of their day is actually guidance counseling. So I think that removing the extenuating circumstances will ensure that principals and the leadership of the schools understand this job description, and that these individuals have to primarily focus on what their job responsibility is, which is guidance counseling. In addition to that, I would still like to prevent any concerns of these individuals being pulled out of what is perceived as emergency, which would be relative, that we have some procedural guidelines for emergency, because emergency to one person may be different to another. So I'd like the superintendent to have some sort of a procedural direction or information on what emergency is. In addition to that, I believe once we approve this job description, it's important that all our school leadership understand the job description, and I would, as a result, I would also like to ask the superintendent in his leadership meeting with the principals that they understand the new job description for guidance counseling in order for this to be adhered to. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a time certain item at 10:30, so we can, if we're ready to vote just on this motion, I'd like to do that. Ms. Pam, can we move?
Yeah, no, what I have to say is very important. Ms. Rupert, I want you to thank you for bringing up the fact that some of our employees are not qualified and we're not vetting very well. And I just want to share an example that touches on mental health. That I had a 6th grader that was sent down to a counselor because they thought he might be depressed or having some other issues. And he alleged that the mental health counselor started to masturbate under the desk. The parents were not contacted. And when the parents found out, when the student got it home, they were livid. So I just want to stress the importance that we look into the backgrounds of these people. I agree that we need mental health counselors, but we don't want mental health counselors that are going to mess up our children's heads and do things that they shouldn't be doing in front of them, or try to get them to participate in it. So I thank you for bringing that forward, because we really, really have to look for quality people, and that begins with the money. It really does. Thank you.
Ms. Hickson on the motion.
Thank you. Just real quick, whatever we do for this, I think we should also do for the mental health and the suicide counselors. So thank you.
Okay, all in favor of approving the motion, which is to perform other duties as assigned by the immediate supervisor or designee in times of emergency? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion passes. Is there any other board member with a motion on this that wants to make a motion on this item?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then I'm going to make a motion to table this item to later in the agenda.
Second.
Moved by Aldaf, second by Zeman. Public comment, board member comment. All in favor to table this, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Item is tabled. We're going to take a 2-minute recess. Thank you. Welcome back. The next item of business on the agenda is BB4, a motion to approve the mutual separation and consultant agreements between the School Board of Broward County, Florida, and Peter B. Licata. May the chair have a motion and a second on item BB4.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Ogunole. It has been moved and second to approve.
To bring the item to the floor, right, Madam Chair? That's all
Yeah.
that motion is for. It's not approving anything. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I just want to be very clear on the maker of the motion and the seconder.
Yes.
Just moving the item to the floor. Thank you.
That's correct.
Ms. Batista.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is the, as you mentioned, this is the separation agreement for Dr. Licata, and the parties negotiated. The agreed upon terms are summarized in the item, but for the sake of a summary now, and just to remind everyone, the main salient items and provisions of the agreement are that Dr. Licata remain an employee during a transition period through July 1st, 2024. Then subsequent to that, that he consult for 9 weeks, and the payment of attorney's fees up to $3,000, provided the submission of appropriate invoices. And there is also a mutual non-disparagement clause applicable to board members and Dr. Licata. And right now, it reads that the time that is effective is starting with April 16th, 2024. As the board discusses this item, I just want to bring to your attention that because there is a consulting agreement and a transition from an employee to then a consulting agreement, something to keep in mind is that there cannot be any misclassification or there is a danger of misclassification if you have an employee who then becomes a consultant. So it is very important that the duties of the person are indicated and they're separate and distinct from one job to the other. And so I just wanted to remind the board of that.
Okay, thank you. And would Dr. Licata's attorney like to speak, or Dr. Licata?
Okay, there we go. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Glenn Torsevia on behalf of Dr. Licata. It's a pleasure to see you again. First, I want to start by congratulating you all because I think you are on the verge of a historic and very important 2 votes that you're about to take. We all know that most people don't like uncertainty, and that this district has gone through a period that had some uncertainty, interim superintendents, things like that. Now you have something that most boards, whether it's a school board, county commission, or business enterprise, strive for, a smooth transition from one excellent leader to another excellent leader. You did it in a little bit of an unorthodox way, but you're about to accomplish that feat, and that is something to be applauded. If you approve these 2 items, you have the benefit of bringing on board a rising star, Dr. Hepburn, as your next superintendent. You also have the benefit of having a seasoned administrator, Dr.
Madam
Licata.
Chair, I'm sorry. If I could, with all due respect, the speaker is off topic. We're on one item, not the second item. Is that correct? We're only dealing with the first item, dealing with the former superintendent of schools, not the other item, which deals with Dr. Hepburn. Is that correct? And I believe he's speaking in his capacity representing the former superintendent. So if he could speak to this item, because I think that's what we're discussing. Is that correct?
Yes, the requested action is to approve the mutual separation agreement superseding superintendent's employment agreement and 2 consultant agreement between the School Board of Broward County, Florida, and Peter B. Licata.
Thank you. Sorry, as I was saying, so you're about to embark on a historic set of votes, and you did that because at the April 16th meeting, Dr. Licata submitted his intent to retire at the end of the year, December 31st. And after quite a bit of discussion and comments, and I watched that meeting a couple times, you all passed a motion that did a couple of things. First, you accepted the retirement. So technically, Dr. Licata would be entitled to serve until December 31st as your superintendent. But you also took that bold step. You said, Chair, negotiate with Dr. Licata, and let's hire Dr. Hepburn. That's why these 2 are inextricably tied together. Because once you made the motion that you're going to hire Dr. Hepburn, you effectively terminated the employment of Dr. Licata. And under his contract, if I want to be a lawyer, which I'll put that hat on for a minute, then he's entitled to 60 days notice and 20 weeks of severance. We recognize that that caused a lot of anxiety and concern about people, even though that was a bold decision and you wanted to keep Dr. Hepburn, because I think we all had heard that he was being courted by other school districts. So you took that bold decision. Well, that decision then would have came normally in the legal world with that price of 60 days and 20 weeks. Instead, the chair and Ms. Batista did an excellent job of negotiating an agreement with Dr. Licata, where he agreed to give up those 20 weeks of severance. He had no obligation to do that. He very easily could have collected that. And he agreed to give that up in exchange for working and earning money for 11 weeks, 2 weeks as a special advisor, still as an employee, up till July 1st, because the 60 days would end on June 15th, and then another 9 weeks as a consultant, so assisting Dr. Hepburn in the transition. So essentially, you're receiving the services, you're not having to pay any severance at all, and you're receiving the services of Dr. Licata to assist in the transition, which again, as I started out, is something that you should be congratulated for, and because no one likes the uncertainty of not knowing who your next superintendent is going to be. So you've managed to accomplish something that most people strive to do, which is retain an experienced person to help with the transition to a newer person. And again, we hope that you would approve this agreement as was negotiated.
Thank you. 6 minutes for Dr. Licata.
Well, good morning, everyone. Chair, thank you for allowing me to recognize and thank the board, staff, and community, as I did not have the opportunity last month as I announced my retirement for December. I want to start by thanking each and every one of you as to what you said that day, and I was not present for some of it. I actually went back and watched to make sure that I was accurate in my appreciation to all of you. Mr. Fogenholy, not there. I want to thank him for his prayers. There you are, your thoughts and prayers. I appreciate what you said, and I appreciate your concerns. Mr. Alston, thank you for recognizing me as a great public servant and recognizing the difficult decision this was. We understand the responsibility of the public servant role. Let's be very, very clear. That's not our biggest role. It's that of a father. Whether it be taking your child to karate class or soccer, whether father-daughter dance or Legoland, whether taking to school every day and talking to your son about education, or coaching your child's baseball team. Those are the things we talk about. And making sure we instill the very best in our children, and making sure they can be whoever they want to be, and they can also be their own person. Ms. Leonardi, I want to thank you for being the amazing mom that you are, because I've witnessed it firsthand. Your words stating that I was the best superintendent you've worked with truly means so much. Although you were going to further support my leadership, it was necessary that I let you know that I would be retiring. You were by my side making sure Rickards got off the ground after years of stalling, and your constituents know how hard you have worked to get Rickards built. Ms. Rupert, thank you for recognizing my work and stating that we had made such incredible progress under my leadership. I am proud to have stood next to you in our efforts to bring Blanche Ely back to look like the icon that it should always be and respected. And multiple town halls to get Markham back on track as well. So thank you. Ms. Pham, I thank you for recognizing my nonstop work ethic and what it takes to make a difference in the role of superintendent. I've been working full-time for 45 years, older than a few of you up there. I'm not sure if I'm proud or not proud or proud of saying that. But let's face it, my self-motivation to work this hard this many years came from my parents, and that's what I appreciate. Dr. Zeman, thank you for addressing me as an incredible leader. I also consider what we have done, and considering what we've done this past year. What's special is about our meetings. The meetings with you were always open. They were at a high level. Sometimes I had to try and catch up to you because you're so smart. But most importantly, we got to talk about everything without judgment. And it was on the table, and we talked about ideas. I appreciate that. Dr. Holness, you're a true gentleman that exemplifies class. You always focused me on several projects in your district which were ignored for years. We accomplished much this year, especially the fact that we had Lauderhill 612 that for years did not have a fence. And the homeless, the drug sellers, would be able to creep onto that campus. Within 3 months, as of last week, there's a new fence up there protecting our students from getting on there. And without you and me working together, that doesn't happen. Ms. Hickson, Thank you for your support and your heartfelt emotion that you spoke of me last month. I also know that your teacher and mom skills were ever present as you noticed things as I sat next to you that no one else noticed. I see that, and you put kids first. You also see the entire district perspective, and you too have worked alongside me, especially at Blanche Ely, where you taught for 5 years. It's back to where it needs to look like. And of course, Mrs. Al-Hadaf. Your kind words to me were even better than the first day. Under your leadership, this district has made making gains and turning the corner. It's a better district. It's been a much better district under your tenure. No matter the hundreds of conversations we've had regarding the district and how we can make it better, our conversations always end about our family and talking about our children. Many of you heard me say that we have the ability to swallow camels and choke on fleas. It's a great statement. We must focus on the major issues, not the inaccuracies and the voices of the obstructionists. We have several projects that I have prioritized over time, and it would cost us into the millions and continue past behaviors of disregarding the underserved communities. Rickards, Stranahan, Collins, Blanche Ely, Markham, Parkway, and a few more have finally gotten the attention. I've spent a reasonable amount of time at those locations. If we are late delivering just one, like Rickards, it will cost us millions in overruns. I spent 2 hours walking the Rickards site last week with the construction team, and the project needs an executive level action now. We are not on schedule to open in 25. And that will, again, will let down a community that I've worked so hard with this past year. After my visit in March to Collins, the current superintendent, we noticed that bathrooms had been sitting there for 4 years. Students did not have an opportunity to use, and they were using porta potties for 4 years. We immediately made efforts to get that project back underway and have those bathrooms open. Last week, we found out they might be delayed. Took a trip out there and spoke with the superintendent of the job site. Said that's unacceptable. We cannot continue to swallow these camels. These children need us. I have focused so much on these communities that have been underserved, and I'd love to see them continue to be the focus. Because all our children equals the same, one. What is very optimistic and exciting is as the data rolls in from the state, it is looking very good for Broward County. We have a very good opportunity to be an A, to return to an A as a district. And certainly, that would be outstanding and great news. May I have another minute or two? Just stop. I'm almost done. Finally, I want to thank the thousands of folks who sent me letters, cards, emails, and texts, and calls. And there's no way I can answer it. From citizens I have never met to local elected officials and business leaders. I see it the other way around. I want to thank the entire community for having me. Most importantly, I want to thank all the staff at CPS, as in spite of so many obstacles, they still continue to make a difference in children's lives. Of course, a special shout out to the principals. Once you're a principal, you realize it's the most important role on campus, and it's a special fraternity, sorority. Also miss giving my 30 announcements here in the building. Although my last two sentences. Although my retirement for later this year was not in my immediate plans, my wife and I have made this our homecoming, and we are staying here. We just got our voter registration cards, and I look forward to being very active in our local elections in the coming months as a resident here in Broward County. Again, I thank you all, and please know I'm thankful that I've had the opportunity in my lifetime to make an impact for many years. I'm a very fortunate and blessed man. My blessings runneth over. Thank you.
Thank you. We have public comment.
Yes, we have two speakers. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
She's not here. Next speaker.
And Chris Nelson.
Yes, Board, Chris Nelson, Fort Lauderdale, and I'm thinking I'm having deja vu right here as I stood right here a year ago and said we need to make plans for this because this district has been through this before. We paid out Vicki Cartwright $250,000 to leave. Now we have another superintendent who comes in and stays for 9 months, and now what, we're paying two superintendents now? We're going to pay him $200,000 to what? For a consulting fee? His attorney says this is going to embark on a grand voyage. Wait, oh please, a grand voyage of wasting the taxpayers more money. Guys, I stood here. Tori said it. Brenda said it. We stood here and said we need to put safeguards in place so we don't become a mark for people who want to come in. And really, honestly, if Dr. Licata had health issues, he should have said it beforehand. How do we know that this isn't going to happen again? This happens over and over again. We have a superintendent come in, they stay for a couple months, and then now I'm taking the money and running, and you can't say anything bad about me. Another non-disparagement clause. Guys, this is ridiculous. But the thing is we warned you. I stood here and I said we need to make sure what happens with Vicky Cartwright doesn't happen again. And here we are with it happening again. So it's very frustrating as a taxpayer to see this. No, I don't. Now, you're going to have to honor his contract. I mean, his lawyer will tell you you're going to have to honor whatever you guys promised him. You're going to have to deliver, or he'll sue you, and that's us, the taxpayer. Okay. I also would like to know what this whole thing with Dr. Hepburn coming in. That whole thing looks staged, and now what? We're paying 2 superintendents now. That was very weird. And then through a public records request, we find out that he was communicating with the chair the night before for a smooth transition, and that was already set up to happen. And then you had lights, camera, action for the press conference out there. Guys, this is very disappointing. It's sad that more taxpayers aren't showing up. This is nothing personal against Dr. Licata, by the way. This is about you guys. This is about this board. This is about making the same mistakes over and over again. And I even think I heard some board members saying, "Oh, we can't put safeguards in place in case he doesn't work out because it will set a bad example. It will put out a bad message even to the students, like they watch this stuff." They're more mature than this board, by the way.
That is your warning.
And so here we are again. And we just keep making the same mistakes. It's very sad to see this. And I don't have any confidence in you guys. I think you will keep making the same mistake.
Any other public comment? Seeing none. So I will speak first on this item as this is my item. So first, I'd like to start by wishing Dr. Licata health, happiness, and the opportunity to spend valuable time with his family, with your family. I would like to address my initial plan following the news of Dr. Licata's retirement, which I did learn about the day before the school board meeting. And my intention is to make the motion to have Dr. Hepburn be our superintendent immediately, given the instability of our district that we face, including the redefining and the changes in our cabinet leadership, which we needed stability. And I have full confidence in Dr. Hepburn. Before negotiations, I asked this board for feedback regarding the direction of the negotiations with Dr. Licata. We had board members provide input at different times, discussing severance periods ranging to December to 7 to 10 weeks of severance, and some board members not even weighing in. Before entering negotiations, I consulted with our new superintendent, Dr. Hepburn, about his preferences. When Dr. Hepburn chose later on to not implement the redefining plan established by staff, Zoe Sanders, Dr. Licata, it gave me great pause. And then I realized, at this point in time, why would we be then moving forward with a consultant agreement with Dr. Licata, believing that he would be helping us with our redefining process. And then instead, I find out that Dr. Licata was involved with the Smart Bond program, which I'm sure he made a significant improvement, impact with moving those projects forward. However, we do have ACOM. We have our project manager that is supposed to be doing this work. We're paying millions of dollars to do this work. So at this time, I'm going to make a motion, and I know everybody wants to speak, but I think this might bring us in a direction, and then we can go from there. So I'm going to hand out my motion to my board members, and if we can give it to Dr. Licata that way.
One more. That's it.
I move to strike Part 2 consultant agreement between the School Board of Broward County, Florida, and Peter B. Licata, Ph.D., of the requested action, and to amend the separation agreement by striking every reference it has to consulting agreement. That will be my first motion.
Second.
Been moved by Alda, second by Alston. Public comment just on that motion.
Narnie Pierre Grant, Parkland, Florida. Thank you for making that motion, Chair. I think it's important that we continue what you have, right? While I wish Dr. Licata healthy recovery and much needed time with his family, I do think that we need to keep continuity and allowing former superintendents to stay on while we're trying to get to a place of positivity and right-sizing the district. I think it's important that we just cut the ties. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I think that if we should have agreed to keep what we had before. But on the motion, I thank you for that.
Any other public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion? Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. I wish we had had some time to discuss this first. I'm ignorant of how my colleagues feel about the entire agreement. It is very difficult as a legislator here to vote on a motion in the absence of understanding their thoughts about the entire agreement. I'm also not sure how this motion ties together with the rest of what's been said in front of us. So I'll ask, Chair, if you could explain what is intended by the rest of this motion so that I might understand the first sentence.
So if you look at the requested action, Part 2 is the consultant agreement between the School Board of Broward County, Florida, and Peter B. Licata. So my motion is to vote, basically vote that down, strike that out. There would be no consultant agreement.
I'm sorry, I'm asking about the things after that, so that I can understand this in the context of the rest. I've read it, but I wonder if you could just explain the next motion so that we can understand them as a package.
So if you go to page 2 of 13 of the item, and then go to number 4. Okay, so the last sentence. So we would be adding to the last sentence, starting on May 13, 2024. Ms. Batista, can you explain the reasoning for that?
So right now, the superintendent, the former superintendent, Dr. Licata, is receiving his full pay that he received as a superintendent, with all the benefits that are concomitant to that pay and according to his employment agreement that is with the school board. The second motion, which is not on the floor, but which Mrs. Ahaldef has provided to everyone, is that by making this change, you would cut off the benefits as of May 13th, and then from that point forward, as a special advisor, Dr. Licata would be receiving the same benefits as 12-month employees. So in other words, he would not be receiving the $1,400 vehicle allowance. He would not be, okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If I wanted to say this back in plain English, I would say that we're amending our proposed agreement, because we have to go back to mediate any changes, correct? Mm-hmm. To exclude the reference to a consulting agreement. Thus, he would continue as a school board employee. Is that fair, Chair?
So the first part of the motion is, you are correct, is to strike the consulting agreement. That is the first part of the motion. The second section of the motion is to keep the benefits that he had and all the pay that he's had up to now. And then from the May 13th date forward, he would only receive the pay, but not the benefits that he received before.
I understand. Again, I want to try to say this back largely for my colleagues, but also for the community. Mm-hmm. What this changes is, instead of Dr. Licata becoming a consultant to us, which is what the mediated settlement that's before us says that they would do, that Dr. Licata would do through July 1st plus 9 more weeks. Excuse me. Starting on July 1st for 9 weeks, he would be a consultant. And under the mediated agreement, as a consultant, he would keep his full pay and benefits through those 9 weeks. Is that correct, Chair?
Ms. Batista? Yes. Yes.
And the amendment is 8 days ago, which I'm not sure is legally cool, but we'll talk about that separately. They would not be a consultant after July 1st, but would remain an employee, retain the $350,000 salary and benefits that accrue to a traditional employee of the school district. So that's this motion with the follow-on motion that's typed up before us. Is that correct in plain English?
Yes, Madam Chair, that is correct. The starting date of May 13th is the pay period starts on that day.
I'm with you. I just, as a matter of fairness, don't like to do things to people and then backdate it. So it's just a personal issue I have. Again, it's a small issue, and we'll talk about that later. I really would have been able to have greater confidence about which way to go on this motion had we heard from our colleagues. It is unfortunately the second time on this particular issue that we had motions before we had discussions. And so I'm in a position that I don't like to be in, which is I serve as one member of a 9-person board. I like to know what my other 8 colleagues think about things in general. I love to then hear motions so that I can understand, kind of the left and right side, and I don't mean that politically. I mean just kind of the spectrum of opinions that we have about this. There's a lot of things in this agreement. And this is a difficult issue. We have a superintendent with health issues.
Former.
On April 16th, we had a superintendent with health issues that came for us and made his announcement. We took an action on that day to separate with mutual consent. We want to find a fair and just agreement with Dr. Licata, and we want to make sure the community is comfortable with how we spend taxpayer dollars. This is a difficult issue. And we've retained, we've served, the community has been served by Dr. Licata. There has been tremendous advantages to having him here for 9 months. I'm never going to take that away from that time period. And at the same time, we have to find a fair, reasonable, just settlement that the community will say, hey, that's okay. And the last two that we did, the community doesn't say that it's okay. And so I want to do better than that. But I'm really stuck because of the process that we're going through here again of motion before discussion, and my hands are tied, and I don't like that. I want to hear what my colleagues think about this. I want to share what I think about it. But I can't do it because I'm limited now to talk about a motion that's been made, and I'm really stuck on that.
I'll withdraw, Madam Chair, my second, just for discussion.
I think the motion is now on the floor, so an individual action isn't all that relevant. But I feel like I just want to share that because I really wanted to hear what you all thought about the overall agreement, which parts of it you felt we ought to amend possibly in order to get to a just thing. And I want to do this in a fair and just way. Not only what we do, but how we do it is important. And how we do this, I think, has to be after some careful thought and deliberation, and then to bring motion. So I'll just stop right there.
Mr. Alston?
Well, no, I'm ready to go. Are you pulling your motion?
No.
No, all right.
Madam Chair,
I'm going to,
point of clarification, please.
What?
I believe in our training, my understanding is that when there's a main motion on the floor and a substitute motion is given, the main motion still remains on the floor along with the substitute. Is that correct? So I believe they both can be discussed simultaneously.
well, he didn't say
Batista?
anything. He didn't make
Well, I haven't
Is
heard
this a substitute?
a substitute motion yet.
Well, okay, so.
I may do that right now then.
Okay, well.
All right. So thank you, Madam Chair. And I will say thank you for your service. And you are spot on, Dr. Licata. Those exactly were my words because I appreciate your service. And everything you did was your job that we paid you for as superintendent of schools. Now the former superintendent of schools. This is Government 101. And I hope that everyone is watching because chaos is having a superintendent unfortunately leave in less than a year. But wanting a balloon payment, in my words, from our taxpayers. Chaos is no guardrails on a superintendent that many of us tried to do months ago. This is Government 101 for all our student council students who may be watching today's meeting. Madam Chair, you are absolutely correct. And I appreciate your comparison that you shared with the board, listing prior superintendents Runcie, Cartwright, Licata, and our still current superintendent, Dr. Superintendent, I think that's the new moniker, Dr. Hepburn. But I think one thing that you missed, and I think which was a glaring omission, were two superintendents that are not listed on this document. And actually one is sitting in the middle. There was no cost to transition from Dr. Wanza back to her current role, costing the taxpayers. There was no transition cost when Dr. Smiley sat in that seat back to the taxpayers. So I'm going to correct, I think, a statement I just heard on the dais that said the last superintendent actually cost a lot. Actually, the last two didn't cost us anything. And thank one for their service who continues to serve in a different capacity today. The third superintendent ago, I wasn't here, our mutually separated leader, I think I got it right. I think I've gotten it right a couple times. But let me jump to the motion, and then I'm actually going to make some substitute motions because I agree with my colleague having a big picture conversation. I appreciate counsel who has openly said that he accepted, quote, the retirement for his client. I think that's what we just openly heard in this public meeting. I think we also openly heard counsel, because you represent the board, the opposing counsel representing our former superintendent openly say and use the terms both retirement and or resignation interchangeably. And I think in our agreement between the board and our former superintendent, all of those mean something different. So I hope our board members were astute in listening to those words. For me, this feels like the okie-doke. Robbing Broward taxpayers once again. Robbing our children once again. Some want me to be quiet, council, and I'm not going to do that because I wasn't placed here to sit down, sit in the corner, and shut up. I think all of us up here are in a position to uphold the fiduciary responsibility of this district, A. B, ensuring that we're safeguarding the finances of this district for all of our families and children. If there's anything that impacts the proficiency and learning of our kids, all of us should have a problem with it. And I'm raising the alarm, council. Thank you and the chair for your service, but I have a problem with what's before me. So I'm happy, Dr. Zeman, to your point, to go through this document point by point and make a substitute motion. I think I heard from one of my other colleagues, Dr. Holness. But let me just point out where I am. I'm not in favor of a consulting agreement. I'll just be very clear. A. I'm not in favor of anything other than what I believe our former superintendent publicly said. And I think I'm going to quote the words, and I know legally that means something. Quote, our former superintendent has a medical condition that requires him to spend time now with his family, unquote. Furthermore, the immediate health condition is stated publicly. I actually have a question to our council, because I know we've tried to blend the two things together, but I also have some other questions that will separate the two out. Has the condition gone away to your knowledge, and is there a liability that opens this district up? Because it appears that our former superintendent has reneged on his public comments to the board. Do you know that?
Ms. Batista.
So your first, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So the first question is whether the health condition has gone away?
I just asked, are you aware of anything going away from the public comments stated on the record when I believe our former superintendent sat in that chair from our then superintendent? Are you aware of anything changing since that point?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Are you also aware if our former superintendent of schools has visited, and this may be a question for our chief of technology or whoever the appropriate person is. I know immediately following that board meeting, I believe the then superintendent immediately left the building. Is that correct? Someone tell me, I don't know.
Dr. Wanza.
I do believe that Dr. Licata did leave at some point during the business day, but I'm not sure that it was immediately after he exited the dais, but it was at some point during the business day.
Got it. And council, the intent at that point and state of mind of the board and the then superintendent was an immediate, quote, accepting of the retirement that the board took, I believe, in its motion, along with not accepting the initial date that was proffered by one side, but the other side, 9 of us, actually said something different from what I recall. That was a collective action of the body, not accepting the full initial offer from the client, the person on the other side. Is that the way you understood that?
Yes,
Okay.
Madam Chair. That's the way that I understood it. I think that in addition to that, there is no entitlement to 20 weeks of severance pursuant to the retirement provision of the Dr. Licata's employment agreement. While,
I agree.
And this goes back to the negotiations, so while Dr. Licata did make a statement initially, he read a statement from a letter stating that his desire was to retire in December of this year. It seemed from the proceedings that day that he had retracted from that date and wished to not continue to perform the functions of the superintendent of schools as of April 16th.
Rich, so can you repeat the last part of, it is your view that the former superintendent retreated from what?
From the retirement date of December 2024.
Got it. So there was an initial mutual agreement on a, quote, retirement, but subsequently there was some change or deviation from the other side, from Dr. Licata. Is that correct?
That is my perception, yes.
Got it. But the board already took some action, I think all 9 of us, whatever the vote was, on April 16th. Is that correct?
Right. So on April 16th, my perception is that there was the motion that was made and what was passed 8-1 by the board was for a mutual separation, to negotiate a mutual separation between Dr. Licata and the board. And under the mutual separation process and provision of the employment agreement, it does not entitle Dr. Licata to 20 weeks of severance. It's whatever the parties agree to.
Okay. So let me be clear, Dr. Zeman, about where I'm at. So no, I don't support, and I think all of us have heard our counsel, who represents the board collective. We've already taken action that is very clear that we accept the retirement of our former superintendent. That's point number 1. Number 2, I don't believe that we need the former superintendent to provide any consulting services to the district, because I think we have an org chart, and the person's not sitting there, that we're going to be talking about soon, that I believe redirects a lot of these same functions that we're talking about. So I agree with some of those comments you've already made, Madam Chair. So I'm not in favor of that. I'm also not in favor of, similar to the chair, the special advisor during leadership, special advisor, special advisor, special advisor. I think we got 20 special advisors already down there who do a great job. And I don't believe that we need an additional special advisor serving this district, because I think we just said we have a superintendent and we have a team of special advisors who all serve in the senior leadership team. Dr. Zeman, and I'm only referring to you because you asked the ultimate questions, I'm not in favor of the non-disparagement clause because, clearly I think that all of us have our own freedom of speech, and there are some other protections that I know we all have. And I've talked to our counsel, but I'll do it openly because I believe the prior agreement and clause that was included was not the most prudent for the district. I don't believe this one will be prudent as well, so clearly I won't be supporting that. And there are a few other things in here in terms of dates and times, but where I'm at, colleagues, is on April 16th, let me speak for me, that's when I knew that the superintendent was stepping down, okay? So on the 16th of April, in my mind, that for me will trigger a notice. Whatever we decide today, I will use April 16th going forward. So to be both compassionate in your words, but also prudent to the taxpayers, for me, that's what makes the most sense for me, using the April 16th date as the starting place, and then we figure it out. I'm not in favor, personally, of anything longer than a 60-day period, because we have a multi-million-dollar gap, A. We have staff that we're going to be talking about, I believe, whenever we get to it soon, B. And I don't want to add any additional liability to this district that we don't need. Now, because there are two sides to the equation, our council and the other side, if they don't agree to it, there's another remedy this board can deal with. So I'm ready to do all of the above at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Mrs. Pham?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at the big picture of what happened in April, when Dr. Licata announced that he was going to be leaving, it was my understanding, and if you check the record, he said that his intent was to retire in December. That's my recollection. We can pull the record and see if I'm incorrect. Based on that, after that, someone jumped forward and they actually seized that opportunity. I don't know if we intentionally or unintentionally as a board used that to, in my opinion, literally push him out. Really. Because his intent was clear. It was to retire in December. So at this point, what I'm fearful of is that this man is entitled to FMLA, and if he wants to go on a Family Medical Leave Act, he's protected by that, and or if he feels that he can continue on at this point till December, I don't think that we just push him out. I don't. And there's several reasons for that. One, based on his contribution to this community. I think he's definitely an asset. And secondly, I think that we're in such a tumultuous time where we have three major issues floating above our head. One, we have the charter school settlement. Two, we have the redefining the schools. And three, we have budgetary issues and concerns. So we have a lot on our plate, and we need to be very gentle in how we proceed, because we need different contributions from different people, I think, to get there. And right now, I feel like we're back on shaky water with it. Is this Dr. Hepburn's plan? Is this Dr. Licata's plan? You know, in the direction the school's going, the district, I should say. But most importantly, and I'm going to defer to you, Ms. Batista. Do we have a firm footing based on what Dr. Licata said on that day? I intend to retire in December, to take alternative actions that would not result in detrimental legal consequences.
Ms. Batista.
So that's an excellent question, Mrs. Pham. First of all, let me address the FMLA issue, just so that there is no confusion. To be able to qualify or be eligible for FMLA, you need to be employed for 1 full year. So that's number one. So I think the board remembers, as you do, that the letter that was read by Dr. Licata did mention the date of December 2024 as the date that he was planning on retiring. As the discussion with the board proceeded that day, I believe it became apparent that the superintendent no longer wanted to be acting as the superintendent of schools as of that day. I think Mr. Alston read some of the statements that were made. And so based upon that and based upon the action of the board, don't believe it was an issue of pushing anyone out. I think it was an issue of being true to what the desires of the parties were, as were perceived by everyone at that moment, and those were that there would be a mutual separation and some negotiations that would take place to figure out what the superintendent and the board would be willing to negotiate and what benefits and another anything else that the board wanted to provide and that Dr. Licata wanted to accept.
So just for clarification, I just want to recap it for some people that might not get the full picture. So what you're saying, in a legal sense, there was a meeting of the minds and where there was a mutual agreement that a mutual solution would come up. So it shifted from the retirement to that agreement, and then from that point, it took on another life of its own. So without any legal ramifications to the district, we're clear? We're in good space?
Ms. Batista.
It is difficult to say that, what ramifications are to the district, it all depends on whether the parties agree or come to a mutual agreement as to what the provisions of the agreement would be. So that's, I think is something important to consider. So I can't, opine to say that there are no, what is going to happen next is a difficult question to answer at this point.
Just one final question. Have we exposed ourselves to litigation? That's all I want to know. If there's any action that we've taken that have exposed us to litigation.
Ms. Batista.
again, I think it depends on how, how we're still negotiating the agreement. The board is discussing the agreement right now. Superintendent is here. I think it depends on what the ultimate agreement becomes. Whether someone can sue the district. I mean, as I always say, if you have the amount of money that required to file a lawsuit, you can go across the street and file a lawsuit. Whether there are grounds for that, that's a different story. That's a different way of looking at it. And under these circumstances, I do not believe that there is any grounds for a lawsuit.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we're in a safe space. Thank you.
Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I just wanted to say a couple of things. When I argued a few months ago about the 20 weeks, it was for termination without cause, because when we ask someone to come here, we ask them to move, we ask them to change their life, or when we accept them to come. And we've been in a place where when you terminate someone without cause, it really could be just because you don't like them that day. You don't have to give a reason. So that's why I was fighting for the 20 weeks. What happened on April 16th was not a termination without cause. It was a separation of mutual agreement. It started off as a retirement. Through the process of the discussion, the only thing in the contract where you negotiate is mutual separation. Everything else is pretty laid out for what happens. So when we agreed that we would negotiate, then that clearly was a mutual separation. So I still believe in a termination without cause should have those guardrails in standard industries, but that's for a different conversation. So I also agree that consulting doesn't make sense. I think that we have people doing those jobs already, but like I said over and over, I want to be fair to Dr. Licata. I want to be compassionate for the situation he's in, but I also want to be fiscally responsible to our taxpayers. So an overall idea here is that I believe that we should keep him on till July 1st. That looks like what is in the contract. I'm okay with that, but I have a problem with it being at his current rate. But I do know that if we're agreeing to 60 days notice, that's pretty close to the 60 days, and I think there's a reason July 1st was picked. It's not too far out from the 60 days, so I would be okay with getting rid of the consulting part, but keeping him until July 1st. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to be sure that, and I know that Ms. Batista emphasized this before, but I know that if it was termination without cause, there would have been a 20 weeks severance that would have cost us almost $60,000 more than what's in the original item. So I would like for Ms. Batista to reiterate to us that, for one, well, I guess the question is this termination without cause, or is this classified as mutual separation? And are we subjecting ourselves to any sort of legal ramifications? Should we proceed differently from, or does Dr. Licata have the option, which he does, but are we in any position where we can have legal ramifications if we do things differently that is not acceptable to Dr. Licata?
Ms. Batista.
So the provision that we are under in this, that we are negotiating under in the agreement, is the mutual separation. That is, as Mrs. Hickson stated, that's the only provision that requires the parties to negotiate. Had there been a termination without cause, it would be an automatic, there would be no need for negotiation. You automatically receive 60 days notice from the board to the employee and 20 weeks of severance. That is not clearly what happened. That was not the motion that was passed by the board. So that, I hope that answers your question.
Okay, so just for my own comfort level, is there any concern that we should have at this point that we can be subjected to any sort of legal issues with regards to how we vote today?
Ms. Batista?
So again, I do not represent Dr. Licata. Therefore, I do not know whether, he wishes to file a lawsuit against the district. That I cannot tell you. All I can share with you is that from what we are discussing here today, from what happened on April 16th, there is a motion that was approved by the board, and that motion was for mutual separation, and that is what we're proceeding under. There was a negotiation pursuant to that clause, and we're still negotiating that item.
Okay, so my next question is, in the role of a special advisor, is this continuing to July 1st, or what is the, we don't know, is that?
The agreement right now speaks to Dr. Licata continuing as a special advisor until July 1st.
Until July 1st, okay. Thank you.
Ms. Rupert?
I've been following it that way. So after July 1st, what is the expectation? Right, I'm just...
Ms. Batista?
According to the agreement before you, the expectation would be that from July 2nd until the beginning of September, Dr. Licata would function as a consultant.
At the same salary he's currently making?
At the same rate, at the same weekly rate, based on a pro rata share of the current salary, yes.
And that would be entitled with the insurance with it, obviously, or no?
I'm sorry? Say that
He'd
again?
still be entitled to health insurance?
No. Under the consulting agreement, you are a consultant, therefore you're no longer an employee, you're not entitled to any benefits under that process. He would be entitled to notice, so right now, Dr. Licata does not have health insurance through the district. However, there would be a notice that would go out to him as when he separates from being an employee. There is a federal notice that is required, and he would have the option at that point, if he wanted to do something related to COBRA, but that's separate and apart from being a consultant.
Okay, I think I figured that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fogelman, do you want to speak? This is round one.
Round one, sure. Okay, thank you very much, Chair. So I think looking at this separation agreement, I think I was very clear with my comments about the process that this board took, the process that we decided on. I'm looking at a new superintendent, how we're going to separate from this one. Like I said, I think the whole process is extremely messy, and I'm not happy with it. It feels like that we now entrusted a new superintendent to step in and take the seat. And when we talk about a consulting agreement and a smooth transition, it almost feels like we're getting a superintendent with training wheels. And we do not trust the person that we put into that seat, and we're almost making it loud and clear that we don't trust that person and we don't believe that that person is capable of doing the job. Even though I was the one vote against the process, I still believe we should entrust the person that sits in that seat to fully do the job by themselves. If that person's in that seat, I believe that that superintendent could always hire a consultant of their choosing when they want, if they need me, right? So to me, it's almost making it clear that putting somebody there, but we don't trust you to do it, so we're going to get you some assistance. Also, my fear is when we separate from the district, and general counsel, you could help me with this. A board member, we serve our term, or we were to leave, if cabinet was to leave, to quit, get let go, what timeline do we have that we cannot work with this district or do business with this district? If Daniel Fogenholy was to resign today, would I be able to do business with this district, or do I have any constraints with doing business?
Ms. Batista?
So pursuant to the ethics code, there is a sit-out period that you must be away from the district for, I believe it's 2 years, is what the law provides.
Got it. And that is for board members and cabinet, correct?
That's for board members and employees of the
Got it.
district.
So would that include a superintendent as well?
That includes the superintendent, but there would be, so as a process, there would be no prohibition from an ethical perspective with a consulting agreement, because that's part of the separation process.
Understood. So with the separation, so of course that alone would already find a loophole or a way around what we would have to serve if we were to leave, or superintendent were to leave the district. That's a way around it, right? Because it's part of the separation. So it wouldn't be caught to that. So as a consultant, he wouldn't be an employee of this district no longer, correct?
That is correct.
So what would be preventing him, if the previous superintendent was to have a good relationship with the current superintendent and the district, and doing business with, let's say, developers or businesses that are out there, what is stopping them from paying him as well from getting deals with the district?
Batista?
There would be there's nothing requiring or not requiring outside vendors to pay or not pay. So it's up to that relationship with that person.
Understood. So we're giving the golden key to Broward County schools to someone to go out and wheel and deal this district. And that's what that felt like. We are allowing someone to stay in our building, walk around and act like a superintendent when they're not, and also be able to bring in whoever they want and talk about whatever deals with the key to the kingdom. I'm not okay with that at all. And if we're going to trust our superintendent and Superintendent Hepburn, then we have to show that for real. And if anyone thinks that we need a consultant or any training or any help, that is an easy vote in showing that you do not trust our current superintendent and that person is not qualified, and that is not fair to Dr. Hepburn. I believe we need to talk about, now let me ask this. So if we were to, General Counsel, I'm going to ask this question again. If we were to fire this superintendent or the previous superintendent with cause, whatever the case is or whatever action that this board does, like you said, you can go across the street and start a lawsuit if you want to, will that person be getting paid by this district while that lawsuit is going on?
Ms. Batista?
No, Madam Chair, there would be no payment because there would be a separation at that point.
It would be a separation immediately. This board and this district will not be paying that individual. And if that person decides to go to a lawsuit or litigation, they would be paying out of pocket, correct? We wouldn't be responsible for that payment or any lawyers or anything in that situation.
Right. The only time that you would be, that the district would have to pay monies is in the event that there could be if they have to show, the person, Dr. Licata, would have to show that there was a breach of contract, and then there would be damages that would come from that process. But other than that, no, he would not be paid while the lawsuit is pending, and he would have to pay his lawyer out of pocket as well.
Understood. So I believe that I'm not going to act out of fear as one board member of any litigation or any lawsuit. I'm going to do the right thing by Broward County and the taxpayers of this district. And I, for one, am sick and tired of losing money and just wasting money to people that are walking out here. And I understand that. I wish them the best. But this is, in a situation, what are we doing to do the right thing? So I am 100% anti a consulting agreement. That is not right. Like I said, it's going to be a firestorm of just money going on, and especially an interesting time of when we're talking about closing schools in certain neighborhoods, talking about selling land. Not a good time. In my opinion, it seems a little coincidental. So, Chair, that's where I'm at, and yeah, I'd like to hear from my colleagues as well. So continue on. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm going to go back to my points, and thank you very much for my colleagues for sharing their thoughts and ideas. We're at a point where we want to honor the service of Dr. Licata. We want to show our caring and compassion for someone who's announced that he's going through some medical issues. And we want to balance in this agreement a compensation that both serves the students of Broward County with the outstanding talents of Dr. Licata, but still recognizes the fiscal realities that we're in today. And I'm going to make a motion, Chair, and I appreciate the format that you provided. But as a substitute motion, let me explain it first, and then I'll make the formal language. The idea is to strike the consultant agreement, as our chair has suggested, but to set up a period between May 13th and the last day of the summer, August 9th. Clean break, where we start the next year with a new superintendent. The compensation to Dr. Licata would stay the same. We pay him through July 1st, which is a very important date, and we pay him for the next 6 weeks while he helps us transition the SMART program, helps us train the new people. In particular, we have a new COO who's acting as a chief facilities officer, who is a brilliant, decorated veteran, number one, but also brilliant in her past roles around the country as a COO of schools, but would benefit tremendously from the domain knowledge that Dr. Licata has. So it's not just 9 months and plus time in Broward, but it's almost 30 years in Palm Beach. So knowing South Florida could help her and other people considerably. And again, this is a compromise solution. I'm not trying to make it perfect, because there's no perfect here. One side's going to argue for 20 and 60. The other side's going to say 60, it's it. And other people are going to say, hey, April 16th, we separated. We're done. So what I'm trying to find is a way to do this in a way, and I am going to propose striking all non-disparagement. I find that cowardly, frankly. If Dr. Licata wants to say Zeman's an idiot, then say it. I'm good. I have been an idiot. So if you want to, let it go. I have nothing negative to say about your service, sir, and I am glad for your service here. And I, as the chair pointed out earlier, my thoughts are about your health and your happiness far more than this. But what this would end up costing us is the 60 days getting him to July 1st and $40,000. It's not an exorbitant amount of money. It's a way of honoring the service and saying, let's find something in the middle that works for all. So, Chair, my motion, if you don't mind, I move to strike sections 2, 3, and 4 of the consultant agreement between the School Board of Broward County and Dr. Licata, and to amend the separation agreement by striking every reference it has to the consulting agreement. In addition, on page 2 of 11, section 4, replace all of section 4 with the following. While employed by School Board of Broward County as special advisor, Dr. Licata will continue to receive his pro rata salary, less appropriated deductions for employment and income tax withholdings and employee benefits available to all other 12-month employees from May 13th to August 9th, 2024. In addition, strike all references to non-disparagement, primarily Section 38 of this agreement. Thank you, Chair.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved by Zeman, second by Holness. Public comment on the motion? On the motion.
Yes, Chris Nelson, Fort Lauderdale. I do agree with this motion that we need to strike this, the consulting agreement, because I looked this up, and I'm reading in Sun Sentinel. Scott Travis has a great article up today that some board members have questioned Licata's duty since the transition and who he reports to. He's been showing up to the district's administration office daily and working from an office on the first floor. However, Dr. Licata is helping with the transition established by the school board during the April 16th board meeting, John Sullivan said, redefining CPS initiative or to close or repurpose schools. However, Licata said on May 14th, text to the district advisory chairwoman, he hasn't been involved in that effort recently. And Ms. Pierre Grant, the chairwoman of the diversity committee, eloquently stated this at the town hall. So yeah, I agree with this. I echo what Dan said, what board member Foganoli said. That like what exactly is he doing? Is he going to be doing? It's very troubling, especially at this time when we're doing all this stuff that involves major money going on with the repurposing or closing of schools. And this is nothing personal. This board, you need to look at this very non-emotionally. And I know I'm an emotional person, so I get it. It's not easy. All right. But I like that with Dr. Zeman. I like it with Dan. I like it with Tori. That you have some people up here that really know how to look at this non-emotionally. It's nothing personal. It's not. But you have to look at this as like you're a board of a corporation. And you have to be very dispassionate about this. And your goal is not to make Dr. Licata feel good or tell him he's great. I hope I see him out in the community. I'm glad he's coming to Broward. I hope I see him out places at restaurants. I'll say hi, well, whatever. But in this situation, your client, okay, the people that you're supposed to protect are the taxpayers. The people that live in condo buildings that we have to pay the massive amounts of money. The biggest chunk of our property taxes goes to you guys, goes to the Broward School Board. So that's who you have to be thinking about and remove feelings from this whole thing. So I agree with Dr. Zeman's motion. I look forward to hearing a board member comment on it, specifically from board member Alston, board member Foganoli, well, all of you. So I hope you pass this motion. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hello. Okay, thank you. Just a few comments. I kind of want to echo a little bit of what I heard right there. When I saw this, I guess I'll open with, how did we get here? It's messy now. It's messy. We have to kind of figure our way. We have to ask, are we opening ourselves up to litigation? Why? Why is the process in place not good enough? Probably emotions got the better of us. Probably we knee-jerk reacted upon an announcement, and now we got ourselves into a pickle. You choose one direction, the public is going to, further trust will be eroded. Choose the other direction, could get some litigation. In corporate America, we don't do it this way. We don't. There's a process in place to cover you for this. But knee-jerk reactions put us in this position. At least we're trying to do the recovery effort, so I think what Dr. Zeman is putting forth, and I see the conversation going probably in the right direction now. But again, to echo the comments I heard here, you have a process in place, you should follow it, and avoid eroding the public trust because we're doing knee-jerk emotional reactions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I agree with the motion, and I appreciate Dr. Zeman trying to find a middle ground. No disrespect. I always start with no disrespect, but it ends up sounding disrespectful anyway. So no disrespect to the former superintendent, but I'm glad that we're trying to strike out this consulting, because if the initial retirement was because of health issues, so you're well now to do consulting. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying, why are we spending extra money? If the person is leaving for health issues, then you move on and leave for health issues. I think personally you guys should have agreed to the December 20, whatever date he gave initially, so we could have cut ties then. But I appreciate the motion, Dr. Zeman. I see that you're trying to kind of build a bridge, and I hope that the rest of your colleagues can jump on that too, so we can kind of move on. Thank you.
See no other public speakers? Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate the difficult decision and debate and discussion that you're having. Glenn Torsevia again, representing Dr. Licata. I wanted to clear up a couple of things. Dr. Licata pretended his resignation effective December 31st. He remains willing to serve as your superintendent until December 31st. You all made the decision to negotiate with somebody else and hire somebody else. So I need to put it out there that he remains willing to serve as your superintendent. He has not resigned. He has not resigned. And I never said the word resigned. So that is not out on the table. There is a mutual separation clause, and that's what we attempted to do. Litigation is not a place that Dr. Licata wants to be. We never threatened litigation. A good plaintiff's lawyer would see tons of potential lawsuits, from breach of contract to age discrimination, et cetera. That's not where we want to be. We want to come to a mutual agreement we thought we had. Didn't really expect that we'd be renegotiating in public. Appreciate Dr. Zeman's compromise motion. I really do appreciate that. I think you're on a good track there. We certainly would want to talk about that if that's the motion that gets passed. But I just wanted to make it clear that Dr. Licata remains willing. Now, avoiding the litigation, there's really three options. One, you pay 20 weeks, and nobody wants to do that. And Dr. Licata was looking to serve instead of receive 20 weeks in pay. That's why he offered his services. And the second way is retire, effective December 31st. But then you probably wouldn't keep Dr. Hepburn, which is what you were trying to accomplish. So you're trying to do a lot of things on that one meeting. Some of them are kind of mutually exclusive. You can't say to one guy, well, you're going to be the new superintendent, and the other guy, well, you're not going to be, but we're not really terminating you, but you're not going to be the superintendent. You're either, it's that old saying, you're either pregnant or you're not. You can't say he's your superintendent or he's not, one or the other. So we hope we come to a mutual solution. That's what we'd like. Dr. Zeman, again, I appreciate your efforts at trying to find that middle ground. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Zeman, I appreciate the motion. I just have a couple of things. In regards to the second part of your motion for the non-disparagement, removing that completely, I would personally like to see that go until December 31st, because Dr. Licata's health may improve. He may want to apply somewhere else for something, and I think that it's imperative that on both sides that we're not saying anything negative, neither him to us or us to him. So I was wondering if you will accept a friendly amendment, and if not, if you would be willing to separate the two into two motions so I can vote in support of the part of the motion that I agree with.
May I respond, Chair?
Yes, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not willing to separate, and here's why. When Dr. Licata, according to this motion, wraps things up on August 9th and decides with his health improving under what we'd all really hope for, he applies for a job. If we're under a non-disparagement, our reference means nothing because we're not allowed to be honest. And so the actual elimination of non-disparagement allows us to give a reference to Dr. Licata for the work that he's done and for all the other things that we observed outside of work. So in your specific case, the non-disparagement clause would, his next employer wouldn't ask us for a reference because we're not allowed to say our honest views. In the absence of non-disparagements, they would ask us for a reference, and we could talk about the service that Dr. Licata did for it. So part of what I'm trying to do in putting all three of these pieces together, no to the consultant, yes to continuing, but just until August 9th and at current salary, which is some degree of compromise by the board, and then non-disparagement. I'm trying to create kind of the conditions that would not create any reaction from Dr. Licata and his legal team, and would allow us to stand in front of the public and say we did the right thing in balancing all these kind of competing things. I think his lawyer's comments, his most recent comments, are really pertinent. There's a lot of stuff going on. And what I'd like to do, in the chair's word, is land the plane, in a place where we can all look around and say, well, it's not the worst place. It may not be perfect for any party, but it's a good one. The non-disparagement bothers me morally. And it bothers me because I'd like anyone that works for Broward County Schools to be able to have comments about me. And I don't want to ever tie anybody's hands. If a student advisor, a superintendent, a teacher, says this school board member, did something that I find inappropriate, I want to be able to say that. That's really important to me. And so that's my big kind of moral issue with any non-disparagement. So I'd like to keep it all together and see what the will of the board is. Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Madam Chair, it's Leonardi. Could I be on the list to speak, please?
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Leonardi.
Okay. I didn't, obviously comment during the first round, and I appreciate Dr. Zeman putting this motion forward. And I happen to agree with the idea of eliminating the non-disparagement for the same reasons that he stated. I support eliminating the consultant agreement. I don't think that Dr. Licata should be paid at the rate at his current rate for any period of time moving forward. He's not conducting the duties of a superintendent. And I say that, I said that he is the best superintendent I've worked with. That is true. Hopefully Dr. Hepburn can move that needle forward even more. But I don't support a golden parachute for any superintendent leaving X.
Okay. Ms. Leonardi, we are having trouble hearing you, so we're going to call you back.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, wait. Okay. We'll go to the next speaker, Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Zeman, for trying to compromise. I still think the July 1st date is a better date to end it. It's closer to the 60 days. And I just want to say, I have a very good relationship with Dr. Licata, but I'm very offended by some of the comments that were made here. He was not willing to stay till December 31st. Let's just be honest about that. There were conversations that were had where we knew that was not what he really, he wanted to stay forever. He just had some, he has medical issues and his family was pushing him to be out of here sooner. So I'm offended. At that conversation, we did not terminate him without cause. If we had a motion, it passed, he agreed with it. A number of people walked over to ask him if he was okay with it. I sat right here and he said yes. It was a mutual separation, which leads us to negotiation. It is the only thing we could have negotiated. If any of those things that you said were true, we wouldn't be here having this discussion. So my button was pushed. I don't typically get offended, but I just have to say that it's offensive that you came back to us with that because we didn't do this. We all would have been happy for him to stay the whole 3 years. None of us really wanted to get rid of him. We asked, a number of people said, can't he just stay till the 31st? When asked, he said, no, he was good with this. So please don't give the impression that we did something that we didn't do. So, and I'm good with the rest of what you said, but I think July 1st makes more sense. Thank you.
Ms. Leonardi?
Can you guys hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know how much you heard from my last statement, so I'll just try to be concise. I appreciate the motion that was put forward. I do not support consultant agreement. I do not support compensation at the rate of superintendent. I do not support a golden parachute for any superintendent, how excellent they may have been. As has been stated here today multiple times, we are servants to the taxpayers and the students and residents of Broward County. So, I think that we need to be very prudent, and I appreciate the different motions that have been put forward today by my colleagues to be able to do that. And I agree with Ms. Hickson's comments about reiterating that this was a mutual separation, that this is to be negotiated. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any of my colleagues, Ms. Charleston?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually doing a big smile, and I was trying to hold it in, but the Vice Chair actually was spot on for this one. So, Dr. Zeman, I appreciate the compromise. I can't support the motion. I support 90% of the spirit, since we like spirits here, but there's about 10% that I think is the most critical. One is the timing. Two is the salary piece, and I think, or at least someone else mentioned that. Those are critically important to me. So I'm going to pause. I know we can go round and around on this. I think we probably should put it to a vote, Madam Chair. And then what I recommend, whatever passes, our council needs to publicly ask the opposing council, do they support the motion, whether it's yes or no, because then that will give the board a signal for what else we may or may not need to do. All right, so I'm going to pause.
Okay, does any of my other colleagues need to speak before we vote? Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. I wanted to say that I agreed with the July 1st, no consulting, and ready to vote.
Dr. Zeman, can you repeat your motion?
Yes, Chair, before I repeat a point of order, as this motion is on the floor, I think it is non-amendable by the person that put it up. Is that correct?
Ms. Batista?
Madam Chair, so based upon the discussions that the maker of the motion has heard, it is amendable.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
So what I'd like to do is to, for my colleagues, amend the April 9th to July 1st, and I'll read it in full if you're ready, Chair.
Yes, please.
I move to strike sections 2, 3, and 4 of the consultant agreement between the School Board of Broward County and Peter Licata, striking every reference to a consulting agreement. In addition, on page 2 of 11, section 4, replace that entire section with, while employed by School Board of Broward County as special advisor, Dr. Licata will continue to receive his current salary plus appropriate deductions for employment and income tax, withholdings, and employment benefits available to other 12-month employees from May 13th to July 1st, 2024. Further, on page 10 of 11, section 38 is struck in entirety, eliminating all mention of non-disparagement.
Thank you. Mr. Alston?
Yes, if possible. So, because I know, sounds like there is 95% agreement, but there's still the one bigger piece, and I know you prudently kept it in, around the special advisor, current salary of the former superintendent at $350 is still in your motion, but I think I heard a majority, and I think you did too, signal that I don't think that they want to keep that. So, you can do how you wish. I just prefer if you separate that out, that would allow us to have that conversation.
Yeah, again, I feel like we're already at the very thin edge of prompting litigation.
I got it.
And I feel like reducing pay is a unnecessary step at this point. We're basically doing the 60 days plus a couple of weeks so that he hits a critical gate at July 1st. I'd like him to leave at the current pay. Thank you, though.
Thank you. I do have a question for staff. What is, on page 2 of 2, or based on Dr. Zeman's motion, what's the financial impact?
Madam Chair, if it's okay, Mrs. Matuala is calculating it. Right.
Also, please make sure that Dr. Licata has a copy of the motion. Yes.
May I ask Dr. Zeman a clarifying question? I believe you initially said August 9th. Did you say that the second time, or did you have a different date?
I changed August 9th to July 1st.
You changed August 9th to July 1st, all right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're just waiting on the calculation of the financial impact. Dr. Zeman, can you just clarify when you say strike through sections 2, 3, and 4? What page are you on?
Stand by, I'm sorry, 1 second, please, Chair.
It's just really removing any language related to the consulting agreement.
Page 1 of 11 is, 2 is the consultant services, 3 is consultant services,
Yes.
and 4 is comp and invoicing. Those would be struck under this current thing. And again, the motion would have to be translated into the appropriate sections. For example, when we say strike all non-disparagement, it occurs in several places. So it's a motion that would require some action by our general counsel and obviously in negotiations with the other side.
No
Yes, sir.
negotiation.
Do you need more?
There's no negotiation.
Ms. Batista?
Right, yeah. So, just want to be clear. So is the intent of the motion that the consulting agreement is struck?
Yes.
Correct? And then when you're speaking of sections 2, 3, and 4, what you're speaking about is removing any language that refers to the consulting agreement in the separation agreement. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then when you are speaking about the leadership transition from May 13th until July 1st at the current salary, is that at the current salary plus benefits or with benefits that are for the same as 12-month employees?
It'd be for the benefits at the 12-month employees.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Dr. Wanza?
Ms. Matawala?
Through the chair. Through the chair.
Yes.
So the compensation from April 16th through July 1st as an employee of the district will be about $142,000.
That's not right. Wait.
From April 16th through July 1st.
Unless it's all, it's not just salary.
Okay, and is there anything else more to that?
Well, we've already paid from April 16th through May 12th, so that's about $39,000.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, but those numbers don't add up, Chair. I wonder if you could decompose your calculations for us, Ms. Matawala?
So is my understanding correct that he would be an employee of the district from April 16th through July 1st?
2.5 months.
So the estimated compensation, including vacation, sick, and everything, is about $142,000.
So can I,
Ms.
can I-
Batista?
can I clarify?
Ms. Batista?
So there has been a portion that has already been paid to Dr. Licata, so that portion would stay the same at this point. Your motion, which starts on, and I have, maybe this is a clarification question as well. I thought you were going from May 14th, which is part of what the motion that the chair made, May 13th forward, then it would be at the benefit level as other 12-month employees. Okay, so when we're doing the calculations from April 16th up to the monies that he's already been paid, that would be an amount which I think is some $39,000 or something like that?
Yes, so let me repeat, from April 16th through July 1st would be about $142,000. Less what's already paid is $39,000, and then the remaining owed would be about $103,000.
If I could, Chair,
Actually,
could you break down the $103,000 into components for us, Ms. Matawala?
Dr. Wanza?
Ms. Matawala, can we break down what the $103,000 represents?
Okay, so the salary, first of all, accrued vacation and sick is about $28,500. The salary, the compensation from April 16th through July 1st includes salary, car allowance, medical reimbursement, FRS, TSA, life and disability insurance, and that adds up to $110,000. So that's a total of $138,800. I'm just speaking rough estimates. The attorney fees of $3,000, which is about $141,800. Compensation that's already paid from April 16 through May 12th is 39,000. So the net owed is 102,600.
Okay. So the clarification is that the payment of 39,000, that includes all of the benefits that the superintendent had in his employment agreement.
Correct.
Beginning on that date, you said that that was part of your calculation now. That should not be part of the calculation now, because the motion is that after May 13th, May 13th, that it would be at the same level as other 12-month employees. So you have to take that out. You have to take the car allowance and all of that out from May 13th, excuse me, until July 1st. And the TSA as well.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Alston?
I think we understand the spirit. I don't think we're trying to figure out 142 versus 130, 120, right? I think there's some bigger questions, so we can wait for the final numbers if the motion passes. I don't know if it does, Dr. Zeman, based on, so can we just put it up for a vote? Because I think the elements are, I think the biggest question still is on salary, which Dr. Zeman, I know you're not budging, but everything else sounds like there's agreement. So can we just maybe put it for a vote?
Does any other board members have questions? You ready to vote?
Yeah.
Okay, roll call.
Okay. Roll call. Ms. Aladeff?
No.
Mr. Alston?
No.
Ms. Pham?
No.
Mr. Foganholly?
No.
Ms. Hickson?
Yes.
Dr. Holness?
No.
Ms. Leonardi? Ms. Rupert?
No.
Dr. Zeman?
Yep.
Motion fails 6-2, 2-6.
All right, Madam Chair? Let me
Yes,
try to
Mr.
keep this
Alston.
going. So let me put a motion on the four that I think we agree on. Let's kind of do that. Or Dr. Zeman, you want to take it? It was your motion. Why don't you do the four that we agree on?
Actually, given that this motion, which was a substitute motion, failed, we're back to the original motion from the chair.
Okay, we can, well, okay. We'll have a different, okay, let's put it up for a vote. Let's keep it
Okay,
moving.
so my motion is to strike Part 2, consultant agreement between the School Board of Broward County, Florida, and Peter B. Licata, PhD, of the requested action and to amend the separation agreement by striking every reference it has to consulting agreement. Roll call.
All right, that's just only one piece.
Starting with Mr.
That's
Alston.
fine. Yes, I support striking that one thing.
Ms. Pham?
This first motion that the chair made.
The consultant
The
agreement.
consult,
portion.
yeah. Agree, yes.
Mr. Foganholly?
Yes.
Ms. Hickson?
Yes.
Dr. Holness?
No.
Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah.
Ms. Rupert?
Yes.
Dr. Zeman?
Yes.
Ms. Aladeff?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-1.
Okay. Now go to my second motion. I move on page 2 of 13, number 4, the last sentence, while employed by SBBC as special advisor, Dr. Licata will continue to receive his prorated current salary less appropriate deductions for employment and income tax withholdings and employee benefits available to other 12-month employees starting on May 13th, 2024. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Aldeff, second by Rupert. Public comment on the motion?
Seeing, come on, Chris.
Yes, Chris Nelson. I'd just kind of like to know what exactly Dr. Licata is going to be doing in this time, in this time. But I do support the motion. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Board member comment on the motion, Mrs. Dixon.
I'd like to make an amendment to the motion, and at the last sentence, say start or from May 13th, 2024 through July 1st, 2024.
Second. Been moved by Hickson, second by Rupert. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. So from May 13th to July, say that again, July 1st.
with the current salary, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Board member comment on the motion?
No,
On the
no
substitute
comment.
motion? Mrs. Rupert.
Where it says, for employment and income, blah, 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 with 12-month employees, would that be at the same fee as superintendent, or is it the same salary as the 12-month employees?
Ms. Batista?
That would be at the same rate of pay as the superintendent. This motion only speaks as to benefits.
Correct.
Thank you.
Point of clarification.
Ms. Pham?
Yeah, with your motion, you have that we struck out consulting agreement. What are we substituting that with? The word separation agreement?
Two different things.
Just struck.
Separate things.
Just removing it completely?
Yep, it's gone.
So it's just going to be referred to as the agreement?
Ms. Batista?
There is only one agreement before you now, which is the mutual separation agreement that supersedes the employment agreement. The consulting agreement has been stricken.
Right, there were two pieces. the
Just a point of
separation
order,
and then
Chair. It's a motion to amend, not a substitute motion.
Yes.
Yep. Motion to amend.
Motion to amend.
Are we still on page 1 of 11?
Gone.
No.
We voted no on that.
Okay, any other board member comment on my second motion that was amended by Mrs. Hickson? Yep, we're voting on the amendment, which is to change the date from May 13th to July 1st.
No,
Right.
it
July.
was to say from May
yeah,
13th to July, because it doesn't have an end date on your motion.
Okay.
The-
Roll, Ms. Batista.
So the motion does have an end date. The only portion that the motion that Mrs. Alhadeff made is speaking about is the starting date, to add that starting date, but everything else in the language of the agreement stays the same.
Oh, okay.
Which is, the end date is?
July 1st.
It's really confusing out of context here.
Okay. All right, well,
Um,
just, that's
so-
fine, so that just vote on the motion
Okay, roll call on the motion
to amend.
to amend.
Okay, we are beginning with Ms. Pham.
Ms. Pham?
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
Mr. Foganholly,
No.
Ms. Hickson,
Yes.
Dr. Holness,
No.
Ms. Leonardi.
No.
Just want to be clear, that was a no, Ms. Leonardi?
Correct.
Ms. Rupert,
No.
Dr. Zeman,
Yes.
Ms. Aladeff,
Yes?
Mr. Alston.
No.
Okay, motion
Motion
fails.
fails 6-3.
Okay. Would someone else like to make a motion?
Yes.
Mr. Olson?
Madam Chair. So it sounds like, let me go back to where I think we all agree, or where I thought I heard a majority agreement. So let me start with, I move that we remove all references to the non-disparagement clause as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Alston, second by Zeman. Public comment on the motion?
I don't want to get close to cutting myself off. I know I have a certain amount of time. Chris Nelson, I agree with this. There should never be these non-disparagement clauses in these things. I agree with Dr. Zeman because, I mean, you're talking about a position, you're in the public, and it's ridiculous having to refer to the last superintendent as VC and doing all this stuff. Because, you know, when you're talking about reflection of the past, sometimes you have to bring up that person. And to not be able to use their name, it's very First Amendment. And it'd be great to see this board do something pro First Amendment. So absolutely agree with Board Member Alston's motion.
Any other comments? Board member comment on the motion? Ms. Pham?
I absolutely concur, and I had written 2 pages down. If you look into the oath that we took when we were sworn in, it's about transparency. If you look throughout our policy rulings, it talks about transparency. How can we be transparent if we can't be honest? A disparaging agreement sets out that you can't speak the truth if it's negative. That's similar to me as a gag order. You cannot speak. How can we partner with the public? How can we communicate with the public when we can't say what truly happened or we can't say the truth? And the disparaging agreement goes both ways. And I'm in complete agreement with Dr. Zeman as well, that if you have something to say that's negative and it's true, that's fair game. If it's not true, then it's defamation. But if it's true, then that's fair game. And this is the other thing. People have to be accountable. You can't hold people accountable when you have to play nicey-nicey and talk fluffy. This is not what we're here for. We're to make sure that people do their jobs and they do it well. And we owe you that obligation, the public. And with this disparaging agreement, it handcuffs us. It ties our hands behind our back, and we cannot do that and hold people accountable. We have to sit here and smile and say, wow, got away with another one. Thank you.
Any other board member comment? Roll call. Roll call.
Yes.
Mr. Fogelno?
Yes.
Ms. Hickson?
Yes.
Dr. Holness?
No.
Ms. Leonardi?
Yes.
Ms. Rupert?
Yes.
Dr. Zeman?
Yes.
Ms. Aladeff?
Yes.
Mr. Alston?
Yes.
Ms. Pham?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-1.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Alston?
The next motion I'd like to offer is for there to be acknowledgement of the retirement notice on 4/16 by the board. Do we need to mutually agree on that, since that's been, or we've already taken action? So leave it, okay? Actually, no, take that off. Next motion, Madam Chair, is agreement on the end date of July 1st of the agreement that's before us.
Second.
Been moved by Alston, second by Fogelnholly. Public comment? Board member comment? Is that clarification on your motion, is that based on the superintendent's salary?
I have not touched salary yet. I'm going to save that for the last comment, and I haven't touched benefits yet, but I know that's a point of agreement, so that'll be my next motion.
Okay.
There's no motion because that's what's on the agreement.
Right.
Okay. Ms. Pham?
Yeah, I have a question for General Counsel, so through the chair. In reading the contract, it talks about a written agreement, separation, that upon the written agreement of the terms of separation. Since we don't have a signed separation agreement that's formal, I'm afraid to go back to this amount of weeks. So would you please clarify for me and perhaps other people that are concerned with the fact that a written contract that we have in front of us says a written
Counsel, could I help, Madam Chair?
separation?
So the motion that we pass by an overwhelming majority of the board says, I move that we accept Dr. Licata's retirement letter and move that we mutually move to separate immediately from him and authorize the chair to negotiate on those said agreements and contracts with both the former superintendent and the now new superintendent. So the key to your question is, we've mutually agreed to separate immediately when Dr. Licata sat in the middle of this dais, and there was mutual agreement. There was also mutual agreement on his approval of the next person that we're going to talk about. That was done publicly.
Makes me feel more comfortable. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other board member comments? Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, I just have a question of concern. I know the next item, which is BB5, is our superintendent agreement. And is there a reason the superintendent was not able to sit in on this meeting, since this particular item has nothing to do with the superintendent? The next one does.
He chose not to.
Ms. Batista? Dr. Wanzer?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Holness. Dr. Hepburn chose to not be in the room for this item. That's why I'm up here on the dais.
Okay, so I have another question in regards to that. Did he make this choice as a result of some sort of a consulting with legal counsel, or was this his personal choice? And how can we ascertain that?
So it is my understanding that it was his personal choice. Ms. Batista can speak for herself, or he can, but it is my understanding that it was his personal choice to not be in the room, and thus I was asked to come up on the dais.
Okay, so I have another question while Ms. Batista answered that question. Is it, if it was his choice to be in the room, is that within his right, within this particular item, to be here?
Ms. Batista?
So first of all, I am not Dr. Hepburn's attorney for purposes of the contract that will be before you later on. So I did not have any conversations with him related to whether he would, sit in for this item or not. That was up to the superintendent himself. And I don't know if he had any discussions with his own lawyer. And as far as whether or not he has the right to be here or not, that again is up to the discretion of the person serving you, whether they sit in on a particular item or not. That's up to them. Otherwise, they should sit here all the time throughout the board meetings.
Okay, I appreciate that response. So the reason for me asking these questions is because a part of our discussion in this particular item has to do with whether or not we believe the prior superintendent would be of some valuable support to the existing superintendent in a transition. Had that superintendent or current superintendent been here, then we could possibly get his input on the current role that the prior superintendent is serving and how that role would benefit him or not in his transition and how long that particular transition role would be. So I think his presence would have been really substantive in the current discussion that we're having, considering that there is no violation of any sort of protocol for him to be in this discussion. So I am concerned because I would like his input on the current role the prior superintendent is serving, and whether or not this will ease his transition and for what period of time.
Any other board member comment?
I think we take it to a vote. Because we're just debating, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, we're just debating the end date right now, right? We've said no to consultant agreement. We're going to still address the special advisor point in salary that's coming. So I hear you, because that's one of probably 3 major points we have left. So
Madam Chair, the motion, there is really no motion because the statement on the agreement already says that the end date is July 1st.
Okay. All right.
So then we don't need to
All right,
vote.
so I'll take that back. All right, next motion, Madam Chair.
Oh, wait, hold on. Will you remove your second? Remove.
Yes, I'll remove my second. Yes.
Okay, Mr.
So I think
Alston?
there's agreement on the employee benefits of May 13th to July 1, the same as all other 12-month employees. So we'll put that in the agreement.
That's your motion?
Yes.
The benefit.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Alston, second by Fognoli. Public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion? Fognoli?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And I understand that in the agreement, we talk about July 1st. But to the maker of the motion, I have to ask, what is it about July 1st? And my question, since we already have a superintendent that is in place, why are we going to wait till July 1st? That's just my question.
Mr. Alston?
Fair point. And by the way, remember, I proposed 60 days from April 16th. So I may, anyway, so that's the motion on the floor because I think I heard a majority there. So we'll see how it is. But I think the bigger point is, and maybe I can take the date out and maybe we just agree on the employee benefits and then we have a discussion on the date. I mean, if that's doable, because I'm not, similar to Zeman, I don't want to, I'm trying to get us moving here. All right, you know what, let's do this. Let me remove the date portion. I think we all agree, employee benefits, the same as 12-month employees, and then we can do another round on date, unless, right?
Beginning on May.
Beginning, right, correct. Beginning May 13th, definitely. The end date we can discuss separately. All right, is that fair? Yes? All right, so remove the July 1. Let's put the period the same way it is after May 13th. Employee benefits the same as 12-month employees. That's the current motion. All right? Done.
Ms. Dixon?
Thank you. I think it would be prudent for us to explain what the benefits are a 12-month employee gets, so everybody understands what that is.
HR.
Rwanda?
Sure. So Dr. Osborne is coming to the mic, and she can talk about the benefits that are 12-month, which are our year-round employees.
Good afternoon, Dr. Dildra Martin-Osborne, Director of Benefits and Employment Services for Broward Schools. For 12-month employees who are currently receiving benefits, because it does make a difference, once they separate from the district, they have the ability to continue with their benefits through what we call COBRA. And so that benefit is administered through a third-party administrator by the name of Benefits Outsourced. And so they would make their payments through Benefits Outsourced for up to 18 months. For an employee retiring from the district, the benefits are also offered for benefits that they have at the time that they are exiting, whether it's resignation or retirement. They're able to continue not through COBRA, because they can continue as long as they want, whether it's 1 month, 1 year, 5 years, it's up to them.
Ms. Batista, can you clarify?
I'm not sure what needs to be clarified, but what the motion means is that the superintendent, Dr. Licata, will not be receiving the same benefits that he received as when he was a superintendent, meaning no vehicle allowance, no TSA, everything, and that's, I think, were the only two things that were different from 12-month employees. He still will be receiving vacation, sick days, and the disability insurance and all the other things that Dr. Osborne explained.
Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. The only other question is the health benefits, because I know that Dr. Licata was receiving money, right, as opposed to the health benefits. So that's different for a 12-month employee, I think, than what Dr. Licata was getting. So if you could explain that also.
That is correct. So in Dr. Licata's contract, he was receiving reimbursement basically for the value of the benefits that he was opting out of, the medical, dental, and vision. And the life insurance and disability, the board covered that and will continue to cover that through the last month of his employment.
Right, but if you're an employee and you opt out of the health insurance, you just get $700 or something.
$750
Is that what
annually.
Dr. Licata was receiving as a superintendent?
He was receiving, I believe, the value of the benefit, not the $750 annual stipend. There is a difference.
Right, that's my point. That would change. I just want to be transparent and clear also for Dr. Licata, because if we're saying he's going to a 12-month employee, I don't want there to be any confusion as to what that means. So if he's changing everything except for those few other things, the health insurance would be impacted, and I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
That is correct.
So if you'd like me to explain further, so the value of the health insurance and other benefits had been monetized, and it was approximately $9,000 some for the year. That was prorated per paycheck, so as of May 13th, he would not be receiving those monies any longer.
Okay, ready to vote?
Yes.
Roll call on the motion.
Madam Chair, can you repeat the motion?
Please.
Yes, so the motion is just the benefits be the same as other 12-month employees beginning May 13th, 2024. And we are starting with Ms. Hickson.
Yes.
Dr. Holness.
No.
Ms. Leonardi.
Yeah.
Ms. Rupert.
Yes.
Dr. Zeman.
Yes.
Mrs. Aladeff.
Yes.
Mr. Alston.
Yes.
Mrs. Pham. Mr. Fogelnoven.
Yes.
Passes 8-1.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Alston?
So board members, looks like we're down to 3 big items, which I'm not going to proffer a motion because I think we all may differ. So we back to end date, special advisor, or whatever the role is, with guardrails, because we have none to this date, as we've heard, I think, from other folks up here, and I said a couple days ago, and salary. Those are the 3 big points. So if someone wants to make a motion so we can just keep this going. And then at the end, council, you need to now go to your opposing counsel and ask of all of these things. It looks like we've already agreed on at least 6 elements. If the former superintendent agrees, we need that public assurance to know if there's agreement or disagreement so the board can know what its rights are at that point.
Batista?
So, thank you, Madam Chair, but I believe that you had already planned to, after the votes from the board, to take a recess to allow the superintendent to...
No. Sorry, I'm sorry. No. Madam Chair, respectfully, similar to other government bodies, as we've just done here publicly, because I don't trust some of the other things that I've come to, I think, hear. So I think in the spirit of transparency, I think it's very prudent that there is a simple question that the county commission does. Do you agree? It's a simple yes or no question. We're going to repeat all of the elements that the board just agreed on. It looks like there's 6 of them so far. So there's either going to be a simple yes or no once we go through all those elements. Whatever the answer is, then the board will then know what its actions are at that point. I don't think we need to recess. It's a very public meeting. I think we've had a very public conversation. I don't think council has declared to do something privately. This is a public meeting, then we can do it publicly. So that's where I'm at.
Point of order, Chair. You are the chair of this board. And how we proceed is up to you, not any one member. And I will point out that that man and his lawyer have every right to not answer the question.
That's correct.
And, excuse me, but I think it's my floor.
You have it.
Okay. Go ahead, Dr. Zeman.
So how we proceed is up to you as the chair. How they answer is up to them. We cannot prescribe that they will or will not answer, nor can a member prescribe the process. So a suggestion to the chair is in order, but to direct this body to do anything is the sole discretion of the chair of this body.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Alston.
Thank you. Now that I have the floor again, and I appreciate all comments, but I'll make a motion because I think 9 of us all have our own independent opinions, and you are the chair. I've been a chair, so I understand and I respect the chair. What I also respect is that 5 people can make motions, and you say yes or no. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to move that at the conclusion of this agenda item, that we have our general counsel, in her capacity as the board's counsel, publicly ask the opposing counsel for the former superintendent if there is agreement or disagreement on all the items that the school board collectively has voted on.
Second.
Moved by Alston, second by Fogelholy. Public comment on the motion.
I agree with the motion. I think that we've been doing this publicly this whole time. I think the public wants to be part of this conversation. As a parent and also a chair of an advisory, I've been getting text messages and phone calls following this. So it would be, I think, prudent for you guys to continue on publicly and then ask council at the end if they agree or disagree. I think this is the best I've seen this board do negotiations where we are part of the process, and so if you can continue that way, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment?
Good afternoon, Desiree Grooms, Pompano Beach, Florida. I also agree with the motion. I have been receiving texts as well, and our community is very involved in this process because it is very serious to them as to how we can get to a conclusion quickly because of the other issues we now currently having in our schools. So seeing as we've already gone public with this, I think it should stay there, and it will show that the board is moving in a transparent way as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with regards to the motion, I just would like to get legal input on whether or not we can, as a board, motion for a yes or no in the agreement. So I can give my vote without worrying about any kind of legal consequence.
Ms. Batista?
There is no prohibition in having a vote regarding the matter that is on the floor right now. There was going to be a question presented to the council for Dr. Licata, and Dr. Licata at the end of this process, because that is the only way to ascertain publicly here today whether or not they are in agreement. The only question is, whether there will be a recess provided so that they can consider it, or the question will come immediately upon the end of this discussion.
Okay, so for my understanding, what the motion is to ask the question for a yes and no answer, and they have the option to answer or not to answer it, correct?
That is correct.
Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. Well, we're supposed to be in a mutual agreement, so I think they should have the ability to counter with what we're saying, not just, so if they say, no, we don't agree with this, but would you consider, I mean, I think that needs to be important. It's just not a hard yes or no. We negotiate that way in public for the original contract, so I'm okay with doing that as long as it's not just a hard yes or no. They should have the ability to say, we don't agree with this, but here's what our counter is, so that we can, because it's supposed to be a mutual agreement. So I just want to be clear that that's still going to be allowed.
Charleston.
Madam Chair, that is the spirit of my motion. As you heard from your own counsel, not me, well, you heard from me as well, at the conclusion of this, we need to ask the other side, do they agree? Yes or no? Or maybe so, right? Do you like me? Yes, no, maybe so. We did that when we were in school. So if it's maybe so, then we know what those issues are that we need to immediately deal with. If the answer is no, then the board needs to deal with that as well. So that was the point around me pushing this forward, because look, we did bring this in for a landing. We still got the big three that we haven't touched.
Roll call on the motion, repeat the motion.
Okay, once again, the motion is to have general counsel publicly ask if there is agreement to the motions. And we're starting with Dr. Holmes.
Yes.
Ms. Leonardi?
Sorry, could you repeat the motion one more time?
Is to have general counsel publicly ask if there is agreement to the motions.
Yes.
Ms. Rupert?
Yes.
Dr. Zeman?
No.
Mrs. Aladeff?
Yes.
Mr. Alston?
Highly in favor of.
I'll be a yes.
Highly in favor of.
I accept yeses and nos. Mrs. Pham?
Yes.
Mr. Fogelnoli?
Yes.
Ms. Hickson?
Yes.
Passes 8-1.
Thank
I'm
you.
done, Madam Chair.
Mrs. Hickson.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion that the ending date for Dr. Licata's contract is July 1st. His capacity would be that of a special advisor at his prorated current salary, and that we put guardrails around what the job description is for that special advisor.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Hickson, second by Rupert. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. Mr. Fogelnoli.
Thank you very much, Chair. And again, I'm going to ask this question. I really want to hear from my colleagues, right? We have a fully capable, smart superintendent sitting in the chair. I would like to know why we need somebody in the building to be a special advisor and be a second superintendent in the building. I would just like to know from my colleagues what their views are, because I'm against that. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, for the record, I want to indicate clearly that I personally believe that with this particular item, it would have been beneficial to have our current superintendent in this room to indicate to us whether or not a transition and whatever time period that is would be beneficial to him in order to make him successful. That piece is missing completely from this, and because of that, for me to proceed and vote yes or no, there's a key component here that's missing. We are assuming that the superintendent that we have is going to be okay, and we are actually sort of making a decision for him. You're going to be okay, you're going to be fine. Why can't we get his input? Because if he does need, or if he thinks there's some value to having the past superintendent for another few more weeks, that will be significantly beneficial to the district, and his input would make a difference in my decision. But having that component missing from this and having no real relevant reason for him not being here, because his item is next. His item is not this item. then I have a concern with it. So this is really, this is an important decision we're making that limits my ability to make the decision because a key component of me making the decision is missing. So I just want to keep that on record. And I don't know, I was told he wasn't advised not to be here. I hope he wasn't. I hope this is his personal decision, because if he was, then this is a big problem. So, because then we would have been missing a big piece of this. So I am moving forward with this, but I don't have relevant, important information, because the success of the current superintendent, if he believes that that success would be expanded, should he get additional support from the current superintendent, then I think that would be a relevant part of this discussion, and I don't have that piece.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much. We've asked Dr. Hepburn before about his interest in having support, and he has said that he values Dr. Licata's support. I want to just connect a couple dots here, though, before we continue down this current path. In sometime in the distant future, maybe today, maybe not, we're going to talk to the new superintendent, and we're going to ask the new superintendent to agree to some terms. And for better or for worse, he's going to do that on the heel of watching us deal with this particular issue. And the way with which we deal with this issue and the respect with which we show for the office of superintendent is going to be foremost on his thoughts. And I do not want Dr. Hepburn walking in and saying no to any offer because of the way that we discussed or talked about his predecessor. So I want to center these thoughts again on the value that you provided, Dr. Licata. We do have to balance all of these things. I'm also going to find it fascinating when we're done to see what we end up with that is different than the original motion that I made. Because so far we're going right back to it in pieces, and maybe that would have been a better way to put this together. But I hope that we can make these motions with respect and dignity, and that we can show the office of the superintendent the respect that it deserves, if for no other reason, because we'd like the next superintendent to say yes to the terms that we offer him moving forward. This particular motion makes sense, and I hope that we can move quickly through the remainder of the motions. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Zeman. I just wanted to reiterate that in conversations with Dr. Hepburn, he did indicate that he would be open and would like the idea of having Dr. Licata stay on for a little bit in order to just smooth everything out. So I don't think that doing this would be imposing anything on Dr. Hepburn. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Licata, I just want you and Dr. Hepburn, if he's watching this, to know that I have the utmost respect for the both of you, and I really admire what you've done in such a short period of time, the two of you together, and you work well as a team. With that being said, I do also wish Dr. Hepburn was here, and I would like to make a motion to table this motion and have it after we meet with Dr. Hepburn and we discuss his contract, if possible.
Second.
Moved by Pham, second by Hick Holness. Public comment?
So I am not in favor of the motion. I think that Dr. Hepburn, I think we're all talking for him, but I think in the spirit of trying to provide some distance so one item can be talked about by itself, I think that that's why he made that decision to be out of the room. I think he has high respect for all board members as well as his predecessor. And to table this now when we've been sitting here in enthralled, riveting negotiations to stop now, just so we can bring him downstairs for him to say yes or no. I think it's, I think we're just kind of holding on to things here. I would like, as Mr. Austin mentioned, let's kind of move this along. Let's not stop it. I feel like if Dr. Hepburn wanted to be here, he would have. I think he's just trying to show some respect for both the board as well as his predecessor to kind of give the space to go ahead and do these negotiations. So I'm not in favor of the motion, but I do appreciate it, Ms. Pham.
Thank you. Any other comment?
Desiree Grooms, Pompano Beach, Florida. I have to agree. I don't think this should be tabled. I think we need to move along and just get this done. we have school business that really needs your attention, and I do believe Dr. Hepburn has a lot of respect for everyone up there, as well as Dr. Licata. And if he really wanted to be in the room, I'm quite sure he may have been here. So again, I think we need to just move this along.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to I want to make it known clearly that my intent is for the current superintendent to be successful. That is my goal. And to have that success moving forward into the next school year. I don't know completely what Dr. Licata was working on that's pending with the current superintendent. I know it has to do with some of the projects, the construction projects and so on. I don't know how important his work is to suddenly terminate it, or is there a need to have him on for a few more weeks or whatever it may be. I will only know that getting the input from Dr. Hepburn. I don't know that. I don't know what's pending. I don't know what he's working on, what kind of challenges that would create if he leaves on July 1st. I don't know if Dr. Hepburn would then encounter some difficulties moving forward, depending on what open items he had Dr. Licata working on. I don't know any of that. And so to say, you know, Dr. Hepburn doesn't need this current superintendent, this prior superintendent anymore, I think it would not be responsible of me to vote without having that information.
Mr. Hogenholt?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm going to make it very quick. And Dr. Holness, to your point, I think I'm confident, and I want to make sure it's very clear, right? Because we don't know. If it is, if he does, if he doesn't. Those conversations, and I heard people say, oh, well, Dr. Hepburn said one thing. I heard the other. Having those conversations with him, saying, listen, I may have voted against the process, but I am fully on your side to push you as our superintendent because your success is our success. I do know, perfectly honest, because you were saying whether he's here, whether he's not here, superintendent, not, I am perfectly peaceful, and I know that this board will continue to move forward if both of them left today. I know that. We have fully capable people sitting in this room right now. So I don't have any doubt in my mind. I know that. But I'm saying I agree with you. I'm not okay with tabling this. Dr. Hepburn wants to come in and say his piece. I would understand that. I just think, like I said, if we're going to show full faith in a superintendent, let's show full faith, not halfway. And this was a board that voted 8-1. So I'm the one saying that. If it's 8, stand to your 8. Stand to your vote. That's the man you put in the chair. Show full confidence. Because not everybody had an advisor, right, Dr. Wanza? Not everybody had help when they stepped into that seat to lead this district. So that's just where I'm at. I want to make that clear. And again, I'm going to keep pointing to the date. We're going to need someone in this building to help someone. That person shouldn't be in the chair. Like, that's what it is. That's what we're saying. You're going to need, I don't think that person needs training wheels. I believe somebody's ready to work. They're ready to work. We're going to pay them and compensate them. Let's compensate them. But I think that date should come earlier. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Just as a point of clarification, when Mr. Runcie stepped down, he did get his 60 days, and he was here at the same time that Dr. Cartwright was in the seat as an interim superintendent. So I think it's appropriate for that 60-day period. And again, July 1st was selected for a reason. So to say that it hasn't happened before is not true. There has been overlap. Even when Dr. Cartwright was here, there was an overlap in that period when we transitioned to someone else. So it's not uncommon. It has nothing to do with not having faith in Dr. Hepburn, but it does go to the fact that we want to be fair with Dr. Licata, and that's what those 60 days would represent, a little over 60 days.
Okay, we need to vote on the tabling part. Roll call on tabling to have Dr. Hepburn come in.
Voice vote?
Roll call.
Okay, so once again, this is the table, Ms. Hickson's motion until Hepburn is present.
No, that was Dr. Holness's motion.
No, I didn't give a motion. I seconded
Ms. Pham, this is Ms. Pham's motion.
Oh, Mrs. Pham, sorry. I seconded it. Yeah.
So we have, starting with Ms. Leonardi.
No.
Ms. Rupert?
No.
Dr. Zeman?
No.
Ms. Aladiff?
No.
Mr. Alston?
No.
Ms. Pham?
Outnumbered, no.
Mr. Fogarty?
I'll do it for fam, yes. No, I'm playing no, no.
Ms. Hickson?
No.
Dr. Holness?
Yes.
Fails 8-1.
Stand strong.
Okay. Back to Mrs. Hickson's motion.
All right.
Mr. Alston?
All right, so thank you, Vice Chair, for putting the motion forward, because these, I think, attempt to do the final 3 points around date, role, and salary. So I won't support the current motion as is, because I believe that, and we forget date aside, salary, I have a problem paying 2 superintendent pays at a time. I do agree that, and the reason I purposely started off hours ago using the 60-day mark, I am in favor of honoring that 60-day period of the original contract that this board offered. And then we can deal with any other elements. So if this passes, clearly I can't do that, but that's where I'm at. Secondly, the last 2 transitions cost the district $0. So I want to be very clear. The transition the transitioning out of the person sitting in the middle of the dais and the transitioning out of Dr. Smiley was no additional cost to this school district. Also, I think Dr. Smiley prepared a very detailed transition binder that we all knew about, that at least the prior superintendent, as you recall on this dais, told me he did not recall, but I know that many recall the binder that was left. So, what I would like to see happen, but it's not the motion on the floor, is that we still get to the 60-day compassionate time period that is in the original contract. We've already mutually agreed that there is a clear retirement from both sides. That's where I'm at. Later, we can talk about what the pay is and what the role is between now and whatever date there is. I believe it should be 60 days from April 16th. That's my personal view. Anything beyond that puts additional strain on the district that we have not done for the last 2 superintendents. What we should be doing is saying, okay, thank you to our prior superintendent. Go ahead and start working on a transition binder. So at the end of 60 days, we cut ties with you. That's where I'm at. We've already done that before. So I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel. There is no other school district, council, please tell me, currently, where they are paying 2 superintendents at the rate of 2 superintendents, of a day-to-day superintendent by law and a consulting agreement of having another superintendent being paid the superintendent rate to be a special advisor. That makes no sense. I'm done.
Okay. Any other board members comment before let's vote? Okay.
Can you repeat the motion?
Yes. Can you repeat Mrs. Hickson's motion?
Yes. So Mrs. Hickson's motion is that the end date will be July 1st, 2024, and he will serve as special advisor at the superintendent's salary rate with the defined guardrails.
Roll call.
Ready to roll call. We're starting with Ms. Rupert.
I can't support it because I believe in the 12-month rate, so that will be a no for me.
Dr. Zeman.
Yes.
Mrs. Aladeff.
No.
Mr. Alston.
No.
Mrs. Pham. Not here. Mr. Fogarty.
No.
Ms. Hickson.
Yes.
Dr. Holness.
No.
Ms. Leonardi.
No.
Motion fails 2-6.
Okay. Mr. Alston?
Let me attempt. Well, at least I know where I'm at. Let me only deal with one of the 3. Oh,
We voted.
We're done.
we're done. Okay. All right. Let's deal with one of the 3. So I would like to propose that the end date in the agreement that still remains, that it is 60 days from the notice that was publicly provided to the board on April 16th. Is that right, council? Is that the public notice of the board, April 16th, or should we count anything before? I think April 16th is appropriate, correct?
April
All right.
16th.
So that is my motion, that we use April 16th as the initial notice period to the board, and that we end the period 60 days after April 16th, and somebody will know what that date is. So that's the motion.
Mr. Alston, I do like can you add in about the transition binder?
And but by the end of the 60th day, the former superintendent shall provide the district a transition binder to the district to help with transition efforts. Thank you.
Moved by Alston, second by Fogelholy. Public comment. Board member comment. Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, to your knowledge, is there a special retirement vesting that happens on July 1st with Dr. Licata?
Ms. Batista.
So, Madam Chair, that was the information that I received initially when we were negotiating. However, I believe that the month of June is when Dr. Licata's vesting occurs.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sixton?
Can someone tell us what the date would be then, rather than just saying 60 days? What is that date?
Dr. Wanson. Oh, Ms. Batista?
Well, that's fine. So I can be, if I need to be corrected, but I believe that just working one day in the month of June would.
No, I want to know what is the 60 days from?
June 17th.
June?
Oh, June 17th.
Actually, it's on the
For
weekend.
counting April 16th, then it will be June 15th if you're starting after April 16th. If you're starting April 17th, then it's June 16th.
Right,
Just
which is like a Sunday or something.
Correct.
Right. June 16th is a Sunday. It's Father's Day, isn't it?
It sure is.
Right. So it would go to the next day, which is June 17th.
Yep.
Any other board member questions, comments? Ready to vote? Please call the action.
Dr. Zeman.
Nope.
Oh, wait, repeat the motion.
So the motion is from April 16th, 60 days from April 16th, and shall provide a transition binder to the district. I heard Dr. Zeman said no. Ms. Aladiff.
Yes.
Mr. Alston.
Yes, it's smart and responsible.
Ms. Pham.
Yes.
Mr. Fogelholy.
No.
Ms. Hickson.
Yes.
Dr. Holness.
Yes.
Ms. Leonardi.
Yes.
Ms. Rupert.
Yes, and I'd like to tell Mr. Alston, thank you for that compliment. Smart and what was the other?
Responsible.
Responsible.
So it passes 7-2.
I'm not
Okay.
touching the last two. You all can.
I think Ms. Batista, would you like to?
June 17th.
Yes, I like that. This is what I
The
was
vote
saying.
at the
Correct.
White. Do we have anything
All right.
else?
So then I'll take it.
I don't know.
Yes, all right, I'll do it. Yep. All right, I'm sorry, I do have one, Madam Chair. This is actually perfect. So I move that starting on May 13th, 2024, the prior superintendent's rate of pay be the same as the highest paid 12-month employee on the cabinet with an end date that we've already just agreed on, and the role and the duties of a former superintendent. He's acting only in that capacity for transition purposes only, period.
Moved by Alston, second by Rupert. Public comment?
Narnie Pierre Grant, Parkland, Florida. Thank you for the motion. I agree with the motion. I think that it's fiscally responsible. We are in a lot of, you guys have a lot of debt. So wherever we can kind of scrounge out and get some money back to put back into our district, I would appreciate it. That doesn't negate the fact that Dr. Licata has been effective here. However, I think that is fair. Picking the highest paid cabinet is fair, and so I do appreciate the motion, and I hope the board members will think about that, their fiduciary responsibility and fiscal responsibility. Thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
Can someone?
Sorry, hold on.
Yes, Chris Nelson, I concur, and I can already kind of tell probably which board members are going to say no to this. But guys, you have a duty to the taxpayer, okay? This is who you're up here for, all right? And like she said, You've got a lot of debt, okay? This board has been, you're not in a position to say, oh, to be like, oh, we need to do this or that. You guys need to do what's right by the taxpayer, okay? Not what's right by Dr. Licata. Dr. Licata's got a very capable lawyer next to him, okay? That's representing him. He seems to be doing a really good job. It's not the board's job to baby the superintendent or the prior superintendent. Please just come together on this, guys. I mean, I know it's very hard for some of you guys, but it's great when you guys come together. Just come together and pass Mr. Alston's motion. I'm smelling this food, so I'm getting really hungry, and I think everybody else in this room is getting hungry too. So please just pass this motion. It's absolutely the right thing. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Yes.
Jason Loring, Oakland Park. I just want to make a push. Oh. Hello, Jason Loring, Oakland Park. I just want to make a point of clarification. Can we, the people, know the number of that salary?
That's what I was just asking. That was my question.
Dr. Wanza.
I believe that would be me.
Okay.
And it's public record. I hope my child is not listening. My adult child, I may add. My current salary is $230,000.
Thank you. Board member comment? Yes.
Can someone tell us what the difference would be then if, for the time period, we were told we would be owing him 102? I don't think we can go backwards, right? We've already paid out the 39, so it would have to be going forward. So what would the difference be between the 102,600 I think we were told that's still owed, and if we changed it to the highest cabinet member, what would that number be reduced to?
Dr. Wanza.
Ms. Matawala, do we have that? Can we get that calculation for the board, please?
We're working on the calculation. If you can, please allow a few minutes.
Any other comments as we wait?
I do. So I'm hopeful that this motion passes. I think we're close. And because I think the motion is clear that it's transition purposes only, the same comment I made nights ago, because I also want to be clear from an HR standpoint. By the way, Dr. Zeman, I think our next conversation will be totally different. This is looking to do a remedy that is doing something else, but I'll wait for that conversation. Anyway, so what I don't know from an HR standpoint if we had a breakdown. Anytime an employee leaves the district, in any organization, I think there's a checklist. There's a badge, there's all these things that are required. We did not do that, okay? So, no, I understand. What I am now suggesting, if this motion passes, because I assume that he is still the former superintendent, an employee of the district. Is that correct? Okay. So at the conclusion of that, that is when we will go through that process, correct? All right. I've talked on the microphone, and I hear you very loud and clear, Dr. Wanza. I hear you.
So whatever.
Yes.
So thank you. Whichever date the board comes to as the effective last date of employment, yes, we will go through that process.
Okay.
And
Now,
typically
this
that
is
is
just
with the general counsel.
Okay.
We go through that process with the general counsel.
Perfect. Now, this is just for board, because I don't understand operations. That's not my job. That's someone else's job, right? You all. So if this motion passes, what happens operationally if he is only charged with the transition purposes of the district and to develop a transition binder? Back to your point, Madam Vice Chair, are there other guardrails or questions? Because I know that we've all had questions or comments that have come up. At least let me speak for me. I have, so I won't speak for anybody else. So I think we do need to have maybe a separate conversation on that to make sure that we're protecting the district from now forward, because I am still concerned about backwards. I can't fix backwards, but I can definitely fix going forward. So after the motion, I'd love for us to have that conversation.
Do we have that number?
Ms. Matawala, are we close?
Sorry, you were close. If you can give me a few minutes, please.
Mrs. Hickson?
Just to clarify the question, because we changed the date. So if you could give us the number of what it would be for May 14th to June 17th for Dr. Licata to be at his current rate and at the 230 rate.
Right, what they're doing is May 13th, which is a Monday.
To June
To
17th.
June 17th.
I just wanted to make sure they realized there was a date change. 'cause
Yeah,
the
no, that's why she
102
came over, so that's why
okay.
we were making sure.
Thank you for the clarification.
Chair, if I could fill in a quick number.
Yeah.
You know, it's $20,000 a month, and it's a month plus fringe, which for us is around 30%. So it's around $26,000, but whether it's 25 or 27, I don't think it's pertinent to the motion.
Mrs. Hickson, do you need the exact number to be able to vote?
Yes, well, yes, because if the difference is only a couple of $1,000s, I don't see the value in making that decision. So that's why I need the number.
Mr. Fogelnolly?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I guess I'll ask my questions while we wait for that answer. See, the first part of the motion, I agree with that, right? I'm okay with that. But can you explain the second part of the motion to the maker of the motion? To the responsibilities that he'll be holding while he's here.
Mr. Alston?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board Member Fogelnolly. So the second part of the motion, I wanted to be very clear, the only role that the board would prescribe is only transition purposes only for the former superintendent, nothing else. Putting together a binder, I think that sounds like the consensus of the board. To your point, and I agree, I think I agree, I don't know what's in your head, but I know what's in my head, that there probably should be a discussion or a direction that we provide the superintendent, who's not here, Dr. Holness, because I think if the agreement is still the same, he would report to our superintendent, right? If that still remains the same of the spirit of the agreement. So I think that there should be some additional guardrails that we direct the superintendent between now and June 17th with the former superintendent to prevent any liability, any issues for the district. So that's my intent, unless you have something you want to add now.
No, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that, and thank you, Chair. My fear is, whatever wording we say, it looks like we still have two superintendents. Anybody across the state, anybody on the outside looking in to the viewing public, it seems like we have two superintendents. And I agree with you, if we do have that decision, and this board makes that decision, those guardrails need to be very clear. Because I want somebody that's not a superintendent walking around this building, bossing people around or talking to people like a superintendent would. I want to be very clear. So not only that, we need to put guardrails in place of what conversations can be had, what shouldn't be had on the outside of when it comes to vendors or different business dealings in this district. Be very clear. I don't think anybody should be in the building at all. Should be no transition. The person that we have in the chair is fully capable to be a superintendent, and that's how I think. So that's why I'm a little iffy on the second part. I understand about the pay and being fair, right thing, responsible thing to do. That's where I'm at. Thank you very much, Chair.
Ms. Motawala, you have the...
Yes. Based on the salary of $350,000, the current salary it would be roughly $38,000. And based on $230,000, it would be about $25,000.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Based on that and the idea that we did change the date to June 17th, I don't agree with changing the salary. So I agree with part of what you said. I do agree with the guardrails. We can say that they're not in the building. We could direct him to do the binder from home if that makes sense. I would support that if we're not looking at having, he would be open to Dr. Hepburn calling if necessary. Right. I'm good with all of that, but I think for $13,000, it would it's just a little disrespectful at this point. So I was okay with the June 17th change of date because it doesn't affect the retirement, which I don't want to affect in any way, but I'm not okay with making that change for not a substantial, I don't want to say it that way, but for that amount of money. He's here, he did a wonderful job, we appreciate him, and I just don't think we should be doing that. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much. I'm odd man out up here, and I'll be fine in that role because I believe in what I'm about to say. Dr. Licata has dedicated 30 years of his life to education. He fully supports Dr. Hepburn to be the superintendent. Had he not done what he did, that wouldn't have happened that way, and he'd be a candidate somewhere else. I believe the money should stay as Ms. Hickson suggests. More importantly, I have found nothing in Dr. Licata's professional commitment to education that would suggest that he's not going to do anything but 30 days of great service. And we're talking about 30 days between now and the middle of June that he would be supporting one of his closest professional colleagues in his life, Dr. Hepburn. And so the discussions are going into very, very minute detail here about in and out of buildings and things like that, when I think that we could wrap this up and allow Dr. Hepburn and Dr. Licata to figure out how to work together to further the goals of this great county. So I am ready to vote on the motion, Chair, when you are.
Mr. Alston.
Let me repeat the motion for the public and the board, because I don't think the motion did what you just stated, Dr. Zeman. The motion was very clear with the date of May 13th, 2024. Dr. Licata's rate of pay would be the same as the highest paid 12-month employee on our cabinet, which I believe we now understand who it is and what that number is, with an end date of June 17th, 2024. That's the first part of the motion that this board will vote on. The second part of the motion is very clear. The role of Dr. Licata is solely for the purpose of transition period only. Period.
Oh, you forgot the transition
And
binder.
with the binder, sorry.
Thank you. That's important.
My notes.
Oh, that passed. Okay. All right, we're ready to vote?
Well, I have are those two separate motions or all one motion?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Alston.
I made it as one motion, but in the spirit of Zeman, I'm happy to separate. No? Okay, all right. Let's keep it together. I think we're on a roll.
Roll call on the motion.
So, Ms. Aldo, I just want to be clear, the second part that he mentioned about the transition binder already was in the previous motion, so it's not part of this motion.
Correct.
So we're starting back with you, Ms. Aldo,
Yes.
actually. Mr. Alston.
Highly in favor of.
Ms. Pham? Yes. Mr. Fogelholy?
No.
Ms. Hickson?
No.
Dr. Holness?
No.
Ms. Leonardi?
Yes.
That was a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
No, that's me.
Oh.
I was next.
Mrs. Rupert?
Yeah.
No. And then Dr. Zeman?
No.
Fails 4-5.
Mr. Strauss, I'd actually like to change my vote to yes.
All right. Passes 5-4.
Okay.
Guardrails?
Anybody have a motion for guardrails?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Alston.
I move that we direct our superintendent of schools to work collaboratively with our former superintendent, Dr. Licata, who has done great work for this district, and he can use any means that he chooses, whether it is email, phone, fax, and if this board chooses a remote work environment, that is up to the board. But that is the motion that I would proffer between now and the date that this board has already prescribed.
There's a second. Moved by Alston, second by Fogelholy. Public comment? Board comment? Hickson?
I would just say that since Dr. Licata will report to Dr. Hepburn, it makes sense to let Dr. Hepburn decide what that's going to look like and what he's comfortable with. You know, I think it's also very disingenuous to say Dr. Licata can't be in the building at all. I don't think he's planning on doing anything that's inappropriate, but Dr. Hepburn should be the one who decides what it is he wants that to look like. Thanks, Charles.
Madam Chair, so let me tell you why I offered the motion. Because I was choosing not to do that, but because you raised it, I will absolutely share publicly. So for the last, I'm sorry, this is a question to the chair, to the chief of staff. Can you tell us how many days since April 16th we have been in this dilemma of mutual negotiation?
Dr. Wanza.
Somebody just needs to give me a date. I don't know who.
So when you say dilemma of mutual negotiation.
Sorry, those are my words. How many days have occurred since April 16th until today? Now we are concluding today's conversation on this topic.
So we're right at about 30 days, thereabout.
Got it.
Give or take.
So, Madam Vice Chair, we've had 30-plus days of no direction of our former superintendent. I have received various calls, texts, and notices of different interactions, and I'll just put a period there because my intent is not to do anything more than that. So, the reason I'm proffering the motion is to prevent that from what I've heard for the last 30-plus days, and I think we're very north of 30 days. So, respectfully, I believe our prior superintendent has reported to the current superintendent, but that has not prevented what I have heard. So I, as a responsible board member, then the board can vote it down, I am offering this based on potential liability and concerns that was brought to my attention. So I'll speak for this one board member. So that's why I have proffered in that way with those guardrails, period.
Okay, any other comments before we vote at the entire motion? Mrs. Pham?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I looked under the contract because it allows for other employment, including, it's pretty broad at the end.
What contract?
Well, I'm just saying, if we go forward with this agreement, the contract that Dr. Licata had with us, provided that he could hold other employment, including consulting for other people outside of the school board. So I just want to make sure we're not in jeopardy of encountering a situation where we would be potentially harmed.
So the agreement that is before you today supersedes the employment agreement in all respects, because that provision is not in the separation agreement, it's not part of the terms of this agreement. Also, I wanted to point out to the board that there is a release in the agreement as well that would prevent Dr. Licata from suing the district. So that's part of the agreement as well.
All right, thank you. I saw that.
Okay, Dr. Wanza. Mr.
I'm not
Pogrom.
supposed to. Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to see to the maker of the motion if you would be willing to accept the friendly amendment. For the time
We've
being.
been friendly all evening, or afternoon,
good.
soon to be evening.
Until 6/17, to have Dr. Licata working remote throughout that time. We want to add that on
Didn't
there.
I say that? No, I don't remember. I think I was just talking it, or just mentioned it. Okay. I am okay with that. Spirit of the board sounds no okay. I'm okay with that, so I'll accept the friendly amendment.
Okay. Can you repeat the motion, Dr. Wanza?
Mr. Strauss, is this what you have? The motion was made by Mr. Austin to have Dr. Hepburn work collaboratively with Dr. Licata throughout the transition period through July 17, 2024, and the provision of working remotely was just added.
Just want to, you said July, it's June.
I'm sorry, June 17th, 2024.
Yes.
Okay.
And we're going to be starting with Mr. Alston.
Roll call.
Yes.
Ms. Pham?
I'm sorry. Can you just read that again? From June 12th?
So the motion on the floor is to have Dr. Hepburn work collaboratively with Dr. Licata through the transition until June 17, 2024, and the provision of working remotely during that time was added.
Okay. And Just point of clarification, when you say the provision adding remotely, do you mean that's an option or that's a mandate?
It sounds like it is a mandate that Mr. Fogelholy made and Mr. Alston accepted.
Then I'm going to say no.
Mr. Fogarty.
Yes.
Ms. Sixon.
No.
Dr. Holness.
No.
Ms. Leonardi.
Yeah.
Ms. Rupert.
No.
Dr. Zeman. Not here. Ms. Saladev.
No.
3 to 6 fails. 3 to 5.
Okay, so I think we'll get there if we just take out the remote.
Yes.
Leave it up to the discretion of the superintendent.
Yes.
And so I'm going to make that motion.
Second.
Moved by Alda, second by Fogelholy. Public comment. Board.
Oh, thank you, Chair Al-Hadef. The motion was to remove remote and keep it as the discretion of the superintendent, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. The motion is fine. I think that's fair. I also understand where Mr. Alston is talking about in terms of, I think the spirit was that is this, the attitude of the former superintendent may have been what inspired to be something away from the grounds. But I do appreciate that, Ms. Al-Hadef, that you want to kind of keep the spirit going. And I appreciate this back and forth. I appreciate you guys are getting all along a little bit, even though some people got up and left and went to a car and left. But, you know, this is the business, and I appreciate the ones that did stay on to make us get through this process. Appreciate you.
Dr. Wanza. Oh, one more public speaker.
Greetings, Chair and board members. I was sitting at home and I just had to get up on my lunch hour and come and speak. Thank you for the dialogue. I'm on my lunch hour. Thank you for the transparency. I appreciate it as a stakeholder. I have 250,000 children in the district, and I appreciate what you're doing. Specifically to your motion, I just, very simple, just feel like if, with all due respect, Dr. Licata has issues, to allow him to just go on. Trust Dr. Hepburn. The community and stakeholder really loves what has happened. Give him the time to heal, be with his family, save the taxpayers' money, and I appreciate everything that you're doing, but please, could we not do a combination, allow him to lead the community, parent involvement task, diversity. We all have loved what the town hall has done and what Dr. Hepburn has brought. Allow him to write his vision and let it be plain. All the top people have gone. That's red flags. Please, Ms. Chair, I love you so much. Please allow Dr. Hepburn to lead and not try to continue the vision of what Dr. Licata had, no disrespect, because all the top people took flight. That's red flags. Please, I'm begging you. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wanza, can you read the motion?
Sure. The motion is for Dr. Hepburn and Dr. Licata to work collaboratively at the discretion of Dr. Hepburn until June 17, 2024.
Roll call.
Ms. Pham.
I support the motion.
Mr. Fogarty.
Yes.
Ms. Sixon.
Yes.
Dr. Holness.
Yes.
Ms. Leonardi.
Yeah.
That was a yes. Ms.
That was
Rupert.
a yes, yes. You hear
Thank
me?
you.
Yes.
Yes, just one time for me, yeah.
Dr. Zeman, not here. Ms. Saladev.
Yes.
Mr. Alston.
No.
Passes 7-1.
Okay. Ms. Batista, have we done all of our motions? No.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion also. After the date of 6/17, I'd like the superintendent or the former superintendent to adhere to the same policy that board members and superintendents have to abide by once they leave the district, to not do business with the district for 2 years. Yes.
Ms. Batista?
If I may correct, so when you're an employee of the district, you're not supposed to be doing business with the district at the same time. But because Dr. Licata will not be an employee any longer after that date, he's able to, pursuant to the ethics code, he can come back and do business with the district. What he's prohibited from doing is lobbying. There is a restriction as to lobbying, but there is no restriction as to, working for the district unless he retires.
So if he was to work for another outside company or entity, he would be able to do business with the district?
If he has not touched that contract.
If he retires, he cannot do that. If he retires on that date, he cannot do that because he would be jeopardizing the retirement. But barring that, he's able to come back, he's able to work for another entity who does business with the district, yes. There's nothing prohibiting that from happening, and it's happened many times before where board members leave and they work for entities who have done business with the district.
Understood. Okay. Thank you.
As long as they don't.
Okay, so, Dr. Wanzek, can I have staff repeat all the motions?
Council has it.
Everybody pay attention.
Okay. So the first motion was to remove consulting agreement language from Part 2 and amend separation agreement by striking through every reference to a consulting agreement. The next was to remove Section 38 around the non-disparagement clause. Next was benefits will remain the same as a 12-month employee starting on May 13th and going through June the 17th. Next was, at the conclusion of the board, the general counsel will publicly ask Dr. Licata if he agrees or disagrees with the board's motions. Next, end date of employment shall be 60 days from April 16th, which now we stated was June 17th. And the superintendent, Dr. Licata will provide a transition binder to the district. Next, as of May 13th through June 17th, the rate of pay shall be the same as the highest paid 12-month cabinet member. Did that? Give me 1 second.
And only acting.
That one failed.
And acting only in the role as a transitioning superintendent.
Yeah, but the pay rate
So the rate.
failed. Sorry.
The rate of pay for the highest paid cabinet member is $230,000 annually.
But that one failed. I apologize. I'm just reading off what his notes were. So strike what I just said, the last thing. So I'm just going to go back one step, take that up.
That one passed because Mr. Fogelholy changed his vote.
5-4.
Sorry about that. I have a lot of sheets here in front of me. So, yes, as the same as the highest paid 12-month cabinet member, and duties will be on transitional purposes only. 7, the last one was direct Superintendent Hepburn to work collaboratively until June 17th with Dr. Licata on determining the means of work.
That's it.
All in favor of the items as amended, you're going to say aye. Roll call.
Give me 1 second, roll call. That's going to start with Mr. Fogelholy.
Yes.
He just said that.
Ms. Hickson.
Yes.
Dr. Holness.
No.
Ms. Leonardi.
Yes.
Ms. Rupert.
Yes.
Dr. Zeman. Ms. Aladeff.
Yes.
Mr. Alston.
Highly in favor of.
Ms. Pham.
Yes.
Passes 7-1.
Dr. Licata, you accept all the changes?
We would respectfully request a recess so we can discuss that and then come back.
10-minute recess.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Dr. Licata, do you accept the changes in our agreement?
I defer to my attorney, please. Thank you, Madam Chair. We respect the process that you all have just gone through, 3 hours, and I have to remind everybody that last year you entered into an agreement, legally binding agreement with Dr. Licata. And I don't want you to inadvertently be in a position where you're breaching that agreement and not complying with that agreement. I think both parties want to comply with the agreement. And the relevant parts of the agreement are that if Dr. Licata retires, which is, we all agree, he submitted a notice that he wanted to retire on 12/31, that this agreement is terminated due to Licata's retirement, Licata shall be entitled to any salary, reimbursements, accrued benefits, or other payments due and owing under this agreement as of the date of retirement. Now, his proposed date of retirement was 12/31. You all accepted his retirement in your motion, but you also said you wanted to negotiate. Subject to mutual means both sides have to agree. I heard a lot of motions up there without mutual agreement. Even mutually agreeing among yourselves is difficult, obviously, when you have this many people. The second part of the agreement talks about if the district decides to terminate his employment without cause. And it certainly seems to me, and you probably don't remember this, but my day job is I represent school boards, city councils, county commissions, okay? So I sit in Ms. Batista's chair. And sitting in that chair, I know that when you terminate a high-level employee's employment, and you don't follow the agreement, you're opening yourself wide open to potential litigation, and we all want to avoid that. Lawsuits are only good for lawyers. I say that all the time. And it's great for me, but it wouldn't be good for Dr. Licata, it wouldn't be good for the district. You've been through enough litigation. You don't need that. So the parties reach an agreement that if you terminate without cause, because if you decide that Dr. Hepburn is going to be your next superintendent, and we all say he can't have two superintendents, you're basically saying to this guy, we're shoving you out of the way, politely or not, he's no longer the superintendent. You've been saying it today as well. Everybody's talking about Dr. Hepburn as the superintendent. So after April 16th, you all decided that he's your new superintendent, which means he, Licata, is no longer your superintendent, which means you should have given him at that point 60 days notice and 20 weeks severance. So those are the legal parameters. That's not what we're going to ask for today. I want to give you the legal parameters. Either he retires as of 12/31, or you terminate him and you pay him 20 weeks. That's what you agreed to. That's not what we're coming up with today. That was the agreement. You now came back with a whole bunch of different things, reducing his salary by a third, micromanaging how he works. So you're talking about the superintendent and you trust the new superintendent, but you want to put all these guardrails around the new superintendent. That just doesn't work. So what we'd like to propose are a couple of potential solutions. One would be that you keep the same basic agreement that we negotiated with the chair and the general counsel in terms of Dr. Licata serving as a special advisor, reporting to the superintendent. That's what your good new superintendent is supposed to do, supervise. He would supervise Dr. Licata. And we would suggest that you keep him as a special advisor with his full salary, but with no benefits, as we had negotiated, through August 31st. So rather than an end date of July 1st or June 17th or different dates that were thrown around, August 31st, which is about halfway through the 20 weeks that he would be entitled to a severance, and you're still not paying severance. You're still getting value. I hear most of you up there respecting and wanting Dr. Licata to remain involved because he brings value to the organization. I also hear some of you saying you want to cut ties. You don't see any value in that. I don't think that's the majority of you, but I hear a few of you saying that. So if you want to do that, if you want to say we want to cut ties and deprive the district of his expertise and value that you thought so highly of that you hired him and that you've all said good things about him, then just have the termination date of July 1st, as was originally negotiated, and pay him 12 weeks severance. Not even the 20 weeks. Back off that 20 weeks to 12 weeks. So, and of course, we don't have a problem with the non-disparagement clause. You can take that out. That's not important. But what's important, I think, and I'm speaking now for me, is that you keep his talent. As LeBron said years ago when he took his talent to South Beach, you have his talents here in Broward County. He's made a tremendous difference in this past year. He's not, that doesn't mean Dr. Hepburn, as one of you referred to him as a superintendent with training wheels. No, he's a superintendent, and this district is entitled to the best possible brain that you can have to move this district forward. Now, that's your choice. I don't know why, if I was sitting in your shoes, I wouldn't want to keep the guy who I hired a year ago and who's done a great job by all accounts until the end of August. And that gives you the whole summer of more than a smooth transition. We use the word transition, but it's really all of his services. But if you'd rather not, if those of you that want to cut ties after July 1st and pay him 12-week severance. Those are our two suggestions for a way that we may be able to come to a mutual agreement.
Madam Chair.
One second.
Are you done?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Alston.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the other council responding to the verbal response to what the board, by a supermajority, overwhelming vote, has spent the last 4 hours doing. We just did, I think, a couple things. To the public that's watching, and many of you have called, texted, emailed, sent telegrams, commending the board for really what has just been a visual display of good government, good governance, compromise, and consensus from 9 individuals that have done several things. Number one, we have respected the service of Dr. Licata. Number two, we have commended the service of Dr. Licata. Number three, we've been compassionate about the type of transition that this nation's 6th largest school district must ensure occurs. Number 5, we've also ensured that 9 of us have the collective responsibility to ensure there is clear leadership, there is clear separation, and that we do our fiduciary responsibilities to the utmost. Respectfully, Madam Chair and Board, the council actually shared 2 scenarios, which we've actually spent 4 hours saying no to, overwhelmingly. Continuing a retirement date of 12/31, and he introduced a termination without cause, going backwards on what we have just mutually agreed on today and on April 16th. I think that is a horrible position for the opposing counsel to publicly present to this board and this body. To now come back after this board has overwhelmingly, by a supermajority or more, said that we do not want to have a date of August 31st. We've actually went over a couple dates. We do not want a full salary, that this district will be paying 2 superintendents a rate of 2 superintendents' pay. This board just said no to that. This board also just said, we don't believe that the benefits of the former superintendent should be the same as if he is still the superintendent. And lastly, this board overwhelmingly just spent 4 hours, very deliberately, saying that we want to see a very smooth, compassionate transition. Madam Chair, respectfully, because I think this board has been respectful from August 16th forward, and from when this board initially hired the prior superintendent to his retirement, mutually, back on April 16th. So let me tell you where I am, Madam Chair, because I have listened in tunely, and for the public that continues to reach out to all of us, we have not gotten to H6, 7, 8, B1, C1 and 2, F1 and 2. We haven't gotten to any of these operational items, 01, 03, all of the double H items, double Bs, right? We have not gotten to the business of the district because we are still grappling with a great public servant. But also, it appears now that we are in a position where the board must take action. And I'm ready to take action right now. because this board has spent 30-plus days of a transition with no guardrails. The public has actually been questioning this board, this district, and if we have more than one leader in the building, which is very frustrating. We can't even get to our new superintendent because we're still grappling with a prior superintendent who is attempting to get more money from taxpayers, take more money from our children here in Broward County Public Schools, and that is very disappointing. So I sat patiently, Madam Chair, and I appreciate all that you've done and the council. But what I like to do at this point, because the one option that the opposing counsel did not introduce is on page 9 of 17, section 10.3, termination for cause. And the termination for cause provision, as we all know, can be exercised. And yes, to, I think, several board members who've raised a point around litigation. There's going to be litigation, potentially. We have hundreds of cases that are currently under litigation right now. But it's unfortunate that a prior superintendent that this board overwhelmingly supported months ago has put this district here. So this one board member is not in favor of going back on what we just did by a supermajority vote plus on all of these items. So, Madam Chair, I move that the school board of Broward County, Florida, invoke the termination for cause provision with our former superintendent, Dr. Licata, for those that are following. Is it 9 of 17?
9 of 17, yes.
It's on page 9 of 17, Article 10, Section 10.3, and I'll put a period there.
Is there a second?
Second, Chair.
Moved by Austin, second by Fogan-Holly. Public comment on the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I still have time on my lunch hour. Thank you, Ms. Austin, for your words. Thank you, Chair, for all that you all are doing. I appreciate it, and I agree.
Any other public comment? Yes.
I just want to make sure that you are fully informed that that paragraph says that if you take this action, you will be providing Dr. Licata, presumably after today, 60 written days' notice of your intent to terminate with cause, which means he will remain as your superintendent for the next 60 days. So you're fully aware of the repercussions of the action that you might be taking.
Ms. Batista, can you weigh in on that comment?
So according to that provision, there is no 60-day notice provision. The superintendent will be provided with written notice of the termination for cause, and he's entitled to due process rights. However, the agreement, if it's terminated for cause, the superintendent's term of office immediately ceases, and the superintendent will be entitled to payment for earned, accrued vacation days, but shall be ineligible for any other compensation or benefits.
Dr. Holness.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. You know, this is really unfortunate that this is where we are. We've hired a superintendent who I thought did an excellent job for the district. He had medical problems, and he decided that based on his family and doctor's advice that he would leave. Now, for us to get to this point where we're terminating with cause, this is very unsettling. I am not in support of this. And, you know, what message are we sending? You know, we're trying to attract great people to this district. we're trying to be an A district. And if there is some sort of a disagreement that we can't currently come up with an amicable solution, then we take drastic action. I don't think it's the right message. And I think if we're going to try to attract great people to Broward County schools, and this is how we respond on their way out, I just don't think it's the right thing we're doing. There has to be some sort of moral and ethical compass to which we go by. And I understand this is a system, but we're dealing with people and their lives. And so when I look at what's happening here today, I have to ask myself the question, how are we going to become a great district? What message are we sending to everyone looking in who wants to come here to work? Is this the right message? Is this really what we're doing? And, you know, I know there are many people that look at things objectively, look at things quantitatively, and so on. But we also have to look at things where we see the human in what we're doing. And I do not agree with this, and I'm not going to support this.
Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate a couple of things. So, you know, when April 16th occurred, Dr. Licata was the one who wanted to separate from us. I want to be clear, he was of the agreement that we would mutually separate before December 31st. So again, I think it's disingenuous to keep pushing that narrative that he was going to stay till December 31st and we made that change. It was asked if he would agree to that. He again said to a number of people, yes, I'm okay with this, this is how it goes. So it's a mutual separation. So the idea that we're looking at termination without cause and that there's something guaranteed is just not true. We would have never negotiated anything. As you mentioned, we would have there wouldn't have been a negotiation. So I feel very sad that we're at this point. I know that we spent a lot of time coming to an agreement there. I think the agreement we offered is fair. It's a good in-between, you might say, but it's unfortunate we're at a place, we're at extreme now, and unfortunately, you know, you guys are going to have to decide which one of those two things you're willing to do. But I just again want to remind you that it is not true that we terminated without cause. It was a mutual agreement. Otherwise, we would have never been in negotiations, and it's frustrating for me to hear you continue to say that. So thank you.
Other board members want to weigh in? Ms. Rupert?
Madam Chair, Leonardi, if I could be on the list to speak, please.
Go ahead, Ms. Leonardi.
Yeah, I want to just echo Ms. Hickson's frustration with that narrative that's being put out there by some that, you know, this was termination without cause. That's not the case, obviously. She outlines that pretty perfectly. And I am in complete agreement with Dr. Holness's piece about treating people as human beings. You know, this is, it, as he stated, an extreme place to be. And I hope that we can, again, mutually agree to a separation that is respectful to all parties and taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rupert?
This is a statement I normally don't make. I'm at a loss for words. Disappointed. You know, as a board member that gets ripped a lot about having a big heart, I thought this was a fair process that we went through here. We didn't agree with everything together, but we worked together to make it happen. This might be the most, I think, wildly accepting that we've ever been. And that's hard on this board. But we want to do the right thing. We want to move forward. It's 2:15 in the afternoon. At this point, the board's still going to be here at 2:15 in the morning. And not that there's ever a reason to rush, but this has been hours and hours and hours and hours long, and we all thought we were working there. What I would have preferred, quite honestly, is that Dr. Licata actually whispered to you and said, nah, like when we were about 2 hours into the conversation. So then we would have known, and we could have pulled back, and whatever that discussion is. But now we're at a point where I'm not going to change my mind, and that's a lot for me to say. I just can't. I can't do it. I can't do it for the taxpayers, the kids that we have, for the board, for everybody, for our new superintendent. It's just, this is awkward, big time. Awkward. And we just want to go forward. Please reconsider. I would be willing to have you go, oops, let's just take that one. Or there's a teeny tiny change on page 4, it's just a little one. But to say, no way, no way, it's just, I feel like somebody punched me in the stomach. So, please fix it.
If I could, let me apologize.
Dr. Licata?
Let me apologize to both of you about Ms. Hickson and yourself. I was only trying to give you the context of it. And part of what's frustrating on this side is that we had a public negotiation and we came to an agreement. And when I walked in today, I honestly felt like being sandbagged because we had an agreement that said he's going to work till July 1st, he's going to consult for 9 weeks. And all of a sudden, everything got turned upside down. And it's like we have to negotiate all over again with all of you, which obviously is difficult and difficult among yourselves. I think that's a very unfair position to put anybody in. Why go through what now seems in hindsight to be a charade? Why go through a public negotiation process, reach an agreement, lawyers go back and forth? We were exchanging drafts early in the morning, late at night, getting to an agreement, and then today have the agreement just thrown out and say, let's substitute something that we want to do. And I hear you loud and clear, but imagine if we had done that to you, if we came in with this agreement and said, you know what, instead of the 9 weeks that we agreed to, we wanted to double that. We wanted to double his salary, just as there was a motion to reduce his salary by 35%. So everybody's human beings here, and it's hard when you in good faith come to an agreement and then the other side says, you know what, we don't really like that agreement and we're going to throw it out and start fresh and negotiate in public. Maybe the thing to do is to send us back to the negotiating table so you can get on with your business today. And maybe we bring a third-party mediator in to sit down and say, okay, let's reach a solution. Because we keep coming back to it's all about serving the kids and the district. And Dr. Cotto wants to continue to do that. And I'm disappointed to hear that some of you don't. Maybe you want until July 1st. But our first offer was to continue to serve through August, which was, I don't know Dr. Zeman is going to submit it, but his original proposal was August the 7th or August the 9th, and that would have been an acceptable proposal. If Dr. Zeman's motion gets put back on the table, we would support that.
Well, you know what? Where the heck is Dr. Zeman? It's like Carmen Miranda.
Well,
where the heck? There's not too many things that you have to be as a board member. One of them, you got to vote for the superintendent. You got to get rid of the superintendent. You have to do the budget. This is part of your job. I worried about him. I went searching for him in the hall. Wow, we need an extra person in this room to be able to say, hey, I was there for that, and you know what? It was a dog. No. And one other thing.
Let me put that
all
back
I
out
could
there.
think of is Tom Hanks, and there is no whining in baseball. This is governance 101, and it's wrong.
Mr. Fogelnolly.
Yes, Ms. Rupert. All right. If they had no sushi, I don't know. But no, I appreciate. No laughing, Chair. I appreciate the words from my colleagues. Ms. Hickson, Board Member Alston, thank you. Board Member Rupert. And Dr. Holness, I appreciate your words too. And I think that you asked the question, how can we be great? Right? We can be great by doing things that we can learn from the past and change that. Not fall to the same traps. Be transparent. Be fiscally responsible. Not waste taxpayer funds. That's how we can start to be great. That's a good starting point. I think in this situation, we have a choice A, choice B now. because we didn't want this. I don't think any of us did. We wouldn't have spent 4 hours talking about this. None of us want that. But in this situation, like we all said, feels like this was fair, and now it's almost to say, now we're being pushed into a corner to have to make a decision. Unfortunately, to run something like a business, you have to make tough decisions. Because it is a business decision, it's not a charity. We need to stop giving away money, and that's what people have said time and time again. We've learned from the past. So I believe that's why it's an unfortunate thing, so I would like to do that. I don't think that's the right thing to do, to say, oh, let's go back 3 motions ago. No, this is it. Now I feel like down to 2 choices, Chair, and that's where we're at, so thank you.
Thank you. So based on the current motion on the floor, the termination for cause, so reading this, my question is, there needs to be just cause as determined by the Florida statute. So, Ms. Batista, what would be the just cause?
So, among perhaps many other things, I think the just cause in this particular case could be the information that came to light after April 16th of this year, and that is that the superintendent had the desire to retire as of April 16th, or at least depart and not continue to fully be the superintendent of schools as of that date. However, he wrote a letter of retirement saying that he wished to retire in December, and that was a misrepresentation of his intentions, and he did so for personal gain to obtain 20 weeks of severance that he otherwise would not be entitled to.
Okay, thank you. And then if this was to pass, what would be the consequences to Dr. Licata's ability to retire with 30 years vested?
Madam Chair, I don't know the exact number of time or the exact number that he has now. I know that it's not 30 years yet. So if he were to be terminated as of today, he would not reach those 30 years. I think it may be 20.85 or very close, but not 30.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Olson?
Thank you as the maker of the motion, and I agree with everyone. And let me reiterate, I don't think I've ever made a motion after 4 hours of great public conversation from the board where we all push and pulled. We all care for kids. Thank you, because I don't think that comment from the opposing counsel was absolutely incorrect and inappropriate. All 9 of us up here, and I can say that with conviction, have different backgrounds. We come from different parts of the county. And our number 1 responsibility is the health and safety of this district. That's all of our kids, employees, with the goal of becoming an A school district. And we will, Madam Chair and members of the board. So I do want to just close by saying, Madam Chair, if appropriate, if we need to do one more recess, and I know this is already a recess day, where the other side needs to caucus once again, because I want the public to also be very clear, and many are watching, that this board did not arrive here, and thank you, Madam Vice Chair, for your words. I think you brought us back to where we were. That this has been deliberate, this has been mutual, this has been compassionate, and it's been respectful, with humanity in mind. So if anyone makes the point opposite, please know that was never the intent of, I'd just say 9 people up here. And I think I can say that also with conviction. So I'm okay if we need to recess again. I think it's very clear, at least my motion that's on the floor. I hope we don't have to carry that motion out. But if we do, that's, the board has to do what it has to do. Thank you.
I'd like to take a 10-minute recess. Welcome back. Dr. Licata.
Have something to say after that?
So I imagine you all have the same sheet that I do, that the clerk provided, 7 motions. It begins with mutual separation consultant agreement, number 1, remove consulting. Okay. So I'd like to go through that and work through that process, and I think we can agree on most of this, and we have a couple of suggested modifications. And if you have the ability to make those modifications, we could reach an agreement today. So the first one is remove the consulting language, and we agree to that. So you can cross off number 1. Number 2, remove the non-disparagement. We can agree to that. Number 3, benefits remain the same as a 12-month employee starting May 13th. We could agree to that, subject to, I'm not a benefits lawyer. I don't know whether you can, and you had that concern too, can you do that retroactively? Or does that have to happen at the next pay period? We'll defer to your benefits group as to whether that needs to start next time or May 13th. Number 4 has already happened, the question to us. Number 5, end the date of employment from to June 17th. Now, initially, it was July 1st, and we would appreciate the consideration of keeping it till July 1st. That was what was originally negotiated. That was some of the earlier motions. It's only an additional 2 weeks, so that's the only change we'd like there. Number 6, changing the rate of pay, reducing someone's pay by 30% retroactively seems a bit of a stretch, and we would request respectfully that you would keep his rate of pay the same through July 1st. And then obviously number 7, no problem with working collaboratively with Superintendent Hepburn, again through July 1st. So that's the motion that we could be supportive of if someone wants to make that motion.
Thank you. Dr. Holness.
Madam Chair, I don't believe I was on the prevailing side, so I would not be able to bring that back, would I?
A new motion, I think.
Is it a new motion?
Yeah, we're going to make them.
So I would like to make a motion.
You're making a substitute motion.
A substitute motion, correct, with the changes recommended by opposing counsel for items 5 and 6.
Is there a second? Moved by Holness, second by Hickson. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. Ms. Rupert?
Not that I'm picking sides, but I believe they also had number 7 to not be the June 17th, to be the 7/1/24. I believe that was it. So I wanted to make sure it was the...
Yes, all of the dates would now be reflective of July 1st.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair, and I apologize for missing a little bit of this conversation, but I think we've had a lot of debate about this from this table, and I think that we have an opportunity to both be conscious of fiscal realities and still flexible enough to get to an agreement and move forward. I like this offer. I think it is less than I would have wanted to give, just in fairness, and it's less than what I proposed doing by 4 or 5 weeks. But at the same time, it's critical that we show respect for this office and respect for the service, and we want to make sure that senior staff and all staff at Broward County Schools understand that we are dedicated, to treating people fairly and justly and equitably. And so I just think that this is a good place to land. I'd love to get back to our next order of business, given the time of day that it is. I can feel comfortable about this, even though it's less than what I wanted to give, as something that they counteroffered with. And in the interest of finding that fair middle point, we say yes. So I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member comments? Mr. Alston?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the opposing counsel, because I think you heard from all 9 of us that we all care about kids. So I'm glad you corrected your statement publicly. So now that we agree on that, and I appreciate the spirit of going line by line on the motions that we collectively approved. So I appreciate if the majority will go for it, great. I will not still change my position on having the rate of pay for the former superintendent reflecting the same rate of pay as the superintendent of schools. I will not support that. So yes, I appreciate their offer, but since we're public, we can also do a counteroffer. And we collectively just agreed to 225, Madam Council. Did I see it? I'm sorry, 230. My apologize. Let me add 3 to that. So that's going to impact my number a little bit. So I'm not just willing to give the bank away. We've already done that. So what I like to do, because I don't write down my motions in advance, I apologize. I'm going to do this right here on the dais. And I know that there is a motion on the floor, but what I'd ask if Dr. Holness would be amenable to separate the 2 out, because I think the public has been also very clear, I think to all of us, we all see the same and hear the same information. No one is comfortable with paying a rate of pay for 2 superintendents. Everyone is okay with us being compassionate, and we've done that for the last 4+ hours. So I will propose a counteroffer in the form of a motion, if I have the opportunity, that we meet in the middle. So we were originally at 230. I think a couple weeks ago, you all were at 350. My recommendation is that we meet in the middle. That's compromise. So no, I'm not in favor of keeping the same number before. I think the board overwhelmingly said no to that. But I think the board is overwhelmingly saying, which I suggested a recess because this board did not want to use the ultimate measure that it can take. So that I would offer that, Dr. Holness, if you'd be amenable, maybe to separate the 2 out, so we can have maybe a separate conversation on the rate of pay. And I know you've introduced the July 1 date.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I will separate the items 5 and 6 into 2 motions, and we vote on each individually.
Okay, thank you. Any other board member? Rupert?
I just wanted to clarify the record. And I said Carmen Miranda, I guess because I'm showing my age, 60, but I meant to say Carmen Santiago. So thank you so much.
Anyone else would like to weigh in? No.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just to make sure that the item that Dr. Holness, his motion is as to items 5, 6, and 7.
No, 7 was agreed upon.
The July 1st date applies to that as well.
July 1st.
The
Yes.
July 1st date applies to any item we support today.
Right.
Good.
Got it. Okay, so we're first going to do a roll call vote on item number 5.
All right, we're starting with Miss Hickson.
Yes.
Dr. Holness.
Yes.
Ms. Leonardi.
Yes.
Ms. Rupert.
Yes.
Dr. Zeman.
Yes.
Ms. Aldef.
Yes.
Mr. Alston.
No.
Ms. Pham. Yes. Mr. Foganholy.
No.
Passes 7-2.
Okay, now we're on to 6.
Madam Chair, can we have Mr. Strauss repeat the motion for 6?
Yes.
So for motion 6, and you accepted his friendly amendment to it, correct?
No, I accepted
Separate
separate
them.
5 and
Separate.
6 as 2 separate motions. So now we're reading
Right, so
motion as it
your
pertains.
motion on 6 was as of May 13th through July 1st, his rate would be his current salary of the $350,000.
Right, the current motion on the floor is what the opposing counsel indicated for item 6.
Right, at $350,000, and same as, duties will be transitional purposes only,
Correct. And the date, July 1st.
July 1st. We're going to start with you, Dr. Holness.
Yes.
Ms. Leonardi?
No.
Ms. Rupert?
No?
Dr. Zeman?
Yes.
Ms. Aladeff?
No.
Mr. Alston?
No.
Ms. Pham? No. Mr. Fogelholy?
No to paying 2 superintendents.
And Ms. Hickson?
No.
Fails 2-7.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Olson?
the spirit of compromise, that's what these hours have been about, and working together in a public fashion. So I move that we counter from the previous superintendent, that the rate of pay be adjusted to $287,500 as opposed to the initial offer back from the other side.
Second.
Moved by Olson, second by Rupert. Public comment? Board member comment? Roll call?
Ms. Leonardi?
No.
Ms. Rupert?
Yes.
Dr. Zeman?
Yes.
Ms. Aladeff?
Yes.
Mr. Olston?
Yes.
Ms. Pham?
Yes.
Mr. Fogelholy?
No.
Ms. Hickson?
Yes.
And Dr. Holness?
Yes.
Passes 7-2.
Ms. Batista? Anything else we need to?
Do they agree?
So does the
Number
superintendent and, number
We
7?
still now need to go on number 7 still.
Correct.
Okay. Can you read it number 7?
Yes. Number 7 is direct Dr. Hepburn to work collaboratively until July 1st with Dr. Licata on determining the means of work. And
Roll
we're
call.
starting,
We're just changing the date, right?
Yep, July 1st.
yeah, it was just a date
Roll
change.
call?
We're starting with Ms. Rupert,
Yes.
Dr. Zeman.
Yep.
Ms. Aladeff,
Yes.
Mr. Alston,
No.
Ms. Pham,
Yes.
Mr. Fogelholy,
No.
Ms. Hickson,
Yes.
Dr. Holness,
Yes.
Ms. Leonardi.
Yes.
Passes 7-2.
Madam,
Okay, all in favor of the item as amended? Roll call?
Madam Chair, I just want to mention that they had a concern with item number 3. The opposing counsel had mentioned some sort of a concern. I just want to make sure that in terms of the retro pay for May 13th, I thought I heard something of that nature. Can they respond to that before we vote?
Go ahead. Yes, please.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I believe that we had checked on this date before, and that the benefits can be changed back as of May 13th, 2024, without an issue. That is the next pay period that the employees of the district have not been paid for yet.
Okay.
Roll call, all in favor of the items as amended?
Dr. Zeman,
Yes.
Ms. Aladeff,
Yes.
Mr. Alston,
Yes.
Ms. Pham,
Yes.
Mr. Fogelholy,
Yes.
Ms. Hickson,
Yes.
Dr. Holness,
Yes.
Ms. Leonardi,
Yes.
Ms. Rupert.
Yes.
Unanimous, 9-0.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah.
That was it.
Okay.
Do they
Dr.
agree?
Licata?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I started my superintendency in this seat, or maybe Glenn's seat, I'm not sure. And it's ending in the seat next to it, which is great. And they call me former superintendent now, which is really nice. I first want to thank everybody. It's really an honor to be a superintendent. It's a special place. And when I stepped outside the second time, in knowing 4 hours and knowing the motives of some and the general feeling of others, my wife texted me and said, "You're not known for the money you've made in your life. You've known for the difference you've made in children. Whereas some of us have neglected our communities. The very schools we attended, we let them get bad. And it took an outsider to come in and fix those. Some of you worked there, some of you attended there. That's what I want to be known for." And I may have pissed some folks off the other day when I went down to Ely and made sure they were painting it the right way. May have got a few people upset when I went over to Rickards and said, "We're 4 weeks behind, we need to fix some things." Now we're going to be behind in Collins, but I don't see a lot of folks there talking about that. We have to. I implore you, we have to. Dr. Hepburn was there with me. We know that. We know that my legacy is going to be far beyond a dollar amount. And that's okay. I've been working 45 years since I'm 15 years old. This was the first job I've had in 45 years where I only had one job. And I didn't get this place because I had someone supervising me. I got here because I was motivated to do right by children. When my wife texted me that, I realized I make sure we do as best as we can to make sure Broward moves forward. And this is it. It's pushing back and forth and back and forth. We probably could have solved this a long time ago. And maybe we need to redirect the process so it's a better process, because it really does, and I think Ms. Hickson, you said it last couple weeks ago, it really is a useless process to begin the negotiations in that way. My first move is to make sure I take care of my health. For those out there and chirping in social media and such, shame on you for thinking and disregarding that. I lost a brother and a father because of what I have. For anyone, I hope in your lives out there, I hope in your lives you do not have to face that decision. Mr. Austin, you said that the other day when we were here a month ago, and I know we've disagreed on a lot, and we agree on a lot. We're both relatively conservative individuals. Just some believe in public education a little bit more than others. You said that I hope none of us have to make this decision in our lifetime, and you're right, and you're absolutely right. We can't destroy Broward County, and you amortize whatever went on today is pennies. And I opened this up with this idea. We swallow camels and we choked on fleas. And I believe we may have done that today. Because out there are so many problems with our schools. And we're taking our time for little things here. And we're all to blame, and we're all guilty. I look forward to getting my health back. The last 12 days I've spent 6 of them with my grandchildren. It was a pleasure. It was nice. And that's what it's about. You don't know when you have them or when you won't have them. I am very fortunate. I am a blessed man. For those that know me in this building, you know I've changed the culture in this place. I've changed the culture in the schools. I've changed some administration. And now the superintendent that's going to continue that. And that makes me proud instead of the same old way we do things. And I know there's some significant elections coming up. And as I said, I'll be very active to make sure that we're doing right by children. But most importantly, money doesn't make people out of what I've done for children. And I may not be done, I don't know. But I also know that we have a gift and we have a responsibility. And our gift is not marketing ourselves on what's best for kids. It's doing what's best for kids. And if we continue to do that, we will do very, very well. I leave here with 10 pages of accomplishments in just 9 months, and I know, Dr. Wanzer, you compiled most of that. And I did not want to bring that today. I did not want to bring that up today because I don't need to pad my stats. I don't need to keep shooting to get the scoring title. We did the right thing by making sure that you hired me, changed the direction. And as I have absolutely no hard feelings whatsoever, I think this is what we do, and you can't take this job expecting everything's going to be rainbows and unicorns. But I implore you, stop swallowing the camels. I implore you. This district has a potential to be phenomenal. And I believe it will be an A. I want to hear from the mountaintops that I was the superintendent when it did turn to an A. I may not hear that from everybody, but I'll hear it from some. That's okay. I appreciate the teachers. They're the ones who make it happen. But I appreciate the bus drivers who drive our kids to school because they wouldn't get there if it wasn't for them. I appreciate the cafeteria staff who feed them because they don't have food at home and they can't sit and learn in a classroom that's empty. I appreciate the nurse, the mental health counselors, teachers, the office assistants that take care of kids as a nurse when they're not qualified to be a nurse. The assistant principals who get beat up every day doing so much of the grunt work. And the principals that know that what makes a difference on a campus is them. I look forward to the next however many days we were finally decided on after the 32 motions. And I also know that there was no credence to the ethics at all whatsoever. And I know that's lawyering, and I get it. My conscience is clear, my heart is full, and my expectations of hope of a district with 80% of children that don't look like me. And when my grandchildren go to school, they won't sit for 4 years and have to go to the bathroom in a porta potty. And I recommend you consider that as well, because I know where your children go to school and they don't go to a temporary porta potty. Some things happen in certain zip codes that would never happen in others. And that's what public education is. We have to make sure we're doing that, because there is an attack on it and we have to fix that. I once again want to say thank you to the executive cabinet. They've been phenomenal. And I am as proud as it gets seeing Dr. Hepburn sit in that seat. Eventually, at the age of 60 in December, you have to look back and say, hey, we've got some great things done, and my heart is full. I appreciate all of you. I do, whether I agree with you or not, and any and all. We have a chance to turn a corner. Ms. Al-Hadef, you've done a great job, and we are turning the corner. And there will be no crying in board meetings. There's no crying. Thank you all, but I do owe some thanks to my level-headed attorney, even though he is Italian as well, and he is headed to Italy in 2 days. But I also owe everything to the woman that came into my life after I lost my first wife. So I thank you for that, but I thank her, because she's the one, her text, and we know she's the boss at home, is what made the difference. So I thank you, I appreciate this, and we'll get through this, and keep doing what's right by all children, not just the ones that come here, and parents come here and send emails. So those voices need to be heard. So thank you all very, very much. And as I said, Pete Licata's not going to be known for the money he made. He'll be known for the lives he changed. So thank you very much.
Dr. Licata, do you accept the entire motion as amended?
Do I? He says yes. Yes, I do. Yes.
Thank you. And I will end this item with how I started. Dr. Licata, I wish you happiness, health, and the opportunity to spend valuable time with your family. And we thank you for your impact on Broward County Public Schools. Ms. Batista, we would like to speak to the attorney-client session.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request the school board convene an attorney-client session in order to discuss litigation pending before the 17th Judicial Circuit in and for Broward County, Florida, in the following matters. TNG Corporation, doing business as TNG Constructors versus the School Board of Broward County, Florida, case number CACE 21-01871802, and case number 2, the School Board of Broward County, Florida versus TNG Corporation, doing business as TNG Constructors, case number CACE 22-007439. The following persons will attend this attorney-client session: school board members Lori Al-Hadef, Chair; Deborah Hickson, Vice Chair; Tori Alston, Brenda Pham, Esquire; Daniel Foganholy, Dr. Jeff Holness, Sarah Leonardi, Nora Rupert, Dr. Alan Zeman, Dr. Howard Hepburn, Superintendent of Schools; John Michael Hendrick, Esquire; Thomas C. Cooney, Esquire; and Marilyn C. Batista, Esquire, BCS. In anticipation of this request, the attorney-client session was properly advertised for today, May 21st, 2024, at 3 p.m. in accordance with Section 286.011, parent 8 of the Florida statutes. The purpose of the attorney-client session is to discuss settlement negotiations and/or strategy relative to the pending litigation. A certified court reporter will record the session. Only those persons noted in the advertisement will be permitted to attend. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh.
How much time did you say?
45 minutes.
I think it's so funny when you read this because everybody starts talking.
Welcome back. We may have a motion and second on B1. Second. Moved by Alston, second by Rupert. Public comment on B1, proclamation sponsored by school board members.
Well, I'm going to introduce it first. All right.
Mr. Alston.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the board, for this. Happy to bring this item, and thank you all for your support. So this is saluting one of our superstars, Ms. Brianna Watley of Miramar High School, as the 2024 Incubate Debate Champion. So I'll just read the first whereas clause in the interest of time. So whereas the 2024 Incubate Debate National Championship brought together the top 90 students out of more than 5,000 students from regions for 2 days of rigorous debate in Jacksonville, Florida. I'll jump down. Now, therefore, I, Tori Alston, former Broward County Commissioner and current 2 District School Board member, along with school board members Deborah Hickson, Vice Chair, and countywide at large, Seat 9, Daniel P. Foganoli, District 1, Sarah Leonardi, District 3, Dr. Jeff Holdness, District 5, Brenda Pham, Esquire, District 6, and Nora Rupert, District 7, present this proclamation to Miramar High School student Brianna Watley, highlighting her prestigious win on being named the 2024 Incubate Debate National Champion. Absolutely. So what I'd like to do, if I could, very quickly, Madam Chair, is have James Fishback from Incubate Debate come forward, and he'll introduce our champion and superstar.
Well, thank you very much, Member Alston. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of this distinguished board, for this opportunity. This great county has a spirit of excellence when it comes to competitive debate. There is no question about it. The rigorous exchange of ideas is key to everything we do. I was on the debate team at Boyd H. Anderson High School, graduated 2013, proud Cobra, and it's good to see Ms. Watley carry on the legacy. So from everyone here, congratulations. 2 final round topics. These are not easy ones. Should DEI programs be abolished? And is there a climate emergency? And she excelled on both. Who was in the audience? We had some great judges. Among them, former New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio. And so he had very good things to say about you, Ms. Watley. Congratulations, I know from them and from me as a Broward County alum. Congratulations to you.
I'd just like to thank everybody because this win has been so surreal for me, and it wouldn't have been possible without the community within Broward County, all of my teachers that helped prepare arguments for me, my friends who listened to my speeches countless times over and over again, and my family members for laying that foundation during my childhood and now for me to excel within debate. And I've grown so much through this program that I know that Incubate will continue to help other students throughout Broward County, help them grow and become more open-minded as we become young Americans in this country. So thank you all.
Thank you, Brianna. Madam Chair, would you join us down over?
Yes, wonderful, congratulations, and please add me to the sponsorship.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a 2-minute break for a quick picture.
You want us to go ahead and we'll vote on it?
Oh, my.
Let's move it. Let's
sorry,
support
I
it.
got so excited. All in favor of B1, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. We'll take a 2-minute recess. Welcome back. May I have a motion and second on BB5?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Holness. Second by Rupert. Public comment on BB5.
We have Chris Nelson.
Chris Nelson. Not here. Next speaker.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
He's not here. Next speaker.
That's it.
Thank you. Board member comment on BB5. I have Dr. Holness.
Madam Chair, if I'm not the only board member, can you come back?
Sure. This is Pham.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hepburn. So I want you to know that I have the greatest admiration and respect for you, but I do have two issues that I just like to bring to light. One is, and we discussed this earlier with Superintendent or former Superintendent Licata, is the disparaging agreement. So I feel like that's a clause that keeps us from speaking the truth.
Hold on, Ms. Pham. Ms. Batiste, can you weigh in on that?
There is no non-disparagement clause on this agreement.
No, I thought I saw that. Oh, okay, super, then we can eliminate that. And then the other thing is, when we negotiated Superintendent Licata's contract, what we had is, I had suggested, I'm going to re-suggest it, I suggested the meeting on 7/11/23, and the minutes started 15/25. And what I recommended is, as far as how many weeks of compensation in the event that you end up leaving the contract. And I had requested, I'm going to renew that request to make a motion for it right now, to have a staggering amount. So for the first year, if you left after 1 year, it would be five weeks compensation. If you left after 2 years, it would be 10 weeks. 3 years, it would be 15. And then after 4 weeks, it would be 20. And then you would be entitled to 20 from there, that point after. That's the greatest amount we've ever gone. What I'm suggesting that for is because in this particular situation with Dr. Licata, unfortunately, he got ill. And there was a big challenge dealing with that 20-week provision, considering that he had only been here approximately 8 months. So I'd like to make that motion to the board that we do a staggered effect of 5 weeks as opposed to a blanket. I think yours is after a year, 20 weeks. So I'd like to alter that. So
wait, can we just get clarification from Ms. Batista?
Sure.
That's not the way it's written.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So I think what would be helpful perhaps would be to explain one of the negotiated clauses here in this agreement, and that is the termination without cause, which is the only type of termination which would invoke the 20-week severance provision.
Right.
So if, for example, the superintendent were to terminate due to resignation or retirement, the 20-week severance does not come into play. That only applies to termination without cause. That type of termination is a termination that the board would exercise if they felt there is a difference of opinion, they don't like something the superintendent is doing, however, they have no cause, no just cause to terminate, but they would just want to part ways. So then what would be applicable will be a 20-week severance. However, in the case of Dr. Hepburn, the negotiated agreement before you has a staggered amount of weeks already. So if the board were to, again, it would be us terminating the superintendent and not the other way around, not him giving us notice of termination. But if the board were to terminate without cause, then for the first 6 months, the superintendent would receive no severance whatsoever. Starting on the 7th month and then prorated from the 7th month to the 12th month, he gets 3.33 weeks each month. So the 7th month would be 3.33, the 8th month it would be 6.66, and so on and so forth, until you get to the year where he would then be entitled, if we terminated him at the year mark, then he would be entitled to the 20 weeks of severance.
Exactly. Replace that 3.3 per month with 5 weeks the first year, 10 weeks second year, 15 weeks the third year, and fourth year, 20 weeks. That would be my proposal.
Okay, thank you.
And in addition, can we adopt that also for separation clauses, where if, with the same timeline, if you're mutually separate within the first year, it would be 5 weeks for continuation for benefits of that, and then if it's within its second year, it would be 10 weeks, the same thing. Can we stagger that instead of it all being at 1 year, approximately the 20-week mark you get after 1 year? I think that's a little bit over the top. I don't even know that CEOs get that many weeks in compensation, when it just seems like they're still trying to prove themselves at that point. They're not proven. So I think it builds with confidence, and we should stagger how we provide our benefits, especially if they're leaving after such a short period of time. So I'd like to make a motion to that effect. So would you like that now or later?
It's up to you.
So, okay, I will. Mr. Elson, would you help me with the language of that? You're so good. You made so many motions today.
I'm the chaos creator, remember? Anyway, so, I'm sorry, Madam Chair?
Mr. Olson.
So let me jump ahead because I think it would, anyway, let me not editorialize. So because it's a 3-year agreement, I think what you're saying is on page 10 of 18, line 3, where it says 3.33 weeks of severance per month until reaching 20 weeks at the 12th month. So let me back up. The good news is you all saw this up front. Thank you, Dr. Hepburn, because you heard the board before. So let me start from a positive place. So Dr. Zeman, I did say this was much more positive because I saw some positive stuff from this, Madam Chair, Council, and to the other side. So I want to just make that point. Now, clearly, let me not mix two cases. I'm not going to do that. So what I think you're suggesting is 7 weeks at the end of year 1, an additional 7 weeks at the end of year 2, an additional 6 weeks at the end of year 3. I think that's because this is a 3-year agreement as proposed.
That would work fine.
That's your motion?
Yes, okay. So what we would do is a motion to substitute 3.3?
Yep, the motion as stated. I'll second your motion.
Okay. I haven't, okay. You're going to have to help me with this.
All right, so I'll move, so Madam Chair, I move that, page 10 of 18, under section 10.2, line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where it references the 3.3 weeks of severance per month until 20 weeks at the end of the 12th month, that we move that to read 7 weeks at the end of year 1, an additional 7 weeks at the end of year 2, an additional 6 weeks at the end of year 3. That's the motion.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Yes. Oh, I second.
It's Tori's motion.
Moved by Alston, second by Pham. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, I am hoping that we don't spend a whole lot of time nitpicking on everything in this that's been presented to us. I can say that I believe that a reasonable arrangement as far as severance is already in the item, where this superintendent has agreed to 6 months with no severance and 3.3 weeks per month for the remaining 6 months, which would be 20 weeks to a year. Now, the question I have is, what was the severance arrangement for our last 2 permanent superintendents?
Is it in this?
It's on there.
Madam Chair?
Did you get the board member file?
Okay,
I'll pass it down to you.
Okay, no, I didn't.
And then if we could provide this to the media and the public, Mr. Sullivan?
What did I do with mine? Oh, I got it.
This one?
Oh,
Mr. Fogarty, do you have it?
I got it in my email.
I got it.
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
the normal 20 weeks.
I don't think it shows this on the table.
It's not on here. So can staff respond to, if they do have that information, because we're discussing the severance arrangement for this superintendent, and from what I've seen in the item itself, it's a 6-month, no severance, and then 3.3 weeks each month thereafter to 12 months. So I would like information on the past 2 superintendents to see how we're treating this superintendent as compared to the prior 2 in terms of severance, and then we can proceed to the other sections of this arrangement.
Ms. Batista?
I just need some clarification. When you say the last 2 superintendents.
The last 2 permanent superintendents.
Okay, so Dr. Cartwright and Mr. Runcie.
No, the last 2
Licata.
permanent.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So it was 20 weeks.
Okay, so this would be for Dr. Licata and Dr. Cartwright.
Correct,
Okay, so they had 20 weeks coming out the gate.
correct.
And now we've made an arrangement, tentative arrangement with this superintendent, which is no comparison to what the last 2 superintendents had, to where for 6 months, this superintendent will get no severance, and then 3.3 weeks each month to a year. I think that's reasonable. You know, if you're talking, what I don't want to create here is that we're given the appearance of having a different measure for this superintendent. And I don't want to spend a lot of time nitpicking through minor things. It's important that I understand why we are concerned about the severance, and we've made adjustment for that in the item. That's why we don't have severance for 6 months. That's why we're doing 3.3 every month for an additional 6 months, which is a year. Anything else outside of that, in my opinion, will bring the perception that we have a different measure for this superintendent, and I don't think that's the intent of this board.
Dr. Zeman?
Can I call the question, Chair?
All in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
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 We got 6.
6?
We got 6.
Okay. So roll call to call the question on Mrs. Pham, or Mr. Alston's.
No, we can't vote on the item. I think they got 6.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
We have 6.
Wash it on the line.
6 to call the question.
So then we're going to vote on the item, not on calling?
No, we're just voting on the motion on
The
the
motion.
floor.
Thank you.
Mr. Alston's motion on the floor. Can you repeat the motion and do a roll call?
Sure. The motion was 7 weeks at the end of year. So let me back up. Let me start again. This is 99.99% different than what we just did. And you probably have no idea what we just did. So now that I've said that, you are correct, Dr. Holness. This is in line with the board. I think the ultimate question, and I can remove the motion, but here's the ultimate question that the board needs to answer. What if we get to 18 months? I'm just making a scenario. We're back in this same situation again. If the board does not care, then you don't care about this guardrail. Does that make sense? Right? If you think if we get to 13, 14 months, that's essentially what this is. So if the board says, hey, let's not worry about it, then we don't need to put this in.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I understand.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So roll call.
Yep.
Ms. Alhadeff,
No.
Mr. Alston,
Yes.
Ms. Pham,
Yes, I care. I don't want to be in this situation again.
Mr. Fogarty,
Yes.
Ms. Hickson,
No.
Dr. Holness,
No.
Ms. Leonardi,
Yes.
Ms. Rupert,
No.
Dr. Zeman,
No.
fails 4-5.
Okay, back to the item.
That was my only comment.
Is this
So if
Hickson?
anyone else wants to nitpick, it's their turn.
Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. I'm going to try not to nitpick, but I have a couple of things. One, in our previous superintendent's contract, there was a bonus if we got to an A district, but it's not in this contract, so I would like to add that in there. And I would say, since Dr. Hepburn was a huge part of where we are going here, that it would start this year, like we become an A district this year. In the page 4 of 18, medical, vision, and dental, none of our employees get benefits for anyone except themselves, so I just wanted to kind of talk about, we're paying insurance for the whole family, and we don't do that for any of our other employees, so I have a bit of a concern about that. Page 5 of 18, if we're paying for medical insurance, why would we need to pay $3,500 for a medical exam?
That was my question.
So that seems kind of crazy to me. And I will just say, but we passed it, but I think it's important to understand that termination without cause, we could terminate them for any reason. We have made provisions to move here, to do different things, and I think it's in the best interest of us as a district to make sure people know we value them. So I'm glad to see we're keeping the 20 weeks, even staggered is fine, but it is an industry standard. Thank you. Oh, so should I make motions? Okay, sorry. So I would like to move, first of all, that we add a bonus for Dr. Hepburn if we become an A district. I believe it was $10,000 for the previous superintendent. So I would like to add that into the contract.
We did the two. What were the two we did last time?
Smart completion.
Smart.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there was two pieces. Whatever it was in the last contract, I think we should be equitable here. So I'd like to add that. Can I make different motions because they're all about different things, or should I?
Madam Chair, I'm confused about the motion because what was in Licata's contract had to do with the SMART bond and not becoming an A. So which one is it?
No, both.
Wait, hold on a second. I would make it simple, start just with one thing, and then we'll move from there.
So, first motion is to add the $10,000 bonus. I believe it had two parts, if we became an A district and if we met the SMART bond.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Hickson, second by Leonardi. Public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion? Ms. Rupert?
Yes, Madam Chair, I need a clarification. Is it to become an A district this year, since Dr. Hepburn was here for Dr. Licata's part? I was a little confused. So does it include this year?
That's my.
That is it, okay.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, so he would have to fulfill both, one become an A district and the completion of the SMART bond by 2025?
Yeah. Ms. Batista?
If I may read the language from the prior contract. So the language in that contract said, additionally, the superintendent shall receive a $10,000 bonus compensation starting with the 2024 school year for achieving and or maintaining an A rating in the district, and a separate $10,000 bonus for substantial prorated progression to achieving the SMART Bond program goals.
So there are two $10,000.
Correct.
Yeah.
Is that what you meant?
Yes, whatever the bonus part was before, I don't think it's fair not to add it again.
Okay. Roll call.
Mr. Alston?
Yes.
Ms. Pham? Mr. Fogelholy?
No.
Ms. Hickson?
Yes.
Dr. Holness?
Yes.
Ms. Leonardi?
Yes.
Ms.
Yes.
Rupert? Dr. Zeman?
Yes.
Ms. Aladev?
No.
Passes 6-3.
Okay, great. My next motion would be for, on page 4 of 18, medical, vision, and dental insurance to, shall provide the most comprehensive health, vision, and dental insurance to Hepburn. I would take out spouse and benefit eligible dependents.
Okay, so is there a second? Ms. Leonardi? Seconded by Ms. Leonardi. Motion is made by Ms. Hickson, seconded by Leonardi. Public comment?
Hello. Hi.
Push the button.
Oh, it's green. How about now? There you go. Anna Fusco, Broward Teacher Union President. Since I sit on the committee for health insurance, and we talk about lots of things that are happening with health insurance, and I cannot disagree with Co-Chair Hickson talking about that no other employee has that option to get their insurance paid for, or even offered at a reasonable cost. If you look at the cost for a family plan or just one dependent, it's a minimum for just a dependent, like $500 a month. I think a family plan is up to $1,700 a month. So as much as I respect that our superintendent is going to be working stressful hours under stressful conditions with the dais that we have, and you know, he's tasked to take care of his family, I believe he's going to be granted a very healthy salary that will be able to cover it, unlike our employees that have to literally beg for a raise to be able to cover the cost of living and struggle to pay for their family insurance. So I'm asking you to just maybe talk amongst each other, question it a little bit more, and if you're going to offer this, then we're going to ask for some help with our family plans and our dependent plans with all of the employees in Broward County Public Schools. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Board member comment? Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So can staff elaborate on the health benefits provided to the last 3 permanent superintendents?
Yes, and I just would like to add before staff weighs in on that, I know that this was very important to Dr. Hepburn with his family to be able to have health insurance. And staff can speak to it, but this was offered to the previous superintendents. Dr. Wanza?
So if we look at the document that staff provided, we'd see for Mr. Runcie, eligible dependent coverage was $16,232. For Dr. Cartwright, it was $17,143. And that option was not exercised, it appears here, by Dr. Licata. But at least 2 of the last 3 permanent superintendents did have that option exercised.
Okay, question. I'm not finished. So question, was Dr. Licata offered and refused that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So all 3 prior permanent superintendents were offered what we are offering Dr. Hepburn. We are now discussing whether or not we should remove that, even though we offered that to the last 3 superintendents. Again, I'll go back. It's important that we don't have a perception that we're treating this superintendent on a different measure. And if that was offered to the last 3, and that was a part of the negotiation that was important for him and his family, he's moving, we're asking him to move to Broward, I would caution that we continue to keep this in line with what we've done for prior superintendents.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. I just want to maybe put a nail in the coffin on this one, because not only did we offered it to the 3, but this is standard for superintendents. This is standard for executives. CEOs, COOs, CFOs of major organizations get this because they work so much. They don't have time to do kind of standard health care. They got to get concierge care and things like that just because of their schedule. The most important point, though, is that when you go look up market salaries for superintendents, it says they're $340,000 or $350,000. That includes a full medical package like this one. So were we to take this away, to be fair, we'd have to offer them another $20,000. And this is a tax-free benefit that's provided to executives all the time. And I hope that we retain it in this contract. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, so can you repeat the motion?
Motion is to remove spouse and eligible dependents from the health, vision, dental coverage.
Roll call.
Starting with Ms. Pham. Mr. Fogarty? He said no. Just
Fogarty
be clear.
said no.
Hickson?
Hickson?
Yes.
Dr. Holness?
No.
Ms. Leonardi?
No.
Ms. Rupert?
No.
Dr. Zeman?
Nope.
Ms. Saladeff?
No.
Mr. Alston?
No.
Motion fails 1-8.
Thank you. Last motion on page 5 of 18, where it says, any cost of such annual medical exams that are not covered by SBBC's health plan shall be paid or reimbursed by SBBC up to a maximum cost of $3,500 per year. That just seems, we cover it seems an excessive amount and a per year. Actually, I just don't think the medical examination in general is necessary. But I would make a motion to just delete the medical examination altogether.
Is there a second? Motion fails. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. I just have one quick one, and it's an add, not a take, but it's important. Every time you hire an executive, you have all the strengths and you have all the others. In this previous superintendent, we hired someone that had never been a superintendent, been a regional superintendent at a big district, which was a big strength because he came from a big district, but hadn't been a soup. We took the chance on it, and the results are, in my view, for as long as he served, very good. In this case, we have someone with less experience than average. And that's just a fact. Usually superintendents take a lot longer to get to this point, and my compensation for that is to think seriously about professional development. And we have $10,000 per year in professional development here, which I think gets eaten up really, really quick. Just hiring a coach can cost $1,000 a month. So you can spend $12,000 getting a really, really great coach to meet with you twice a month. I think Dr. Hepburn ought to take summers and go to Harvard Business School. He ought to go to Johns Hopkins for education research. He ought to go spend some time at Education Trust. There's some tremendous opportunities for someone who got here faster than average to really deepen his knowledge base in an accelerated way. So what I propose is that we set this to $20,000 instead of $10,000 to make up for the relative inexperience, sir, of Dr. Hepburn. So I think that's how we mitigate this risk. And this contract's for 3 years. After 3 years, we can come back and do something else. But for an executive to spend $20,000 a year, I think is a very smart investment for Broward County Schools.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Pham. Public comment.
Just a thought on that one. Tom Vasquez. To consider, whenever you invest in high-level training like this, also understand it becomes very marketable. So what happens in other organizations is that there's a bit of a clause that says, should we invest, there's going to be a payback tour, something that we know we're going to get an ROI on that investment. Just consider that as we go forward, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Board member comment? Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to make sure I have this information correct. So currently we have $10,000 that would be for training for the superintendent.
Each year.
Each year. And we are increasing this to $20,000. Are we then also requiring that the superintendent exhaust the $20,000 in training, or we're just increasing this to give him that amount of money to be able to do additional training if he so needs?
Ms. Batista? Silence your phone.
The clause right now states that the professional ability to do that, it's not to exceed the amount of $10,000. So if it's just a substitution of the amount, it would be not to exceed that amount, not to exceed $20,000.
Understand. Well, thank you so much.
Any other comments? Roll call.
Starting with Mr. Fogarty.
No.
Ms. Sixon.
No.
Dr. Holness?
Okay, hold on, let's just clarify, board members know what they're voting on.
Okay, so in section 5.3, to change the 10,000 per year to 20,000 per year.
Thank you.
Once again, Mr. Foganoli?
No.
And Ms. Hickson?
No.
Dr. Holness?
Yes.
Ms. Leonardi?
No.
Ms. Rupert?
No.
Dr. Zeman?
Yes.
Ms. Aladeff?
No.
Mr. Olson?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Ms. Pham?
Yes.
Fails 4-5.
Oh, I think it passes 4-5.
It was 5 noes.
5, 4. Item fails. Next. Any motions? Any other motions?
Yes.
Nope. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, in prior discussion, we were talking about what we have not done for the past 2 superintendents and so on. Continuing on that trend, what we have not done for the past 2 superintendents is a starting salary of $340,000. Dr. Licata's starting salary was $350,000 with bonus and severance immediately. Dr. Cartwright's starting salary was $350,000, severance immediately. Dr. Hepburn's starting salary that we have currently in front of us is $340,000, no severance for 6 months, and 3.3 weeks per month for a total of 6 months. Now, again, I know this is not the intent of the board, but I want to make sure as we proceed to finalize a compensation agreement for the superintendent that we are not having a different measure to which we treat this superintendent. I understand that experience matters, but also what matters is results. And we're tasking this superintendent with some major things. We're tasking this superintendent with redefining schools, repurposing schools. At the last meeting, bringing back a number of schools, possibly for closing. We're also tasking the superintendent to improve our district's low-performing schools. We had 9 before, now we have 12. We have 11 D schools, 1 F schools. We're tasking this superintendent to increase our customer service, to market better, to attract more students, to increase the aesthetic appeal of our district. We have a lot that we're asking from this superintendent, and to have a starting salary that is less than the prior 2 permanent superintendent, and asking this superintendent to do what's seemingly more, I think it brings a perception of having the superintendent being treated on a different measure. And I'm not saying that's the intent of the board. I'm saying that's a perception. And so I'd like to make a motion to match the starting salary of the last 2 superintendents to $350,000 instead of $340,000, so we can have a lateral playing field that we've treated the last 2 superintendents on as we would this one.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Holness, second by Leonardi. Public comment?
Yes, Chris Nelson, Fort Lauderdale. So you want to give him $350,000 a year? Is that what it is? Rather than $340,000? Okay, yeah, go ahead, give him the extra $10,000 a year, make it the same as the last 2 superintendents. But just, guys, we've been through this before. Just really examine the separation part. Plan for the best, but prepare for the worst. You guys should be experts at this by now. So support the motion. Go ahead, give it another $10,000 a year. But please, we just hope that Dr. Hepburn is the right person, that he's not going to take off like the last 2 superintendents, and we're not going to go through this whole day-long process again. Really hope for that, but definitely make sure to just prepare for the worst. I hope I'm not playing this video of myself on Twitter a year from now when we're going through the same thing again. But do support Board Member Holness's motion to match Dr. Hepburn's salary to the last 2 superintendents. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, I just want to first weigh in and say that I asked for a superintendent compensation comparison chart.
That's right.
All on one piece of paper, because I thought it's really important to know the numbers. You need to know the numbers. And when you look at the numbers, we're actually going to be giving Dr. Hepburn $539,671 now with this $20,000, potential bonus. So even though it might look like his base salary is $10,000 less, he negotiated other things when we were negotiating, and he's actually getting paid more than the previous 3 superintendents. So I just wanted to point that out to my colleagues. Ms. Rupert?
Same brain right there. Going down the column, not even including the extra that we just voted on, but Mr. Runcie, his subtotal annual amount was $504. Dr. Cartwright, $475,000. Dr. Licata, $495,000. Dr. Hepburn, $499,677. So there's not a drastic amount, and I believe that this is extremely fair, and I'm very excited to be working with this superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member comments? Roll call on the motion. Repeat the motion first.
Motion is in section 3.1 to increase his base salary from $340,000 to $350,000. Starting with Ms. Hickson.
No.
Dr. Holness.
Yes.
Ms. Leonardi.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
That was a yes.
Okay. Ms. Rupert.
No.
Dr. Zeman.
No.
Ms. Aladiff.
No.
Mr. Alston.
No.
Ms. Pham.
No.
Mr. Fogelholy.
No.
Fails 2-7.
Okay. Back to the item as a whole. Any other motions?
Ready to vote. Let's go.
Okay. Seeing no other motions,
Roll call.
roll call, and it is the requested action. Approve the employment agreement between the School Board of Broward County, Florida, and Howard Hepburn, EDD, as Superintendent of Schools, as amended, with a $10,000 possible bonus for the SMART program goals and a $10,000 to become an A school district, and that would be for the 25-26 school year, correct?
23-24.
The 23-24 school year. Roll call.
All right, we are starting with Dr. Holness.
Yes.
Ms. Leonardi.
Yes.
Ms. Rupert.
Yes.
Dr. Zeman.
Yes.
Ms. Aladiff.
Yes.
Mr. Alston.
Yes.
Ms. Pham.
Yes.
Mr. Fogelholy.
No.
Ms. Hickson.
Yes.
Passes 8-1.
Okay. Dr. Hepburn, do you agree with the motion as amended?
Yes.
Wow, look how
Congratulations.
easy that was. That was very classy.
Classy.
Thank you, board. Thank you, chair. Thank you, staff. All right, let's get to work.
Yes, come get your seat.
Congratulations.
Hey, you want to do it?
Wait, Madam Chair, can we bring that item back since I was on the prevailing side so we can all vote yes?
Yes.
Yes.
May I have a motion to bring back BB5?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment?
Seeing none.
Board member comment? All in favor of BB5 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously.
Bam.
Congratulations. May I have a motion and second on H2?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment on H2?
Yes, sir.
No, H2. It was tabled because we had a public speaker. Yes.
Yes, she's here.
The speaker is Ms. Catherine Palmer.
Palmer.
She's in the lobby.
Is everybody?
Yeah, she's here.
I am here.
There you go. I was saying you were here.
Thank you for waiting for me. I appreciate it. I was off teaching our children today. I chose to resign for personal and professional reasons. It was a difficult decision and one that hurt my heart. I love Broward schools. I'm a product of Olson Middle School and of South Broward High School. And when I chose to resign this year, I walked away from my pension. I walked away from a position I adore at my alma mater and countless students that I love as my own children. I was influenced by amazing teachers. They gave me a standard to live up to and believed in me as a kid when I couldn't believe in myself. I've had amazing mentors in this system. Dr. Audrey Robillard, Errol Evans, Dr. Wanza. These people taught me how to be a leader. They taught me to stand up, and they taught me that I had to be brave and to do the right thing, even when it was tough. Being here today is tough. I've been encouraged to not be here today. To tell you that what you do is not recognize the value in your employees. Ms. Marte told this board that no dollar amount is listed in the budget for employee raises so as to not tip your hands during negotiations. And I do not remember one person on this dais objecting. And your silence spoke volumes to me. You eliminated early release days without consulting teachers, citing the need for additional instructional time. I don't argue with that. Your reasoning was Palm Beach did it. Research shows that it works, but only if implemented in a certain way. Have you directed staff to figure out how to do that? What have you done to address student absences? You can add all the minutes you want, but if the students aren't there in school, they aren't getting the instruction. Palm Beach has started prosecuting parents and using the court system to provide wraparound services to assist those parents. Are we going to follow suit? You face your biggest challenge in redesigning and possibly closing schools. I'm out of time. I wish I could get into everything I want to say, but what I do know is that it takes bravery to hold your position. It takes bravery to speak truth.
Thank you so much. Board Member comment H2, Mrs. Hickson. You already spoke.
Yeah, I did. I already congratulated the 22 retirees.
Yep. Anyone else would like to speak? All in favor of H2, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. H2 passes unanimously. We have a motion and second on H6. Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment? We did
Yes,
H6.
Madam Chair, on item H6, I believe.
H6, H7, and H8 is done?
So we did, no, so we did public speakers on item H6. It was Mr. Aiello.
And it was tabled.
Right, so we need to continue, and the board needs to vote on the item, and then we can move to the next item.
H6 is moved.
H6 was tabled for us to begin the 10:30.
I have a motion and second on H6.
I'm moving it. That's
Moved
what I said.
Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment? Board comment? Ms. Pham?
Yes, I was making a motion on H6 about conducting monthly meetings because the meeting portion was withdrawn. So my motion would be to conduct monthly meetings with guidance counselors and occupational specialists and additional meetings as necessary. And also a second motion, which be they removed part of the language that indicates meeting with students and providing ongoing support And I would ask that they leave that in, and it would be a motion, the state provide ongoing support and counseling for students and parents, which involve educational counseling for course selection and occupational opportunities. As I indicated earlier, that throughout the year, the way things change and students change what their career focus and direction is, that should be provided throughout the term and not just at certain portions or times during the year.
Is there a second? Motion fails. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks very much, Chair. Just a quick update. We already had a motion that passed, if I want to be clear. It struck or extenuating circumstances, last bullet, page 2. Is that correct, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Holness?
What motion are we on?
H6.
I didn't choose H6.
Okay, Mrs. Hickson?
And also, just a reminder from our discussion, we would also add guardrails to what constitutes an emergency based on procedural guidelines.
Okay. All in favor of H6 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. You need a clarification?
I do, if you don't mind, Madam Chair. So where did we leave off?
Yes, so we left off with taking out, it said emergencies that we're keeping at other circumstances.
Extenuating circumstances.
Extenuating
So we removed
circumstances.
or extenuating circumstances, the same piece, right?
Right, we
Okay.
removed it.
Right.
Okay. Ms. Hickson?
And whatever we do for 6, we're going to do
To
for
the other
7,
ones.
8,
We got
and
it.
mental health coordinators and suicide prevention coordinators.
All in favor of H6 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. H6 passes unanimously.
Can I ask a quick question on that? I know it passed, so I'm good with that, but just to our council. I think I've mentioned this before. Extenuating circumstances, technically, isn't that a part of an emergency anyway, or it could be perceived that way? And kind of my second question is, don't all positions have perform other duties as assigned anyway?
Ms. Batista?
Just an HR question, right? I mean, it's just normal. I don't know why I think we've spent so much time over a few words. I don't know, I don't get the real impact.
Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Wanza. So, thank you, Dr. Hepburn. Thank you, Mr. Austin. To answer the question, if the board, some board members may recall, when the position of guardian was passed by the board, that was the first position to actually not have that language at all. All of the duties is assigned. And it was at that time, it was the board's intent that that individual who essentially is the safe school officer with the loaded weapon, they did not want that individual being pulled or called to do other things when their responsibility was to patrol the campus for that very specific reason.
Okay.
A few meetings passed, I can't quote the actual when the meeting was, but we had other job descriptions that came forward, and we had language very similar to what is in here for the school counselor. And Ms. Hollingsworth can tell us the exact ones, but there were 1 or 2 job descriptions that came prior that we amended that last line to say exactly what this language says now. That was just amended by the board.
Okay, I'm good. I just want to make, but this perform other duties as assigned is really in everyone's job description anyway, right? Okay, got it.
Can I have a motion on H7, H8 together?
So moved.
Second. Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair. I don't know if he's still here, but Mr. Rafael signed up to speak to both items.
I don't think he's here. Dr. Zeman?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to strike or extenuating circumstances, last bullet, page 2 of both H7 and H8 under essential performing responsibilities.
Second it. Been moved by Zeman, second by Alda. Public comment? Board member comment?
Yes, didn't we just do that?
We did, but that was on H6.
I thought it was 6 and apply to 7 and 8.
No, they just said that.
We have to
We
go through
didn't
the
pull
motion.
them.
Go one by one.
Oh, God, okay.
All in favor of the motion as amended for H7 and H8, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. H7 and H8 pass as amended. May I have a motion and a second on C1?
So moved.
Second. Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment. Board member comment, Ms. Pham. C1.
I'm looking, C1, yeah.
So,
Wait, hold on. I think there's public comment.
If we're on item C1, we do have a public comment. Ms. Jackie Bluscombe signed up to speak to this item.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. I see that this was kicked back from the last meeting, I think, because 3 days was too small, too short a period, and it looks like it's coming back for 3 days. Am I correct? So I just want to ask if there's a two-tier system of discipline in this district. Because item 8, I think it was H4, every single school board meeting, you nod through without comment a whole ton of non-managerial suspensions, the bulk of which are in the transportation department. You're nodding through suspensions of staff in transport between 1 and 7 days at a time. A 7-day suspension, show me whenever any other member of staff has been suspended for 7 days. So we're talking here about a teacher who is accused of unprofessional behavior, bullying a child, a thoroughly abusive relationship with that child as documented on the paperwork, repeatedly singling out this child for abusive treatment, and gross subordination by failing to adhere to directives from an administrator. And they're getting 3 days. 3 days. This is somebody who works with our kids. And meanwhile, for the last 18 months, you've got a transportation department suspending staff for between 1 and 7 days at a time, and you're not even asking what these people are doing. So either there's something really wrong in the transportation department, and that might very well actually be the case, and that's a whole other story. But I think we really need to be looking at what your community expects of your disciplinary processes here. We have a professional code of conduct, and when people break it, and break it in such an egregious way, I don't think anybody with a kid in Broward County Public Schools could agree with a 3-day suspension. Thank you.
Board member comment? Ms. Pham?
Yes, ma'am. I had requested additional information on this. I don't think we got enough in order to even properly assess this. So therefore, I don't know if the 3 days was adequate or not. So I won't be supporting the 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you. So this was postponed from April 16th. Dr. Hepburn, does staff relook at this before bringing it back today?
Yes, Board Chair. We reviewed this case. Also, the recency of this is from the 22 school year. And so this employee has been in the classroom since. As a result, we added some additional stipulations for training, professional development to ensure that this employee doesn't repeat these actions moving forward.
Thank you. Any other comment? All in favor of C1, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
No. No.
You just raise your hand if you are no. So 1, 2, oh, okay, roll call.
Roll call on item C1. I'm just going to start from the top because I know Mr. Strauss left off. Ms. Alhadeff?
Yes.
Mr. Alston?
No.
Is that a no?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry, I couldn't see the person coughing.
No, my apologies.
Thank you. Ms. Pham?
No.
Mr. Fogelnholy?
No.
Mrs. Hickson?
Yes.
Dr. Holness?
Yes.
Mrs. Leonardi?
Yes.
Mrs. Rupert?
No.
Dr. Zeman?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-4.
May I have a motion second on C2?
So moved.
Moved by Rupert, second by Seaman. Public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have Ms. Jackie Bluscombe.
I'm not sure if it's worth my while if that, if 3 days. Anyway, this is an item that now I see there's now also a motion for at BB6, so they connect. So somebody tell me whether I speak to this or whether I speak to the motion later.
This is just.
I think I'm correct.
Need a motion based on.
Yeah, I would speak to the previous one, the number you said. BB6?
Sorry, Mr. Azarito is saying BB6 passed. Well, I've been here 8 hours waiting for it, so I don't think so.
Item
Mrs.
BB6 passed with the bulk of double-letter items that passed.
Okay. If you want to speak to it now.
No, there's no point. It looks like I just wasted
Yep.
8 hours.
Sorry.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to bring that item back.
EB6? Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Rupert, second by Holness, to bring back EB6.
I just have a question.
Madam
Chair?
Yep.
And I know our advisory chair is here.
Yeah.
You wanted to speak to the item, or clearly I know you want to speak to the item, right? But I know we're not go back and forth, Madam Chair.
I'll bring them both together, EB6 and C2.
Right.
Okay.
There were two items. One was the item that, and then Mrs. Hickson made a motion on it last night or the night before. The first I knew was that it's just gone through. I've been sitting here 8 hours to speak to it because thinking that you were going to vote on something and that I needed to be here to explain what the issue was about. So I've been completely unaware that I've just wasted an entire day, so that's great. So you're telling me that Mrs. Hickson's motion passed?
So I don't think so.
Okay, all right, stop.
Right.
Hold on. I'm going to make a motion to bring back C2 and BB6.
But there's little point because if you've passed it, that's great.
Well, I know.
Okay. All right, maybe some administrative issues here, and it's really not clear. You had 2 items, and I signed up to speak to them. So anybody sitting there with the paperwork, knowing that I was sitting here for 8 hours to speak to something that I was completely unaware had already passed, and great, I'm glad it did, but that's not okay. Thank you. And that last item wasn't okay either.
Ms. Rupert, do you want to remove your request? Okay. So BB6 is not on the floor. C2 may have so we're on C2. Motion and second on C2. Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment, board member comment. I have Ms. Pham. C2 at 2. C.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to point out, Madam Chair, that in the executive summary, it states that this motion is scheduled to be heard on 4/23, the incorrect date on the executive summary. And I wanted to know if that is properly noticed, whether that complies with sunshine when you have the wrong date on the executive summary.
Dr. Hepburn, staff speak to C2.
Dr. Wanza?
So what's in the executive summary reads that this item was postponed on 4/16. I'm sorry, was postponed from the 4/16 school board meeting that was held on 4/23. If you will recall the 4/16 meeting, we had a meeting the next week where we resumed the meeting. So what's in the actual executive summary is accurate.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I actually ended up making a motion on BB6, but I do want to ask staff if they could answer a question because it may require us. BB6 came on late. I don't think anybody maybe even really got the idea of what it was, so I just wanted to have a minute to have a conversation about it because it was an item that was requested by the ESC advisory about not allowing schools to have waivers for midterms because there are 2 schools that don't allow students to waive midterms and all the other schools do, and there was a concern about it adversely affecting students with disabilities. So that's what BB6 was about, and it came from C2 with the advisory boards. But in the discussion with staff, there were a couple of questions I just want them to address. So is there already a mechanism in place? Well, first of all, is there a state statute that says we have to allow schools to waive our policies?
Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Wanza?
So, Mrs. Hickson, to answer your question, the answer is yes. We also have district staff here from the Office of Academics who can further elaborate. But yes, there is statutory language that speaks to districts providing provisions for schools to go through whatever is the district process to apply for or to have waivers of policy considered.
Okay.
Dr. Harper?
Mr. Brahmaha?
Thank you for the question. Gabra Moha, Director of Secondary Learning. So the state statute is Florida Statute 1001.42, and Section B reads, adopt a waiver process policies to enable all schools to exercise maximum flexibility and notify advisory councils of processes to waive school district and state policies. So it is a state statute to require us to have a policy to allow schools to waive pieces of local and state policies.
So, Ms. Batista, based on that, because I wasn't aware of that until after I put the motion in, staff called me afterwards. So, Ms. Batista, can you answer that if we pass a motion that says that we won't allow waivers, are we violating that state statute?
Ms. Batista?
Okay, so
if I can add some clarity. So
Yeah.
we have two high schools. Dr. Hepburn, is it okay? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. We have two high schools that went through the board-approved waiver process, and they went through their SAC, they went through the community process, the faculty voted, the entire process is outlined in the policy. To have students not be allowed to waive midterm exams. And those two high schools are Fort Lauderdale High School and Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. So they have, in effect, come to the board. The board approved their waivers. And so now we have the question before us in a committee motion, and that is why Mrs. Hickson is asking the question, I believe, and I don't want to speak for you, so please clarify, if the board votes yes in favor of the motion that she proffered, are we now going against the statute that allows schools to apply for waivers that the board approved?
So I was pausing because I don't think the motion is necessary unless the board's position is that all schools must provide an option to exempt all midterms and all end-of-course exams for all students.
So that the motion,
In other words, the schools already have the option to come before the board and request a waiver.
right. So the motion, though, the concern here, and I know that it's late, but this is about student achievement. So we spent 4 hours on adults. I think it's important we talk about student achievement. So the issue is that if they take the midterm exam for this is specifically for EOC classes. If you take an ACE class, if you take dual enrollment, if you take college courses, you can't exempt. That's not an option. All the other high schools in the county, except for these two, allow their students to exempt the midterm exam for an EOC class. This is only about EOC classes. And the concern of the ESE committee and families, we've gotten a couple of emails about it, is that it adversely affects students with disabilities because if they don't do well on that midterm exam, that it could cause their overall semester grade to be lowered because of the exam, and that's true of anyone. But there is a state statute that says students with disabilities don't have to take the EOC in order to graduate. So the concern is if they are some students, and it has to be in the IEP, and they can explain it better in a minute. So the concern is why would they have to take the midterm that could adversely affect them if the EOC doesn't have to count for them? So with that in mind, though, in the discussion, having the discussion with Dr. Wanza and Mr. 5 of us were on the phone last night, there is a mechanism in place where if someone does not pass that midterm exam, they could go in front of a committee to argue the point of why it shouldn't count. So I think I need to bring back B6 because I was not aware of all of this, but I did want us to have the conversation because, again, it is about students and we don't talk enough about them.
Would you like to bring back BB6?
Yes, so in the context of C2, I would also like to bring back BB6 and then have staff explain better because they're shaking their heads at me, so.
Okay, I second it. So we're going to bring back C2 along with BB6 at the same time. We have a motion and second to do that.
Second.
Moved by Fognoli, second by Holness. Public comment.
Thank you. To explain, this is such a mess. Item C2 was you looking at our motion, and then Mrs. Hickson made a motion to adopt our motion, which you never discussed. You never brought it before the public for commentary, and I had amendments to it to make it accurate. Now you're having to bring it back because you passed something without even looking at it and discussing it, and I waited 8 hours to talk to it. So I'm going to read the briefing notes that I sent to all school board members yesterday to help them out with this because there's some misinformation here. We're not asking for students to be allowed, with disabilities, to be allowed to waive doing the midterm exam. We're asking to simply be able to waive their scores. Midterm exams aren't mandated by statute, and you've got a great big briefing paper that I took time with 2 others, Kelly Walker and Lisa Priest, that we could put this together and give you accurate information. Our motion sought to allow students with disabilities the ability to waive the results of their midterm exams in EOC courses to match state statute and district policy that allows them to waive the EOC results. The same policy that applies to EOCs that count as 30% of a final course grade should be applied to midterm exams that count as 10% of a final course grade. I did some Q&As to prevent confusion. I did Q&As that went over why this matter can't be just left to IEP teams, and that's because legal counsel overruled IEP teams when that happened before. Questions about, I was asked yesterday, is this aligned with state statute? And my answer was, midterms are not even required by state statute. In fact, statute is silent on schools having to do midterms. Midterms are a district thing. So we're not wanting students to not sit the midterms. We're simply saying students with disabilities should be allowed to waive the midterm results for the purposes of their course grade because they're penalized by 10% by not doing so. Statute allows them to waive the EOC result, and this motion that we put before you would be bringing you in line with that. You brought a motion, Mrs. Hickson. This is in fact 2 items here, so I hope I can have double the time. But that I had some proposed amendments to your motion that would have made the language accurate. So I don't know how you want me to deal with that. I can read out your motion with my suggestions for the amendments that would make the language correct. Should I do that with 7 seconds, or do I get... This is 2 items now in one, so you passed a motion without it coming before the public.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Let's go.
Okay, thank you. So if you follow along with what you've got on the motion that Mrs. Hickson passed, I have some amendments, but I will just read out what mine would be. So I move that all students with disabilities in schools that obtain, not offer, midterm exemption waivers should, remove the also, be granted the right, and then remove as specified in state statute, to receive waivers for their midterm exam scores, insert the word scores, in end of course subjects. This should apply to the course grading similarly to their existing right to waive EOC exams as specified in state statute. This aims to align the rights of students with disabilities regarding midterm exemptions with their rights for EOC exam waivers, ensuring consistency and fairness in their academic assessments. What I worry about is that once I stop talking, if there's further debate and you get, and I'm not being disrespectful to staff, it's a tricky subject, but if they then give you inaccurate information, that I have information that can counter it, that's not going to be a fair process. So I would just urge, please refer to the briefing paper that we gave you. One of the other questions that we tried to preempt was why this measure being called for by ESE Advisory should not apply to all students. And the answer to that is because the provision in state law that allows for EOC results to be waived for the purposes of graduation and final course grade is specifically for ESE students only. Gen Ed students are not eligible to waive EOC results per district policy and Florida statute. We acknowledged in our discussion at ESE Advisory that the fact that some schools seek midterm exemption waivers and some don't is leading to inequity for Gen Ed students too. The ability to seek a waiver means students at one school are having their EOC grade compromised by up to 10%, while peers at other schools are not. All students then go on to compete in the same pool for college places and scholarships. So some are being disadvantaged in that pool. This is, however, a matter for state law and not BCPS policy. Therefore, our motion did not address it. And I'm talking about ESE Advisory's initial motion, which prompted this motion and this agenda item.
Any other public speakers?
I was having a conversation outside, and a wise professional in education mentioned that, sometimes, and I'm paraphrasing, sometimes when you talk these issues, you lose the element of the student, right? So in an attempt to try to bring out the story of the student, an ESC kid, well, actually all our kids, they're more than just a grade on a test. If you can get that, then you can get where this is going. So in the struggle for especially an ESC student, as they do such good work throughout the year, to just kind of have that one culminating test, in this case the final, is waived, they have a right to waive it, but then have it negatively impact you on the midterm is really where the crux of the matter is. It's about standardization. It's about proper accommodation to be fair and to be just, as it was pointed out. You can't have some students in some schools potentially negatively impacted while others are not. So it's about cleaning house on behalf of our ESC students. And again, to that wise professional that offered that comment about keeping it about the kids, I thank him for that. And I just offer that to bring a little bit of clarity. This is going to help our ESC community, and I advocate for its approval. Thank you.
Any other public speaker? Go ahead. You can go to the podium.
Can I have extra time, please?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay. So this is coming from the heart and coming as a mom that has an autistic child who is with me today. He is a part of the ESE program, and I hustled to do whatever I could to get him the help that he needs, and now he's getting the help, and it's beautiful. Now moving forward, it makes sense for all Broward Elementary kids to start school at 10 a.m. And let me tell you why. Nova Elementary School starts at 9 a.m. and I'm saying this because I know it's a change, and I know it's different, and more people are going to be like a fast no instead of a slow yes. But all I'm asking, if you hear me out, if you have all elementary kids in Broward start school at 10 a.m., it will make their mindset better for elementary kids. A lot of kids that are kindergarten, pre-K through 5th grade, their fuel and their energy don't start, their mind starts getting adjusted around 9. And 7 a.m., 8 a.m. is way too early for the kids to start school. It's not the same like it used to be. People need their rest. People need their sleep, and kids need to have a good breakfast at home and be with, especially kids with a disability or a disability. I have an autistic child, and it's hard for him to wake up. It's more forced than natural. And if you guys, and I know this is not going to happen overnight, but sometimes even grown-ups have a hard time waking up early. Now imagine if kids, and this only goes for elementary. This is not middle school and high school. Middle school, they're going to end up getting the help that they need in other programs, and it will be good for the staff to have a break until the kids start. I just feel it's a good idea, and in the future, like Broward schools are starting to go virtual as well. So the kids starting school at 10 a.m., pre-K through 5th grade, it will be good for the kids. Sometimes on the weekends, my son, he wakes up around like 9 a.m. and he's energized and ready. Imagine if a kid, with all kids start school at later. It doesn't even look right when I see the buses out 6:55, 7 in the morning. It's way too early. That's old school, and there's nothing wrong with old school, but I just feel that the little ones, they need to be at home resting, and then the parents or whoever takes them to school, caregivers, parents, this goes for everybody. People with big families, people that are single parents, people with abilities, they still need their rest. And dealing with the autistic child, it's a struggle getting him up. And I just want you guys to just take it into consideration.
Thank you so much. Any other public speaker? This is on BB6, motion to accept ESE advisory recommendation. Yeah, we're going to get to 5 o'clock speakers in a minute. Okay, so we're back to board discussion. Dr. Holness, do you have anything?
No, it's been covered by Board Member Hicks.
Okay, perfect. Any other board members? Mr. Olson?
Yes, so the motion on the floor is just to bring it back. It's on the floor, right?
Yep, C2 and BB6.
All right, so just a very simple question. We hire a superintendent who is our subject matter expert in this regard. And I appreciate all of the advisories. I appreciate my advisory committee member who also reached out as well. Thank you, Madam Chair, and others. But I also want to hear staff's perspective on kind of what's coming before us. So superintendent, deputy soup, whoever, chief academic, whoever's the appropriate person, sir.
Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to have Ms. Hollingsworth and also Mr. Strauss weigh in. I know they can probably provide additional detail and some other considerations that we may not know about that will affect this motion.
Good afternoon, Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Academic Officer, and listening to all the comments. Just to go back to what Mr. Barmoha mentioned as well, is that, and then also to do some clarification, we do have a Florida state statute that allows the IEP team to consider a waiver of students with a disabilities end of course. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yes.
End of course score for the purpose of receiving a course grade and a standard high school diploma. So the IEP team would determine that the statewide standardized assessments under this section cannot accurately measure the student's abilities, taking into consideration all allowable accommodations, and shall have that assessment results waived for the purpose of receiving a course grade and a standard high school diploma. So that's done at the graduation portion. Also knowing that grades are not part of the IEP decision. A student with a disability has the IEP that covers accommodations, supports, and services needed to access their services and not the grading practices. So that's where we want to clarify that that's for the end of course exam. Ms. Scheib, do you have anything else to add?
Mr. Alston?
So just so I'm clear, so
Yes.
to that point, are you saying BB6 you have no issue with?
No, BB6 is a concern because we have the 2 schools that have waived the waiver process. So those other schools, those students that have a disability for the midterm EOC, they would have the option to waive out of those midterm exams if they had the A or B. And at those 2 schools, they do not have that ability.
Got it. So the staff recommendation is not to proceed with BB6 based on that?
Well, based on the fact that that was a voted on item from the board for those 2 schools that went through community SAC committees to make those decisions. for those two schools.
Madam Chair.
Okay, I think I don't.
Mr. Alston, you still have the floor.
So let me ask the question differently. BB6, your recommendation is we do what with BB6?
So the recommendation is not to approve BB6 because of the concern with the two schools and following board policy to get to the decision that those two schools ultimately made with their SAC and all the other meetings that they've had with their constituents at their schools.
Got it. Okay.
All right, Mrs. Hickson? Thank you. Based on the number of discussions that I've heard, I also just want to point out midterms have gone, so this would be in effect for next year, but I will say waivers are a yearly, we vote on them every year, and if we allow them to present us with the waiver and then we vote it down, we haven't caused an issue with the state statute. So having the conversation after I wrote this motion, I realized that these are yearly waivers. They're not in perpetuity. So if we were to not vote for this, there is still a mechanism that allows them to present the waiver to us, and then as a board, we could say no because we want continuity across the district. So it's kind of a compromise, but I also want to be clear, if we vote this in, we're not going back and changing the grades for this year. I think that would be, we wouldn't be able to do that. It's for moving forward in the next school year. Thank you.
Landon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as I started off this morning, a long time ago, talking about my passion of representing students with exceptional abilities, and that's why I have a couple questions regarding this. I've been a member of ESE Advisory Council for many years, and one of the concerns that was brought up regarding this is beyond just the two schools that have the exemption, right? As a student who sits through the exemption process every year, when you go and you do the exemption, you have a choice. You have three, typically, you have typically three classes that you can exempt, up to three. But the concern is regarding ESE students is that now they're having to sacrifice their EOC classes, which maybe, they have an A in both quarter, or I'm sorry, let me rephrase, because that wouldn't be the case if they had an A. I'm going to reroute this because you don't need my opinion. My question is, I'm going to get to my question. Does the Florida state statute that discusses the waiver requirement, regardless of the SACs being able to have this authority, is there any state statute that stipulates the midterm exemption process? Because I think they're being commingled. That's I know the answer.
There's no state statute for the
So
midterm.
when it comes to the staff concern, it's in the regard of that the exemption process is already been voted on by the SACs. That's the reference to the statute, correct? I think that the reason I'm asking you is I believe it got commingled.
Correct. Thank you.
I think this is a larger conversation that should be had at a time where all the facts can be presented, because I think there's difference in maybe a presentation that would go to ESE Advisory Council to be able to have a conversation with ESE Advisory Council regarding this, to be able to have a more open dialogue, and then something stronger could be brought back to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
And sorry that I wasn't clear.
Ms. Pham?
Several points I want to make. One is the ESE advisory motion that was brought forth. It is ambiguous, and if you look down towards 3/4 down the bottom of the page, the motion seeks to allow students with disability to waive the results, which that's what Ms. Liscombe was arguing. However, it says 2 paragraphs up, all students are not required to take midterm exams across the board. So it's confusing as whether you're looking at to waive them out of actually taking the midterm, or you're looking to waive the results of it. So that just needs to be cleared up in your document. Yeah, it's on this document.
Quiet in the audience.
So, okay, so that's one point. Just clarify that so we're clear. The other thing is I looked up Florida Statute 1001.42, and what that appears to provide that when it is waived, and it's an option, it's not mandatory that that you have to waive it or that you have to take it, the midterm exam. But when it is waived, then the district or the school has to come up with other means in order which they can do evaluation. So I think we need to get input from the teachers and the principals to see what that would involve and what type of impact that would have on the teachers to come up with alternative means to evaluate and assess students if they're not in fact taking the test. That's why we definitely need clarification on these two. The other thing is that I wanted to know, this is not district-wide. It's an option for each district. Would this not come under the principal's authority, whether or not what he wants to generate within his schools and the options he offers or doesn't offer to the students? So I just don't want to step on toes. I haven't seen any kind of data here supporting how this is working in Broward County. I know there was some data presented this morning about Maine, but we're not Maine. We're far different from Maine, so there could be different results for us and our community. We're certainly not as rural as a lot of communities. So I would just ask that we bring this back when we get more information about it.
Thank you, Ms. Pam. I want to ask some questions to staff just to clarify some options that we have to address this issue during the next school year. So first question is, when does the waiver come to the board? At what time in the school year does the waiver come to the board?
I didn't know who was answering, sorry. So just so we're clear, MSD, their waiver ends for their exam exemption 27-28. So they come every 5 years to the board. Fort Lauderdale High Schools was ending for exam for this school year, so it will be ending at the end of this school year, and they did not move forward with it through their SAC committee for the exam exemption at Fort Lauderdale. But Stoneman Douglas is still in that period through 27-28.
Thank you for the clarification. So we only have one school that has this concern for the upcoming school year?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to find out, since the midterm is not required by state statute, can we as a board make a motion that for this one particular school that we now have, because Fort Lauderdale is no longer included, that ESE students are exempt from the that ESE students' midterm results are waived for that particular high school or any high school in Broward County? Are we able to make that motion?
Yeah.
That's what's on the floor now. Okay, but that's what we're voting on. But the superintendent recommend that we pull that. It's late in the day. I'm sorry. I'm getting tired.
You'd vote no.
I'm sorry.
You'd vote no.
Okay.
Okay. Any other board member comments for C2 and BB6? I would like to vote on them separately.
Yes, thank you.
All in favor of C2, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. C2 passes unanimously. All in favor, we're going to do roll call on BB6.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Do we have to vote down BB6 or just take no action?
Ms. Batista, can we?
Because what I don't want is to show that there is like a, we're voting down something from our advisory, right? If we need more information, right, we can come back, figure something out, but to vote something down, I don't want to.
Postpone it indefinitely.
Sure, yes, that's what I mean, it was
that a motion?
Hickson's item.
Well, with the clarifications, I would still like to.
Move it?
Yes.
Oh, move it as is. You're moving it as is. Okay, all right, well, you keep it. Okay, got it. No, I mean, you know what I mean.
Not as is, as amended. I guess Ms. Luscombe gave some corrections. I don't know if I have to read them in.
Yes, you need to read them.
So I would like to amend my motion to say, approve motion that all students with disabilities in schools that don't have midterm exemption waivers should be granted the right to receive waivers for their midterm exam scores in the end of course subjects. This should apply to their course grading similarly to their existing right to waive EOC exams as specified in state statute. This aims to align the rights of students with disabilities regarding midterm exemptions with their rights for end-of-course exam waivers ensuring consistency and fairness in their academic assessment.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Alston.
now that the motion has been read, because this is not my area of expertise, so I thought the superintendent, let me just ask another question. Your recommendation is, even with that additional language, your recommendation is that we support or don't support this item?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Hollingsworth and Ms. Bermoja, can you provide some additional information based on the recent motion that was read?
The way that I'm understanding the way that the motion is read is that that would be then going against the decision that was made on the waiver of the policy waiver, so that those students at those schools, well, now for the next year, the one school, ESC students at that one school would not need to take their midterm EOC. No, that's
So they would take the EOC.
They would
They'll take
take
it, it just will, the score will not count against their midterm grade.
Can you read that sentence again? Because I didn't get that. And the score will not count. It said not
So,
take the exam.
Yes, it says in schools that don't have midterm exemption waivers should be granted the right to receive waivers for their midterm exam scores in the end of course subjects.
Madam Chair, because I still have the floor, right? Sorry, I just want to, this is a very important topic, right? And I want to make sure we get it right. I'm trying to hear from our experts. I've heard from the advisories. I've heard from my committee person, the chair, et cetera. I got that. I'm trying to understand from the experts and legal counsel where we are. So I don't think I have that clarity just yet. So I want to go backwards since I still have the floor before we take it to a vote. Mr. Superintendent.
Yes, so
Okay.
Mr. Bermoja or Ms. Hollingsworth, specifically about exempting students' scores, not waiving actually taking the midterm. Does that conflict with board policy or legislation?
So, Guy Bermoja, Director of Secondary Learning, through the chair. As I understand it, and I'm going to defer to Ms. Scheib from the ESC, grades are not part of the IEP process. So during the IEP process, grades are not waived throughout that process. What's talked about in the IEP process is accommodations to assignments, to tests, to quizzes, to midterms, to finals. If those accommodations are in place, then those assessments should be valid, right? Now, so I believe this is a policy issue, not an IEP issue. So I think we have to go back to policy and see what policy 4000 reads in terms of waiving or allowing students to exempt the midterms. Students all over this district are allowed to exempt their midterms, up to half their midterms, like Landon said, if they score an A or B in the first semester. And if that's true, they can exempt up to half their midterms. That's every school in this district, except for the schools that follow policy 1403, that go through the waiver process to waive local policies.
So to that point, Mr. Superintendent, so is the motion in line with that statement you just said? Yes or no?
If you pass this motion, I believe you may be violating policy 1403.
Okay, you answered my question. Got it. All right. So now that I got that question from the experts on the academic side, legal counsel, general counsel, do you support that same view in terms of where we are with the law?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now that I have clarity, Madam Chair, I am not in a position to I can take action based on what two people just told me. But I think it may be prudent, Madam Vice Chair, for you to have everyone go back, try to figure something out, but to rush this big of a deal, which I recognize there is an issue, but as presented in this rush manner, you may not get the result you're looking for. So anyway, that's the statement I'll make.
Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much, Chair. This is very important. We want to be very respectful of our advisory committee. This will not affect anything for the next couple months, right? And in that, with all those three things being true, I make a motion that we table this until our next meeting.
Thank you.
Following the June, let's follow it to the June 18th meeting.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Holness. All in favor of tabling this to the next meeting in June? What was it, June 22nd?
June 18th, I think.
18th?
Yep.
Say aye.
With some addition, with some addition, there's going to be some staff, there's going to be some follow-up with some recommendations, all of that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
No? You're not saying that?
I don't need to say it. It's going to come back and they'll have updated. The whole point in my preamble was we need to make sure there's clarity between our advisors, between our staff, between general counsel, and we need a better package to lay it all out so that we can get into an appropriate discussion.
Well, I wanted to make sure we did say it because typically when you just table it comes back as the same item. So I think we're on the same page.
We've
Thank
both
you.
said it, so I know what'll happen now.
All right, there we go.
All in favor of tabling, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. BB6 is tabled. C2 passed.
It's better.
Okay, we're now going to go to,
What did she say?
that was BB6, table.
Not
We're now going to go to our 5 o'clock speakers, which we're behind. First up is Catherine Palmer.
Thank you for giving me a second opportunity to finish what I was going to say.
Andre, can we start the clock or pause the clock?
I challenge you to be brave. You're about to face your biggest challenge. You have to close some schools. You have to figure out how to redesign this district. You're not going to magically find 50,000 students. They aren't hiding in cupboards. So it's time to be brave. And it's time to ask cities and citizens to face the music of the last 20 years of supporting charter schools. Charter schools I worked for. So I know what they do, and I know how they do it. But it's time to ask them to step up in the face of music of what they allowed charter schools to do to their communities. I'm resigning because the leadership of this district has suffered. Quite frankly, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be brave with you. It's been poor. Past and present school board members, this reign has been ridiculous. I have seen wasteful spending of money. I have not seen safety first. I have not seen you put kids first. I have not seen you put employees first. If it was not for the teachers, for the front office staff, for the principals, for the assistant principals, for your support staff, the schools would not exist. And they are the people that you are ignoring the most. And if you don't start placing some value, it won't be 120 people on that list. And that's just the list for this month. I need you to start being brave. Because if you're not brave and you don't stop worrying about what happens in November, you won't have a November to worry about. Because the state of Florida is going to come in here and take over this district, and that's going to be a whole different ballgame that you don't want to deal with. So it's time to be brave and start worrying about what's going on with our kids instead of the ballot box. Thank you.
Nicole Davis. Nicole Davis. Luisa Camiron.
I'm the next speaker, and I will give my time to Luisa Comiran Pepso.
What is your name?
Cristina Cunha Comiran.
Christina.
Yes.
Thank you. 6 minutes.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I'm a Cypress Bay High School student, and I'm here to address the problem of misinterpretations of transcripts of foreign students who arrived after completing part of their high school education in another country or state. I will use my own experience as an example, but it is widely acknowledged that it is a significant issue for many students in this county. I completed my freshman year at a rigorous school in Brazil, and I spent half my sophomore year there. I ranked among top students at my school. However, upon transferring to Cypress Bay, due to the misinterpretation of my Brazilian curriculum, I was classified as a B student, and my classes were considered regular for my 9th grade. During my junior year, this year, despite English not being my first language, I earned straight A's in 4 AP classes, 1 ACE class, and 2 honor classes. Additionally, I was honored with an academic award from a department in Cypress Bay, English actually. Can you understand that in Brazil I was an excellent student, even better than I was here? I faced no challenges like in the initial year of immigration and adapting to a new language. And also, my classes in Brazil weren't any less challenging than any AP class that I'm taking here, but they are considered regular. The issue lies in the fact that misinterpreted grades from my freshman year are included in my Cypress Bay GPA. And consequently, I've been unable to join clubs or pursue internships with GPA requirements. I am ineligible for awards based on Cypress Bay rankings. Furthermore, programs like BSND, Bachelor in Science and Medical Doctorate, which consider GPA as a cutoff, may be inaccessible to me. The district does a disservice to students by attributing the grades from other locations and using them for ranking purposes, as well as using it as a way to put everything together. The self-report for college application can have divergent grades from the district, even if an accredited service does it differently from Cypress. It may even raise questions of academic integrity issues. My school in Brazil was private and uses different conversion tables from other public schools in Brazil, which is accepted by colleges here in the US actually. However, the district rejected the table transitioning the grades, which I sent, stating, I sincerely wish there was something we could do to help. We evaluate records from all over the world from many different types of schools. As a public school system, we compare the education requirements of public education systems of foreign countries to ours. Unfortunately, we cannot individually compare private schools. It is worth noting that my Brazilian school was not public, so the comparison to public schools does not make sense because it doesn't exist. Additionally, my school provided a thorough explanation eliminating the need for individual search. The district's response continued. Although the current transcript made by the district may not reflect your accomplishments from 9th grade, it certainly reflects your achievements in subsequent years. Congratulations on your incredible success so far. I've seen that your tenacity and perseverance will overcome any obstacles. I wish all the best in your future endeavors. In conclusion, if the district and school feel unable to accurately represent a student's achievements from elsewhere, it is better not to attempt to do so at all. A district in New York City uses credits from other countries, but does not incorporate the grades into their calculations, only taking the credits from the class, much like colleges do to AP and ACE classes taken in high school. But because the GPA calculation is simply incomparable, it is a shame for the district to mix up these nonsensical transcripts. I suggest research to understand if there are any solutions that some other countries may have throughout the country. And I'm here to contribute to my new country and community, and I will do everything to assist the school board in rectifying the situation. But I would like to have the right to report my grades as originally given to me from my other school in my country, and have only my Cypress Bay grades and my Cypress Bay curriculum. Thank you very much, and my sister will continue speaking this speech.
Thank you.
Oh, and I would like to add, at first, the plan was for everybody to wear black in grieving the academic deaths of students. However, we decided to use white because there may be some hope. Thank you very much.
Dr. Harper, if someone can speak to her in the hallway.
Yes, Ms. Hollingsworth, if she's out in the hallway, or
Gabrielle Cameron Petzold.
Dr. Cohn. Thank you.
I am Gabriela Cameron Petzold, and I will continue speaking about transcripts. Forbes Education, May 8, 2024. One common misconception among college applicants is that they can compare their GPAs with those of students attending different schools. However, the GPA is not a universal metric, but rather a reflection of an individual's academic performance within their specific educational environment. As a result, comparing GPAs from different schools is like comparing apples and oranges. I will repeat. Comparing GPAs from different schools is like comparing apples and oranges. When the counselors of our schools and our district put the grades of another system or country as if the student has always been studying here, they make a mistake. They are not only comparing apples and oranges, but they are also making a juice with all the fruit together. It is impossible for college to separate the grades from one place to another, hindering the admissions officers the ability to properly evaluate the student's curriculum. Another citation of the same reference says, some schools offer a plethora of APs, IBs, and honors courses, while others may have limited options or offer none at all. I will add, some schools with rigorous courses outside of the US don't call their courses advanced or honors because they don't have this system there. This is one more reason why the grades from different schools can't be mixed to give a GPA or a ranking. If the students don't have the opportunity of having advanced level classes and is transferred to a school that has plenty of AP classes, it will be unfair. A suggestion is, don't mix apples and oranges to make GPAs or rankings. The selection of some colleges, like UF, is based on rankings. Do you want to exclude foreign students from the selection? I'm sure you don't. These ideas of exclusion don't match with the principles of this country made by immigrants. Give the students their grades, GPAs, and rankings based only on the grades of the schools they are attending. The student will provide the original transcript accredited by an official organ when asked. Thank you.
Thank you. Maxwell Hampshire.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I was here since 8:45 like you folks, so thank you for staying. My bid item was actually removed this morning, and I don't know why, and I think I heard it was speedily approved. That really disturbs us. This is a $5 million bid involving 9 other vendors that are bidding the school district. This item number is 0027, and I'm asking on behalf of myself and the company to try to please bring this back. I'd like to read my speech for you. I'm asking you to vote no on School Board Agenda 0027, ITB 24319, Floor Care Products Catalogue. This catalogue gives procurement and warehousing, along with physical plant operations, a blank check to purchase what they want from who they want without obtaining the best product at the most competitive price. This catalogue contract is awarded to 9 different suppliers from 11 different manufacturers with different products. We asked procurement how it will be determined which product and manufacturer will be chosen to purchase from. They were unable to answer this question. We also asked how will Broward County Schools determine that they are getting not only the best quality, but the best price. We were not given an answer. This contract is similar to the one at Palm Beach County School District, which Broward School's current supplier, has been unopposed for 20 years. Is this solicitation just a ruse to allow PPO and procurement to continue purchasing from their current supplier without any consideration for other awardees? As you have been made aware, Board, several vendors asked what SPBBC paid for these items in 2023. Procurement stated that there was no contract, so there were no prices to share. We notified procurement that this statement was not correct and that there was a contract in place at the time, and they should release that information. Procurement never responded to our inquiry, nor did they ever release information. Oh, have I finished?
Thank you so much.
Oh, okay.
William Russell. Thank you. Chris Nelson. That concludes our 5 o'clock p.m. speakers. May I have a motion and second on HH3, HH4, HH5?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Rupert, second by Hickson. Public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have Ms. Lisa Maxwell, Ms. Christy Henschel, and Mr. Luke Valkaitis.
Christy Henschel, President of Broward Principals and Assistant Principals Association. Good afternoon. I'd like to give my time to Lisa Maxwell, our Executive Director.
6 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Maxwell. I'm the Executive Director for the Broward Principals and Assistants Association. I'm sorry to say today that I come with a heavy heart. Principals and assistant principals around this district are extremely disappointed. They, several weeks ago, looked into their paychecks and realized they had a pay cut of 5.5% because the referendum dollars ended. That has not been continued as of today. The raise amount that's been offered here is 2.26, and it's non-reoccurring. The teachers received a 3.96% increase, reoccurring, FRS eligible, several months ago. I'm not exactly sure how the district expects that the academic leaders in the school who are now signing paychecks for many of the teachers making more than the principal is making are going to lead your schools to an A district. I don't know how that's going to happen. This is demoralizing to them. And in many respects, it's not so much about the money as it is about what this says about their value to the district. Their responsibilities far outweigh classroom teachers. And classroom teachers deserve to be well paid. But the responsibilities that this board and this district has placed upon the shoulders of principals, and assistant principals is extreme by any measure. They include, as you know, safety and security. They include issues related to academics and child welfare. When a child is injured, the assistant principal usually rides in the ambulance to the hospital. When a teacher needs assistance in the classroom because the student is acting out and a referral is given, it's the academic team that's right there, breaking up fights. I've had assistant principals and principals injured this year. So we're talking about a difference of what is essentially $1.8 million. You know, I've often joked I can go upstairs on the 10th floor and shake out the couch cushions and come up with that kind of money. This is not the kind of money that impacts the fund balance. This is money that says principals and assistant principals are valued, and they're valued just as much as our teachers. We've never had a year where there's been less of a percentage increase given to principals and APs than our teachers. So I ask you today to do the following. We recognize that 1.7% of the 3.96% given to teachers was from the state of Florida. That did not come out of the general fund. The 2.26% increase is reasonable, but we're asking that you make it reoccurring and FRS eligible. We're also asking today that you make the referendum dollars once and for all ongoing and understood. The 5.5% that was given in the first year of the referendum, and by the way, principals and assistant principals worked harder than anybody to support that referendum out there. They did their jobs and they were promised to be a part of it. So now it's baffling as to why there's even a question as to whether or not that will continue. And that's not money that comes out of the general fund. That's money that comes from the collections from the property taxes, and the money's sitting there. So to not go ahead and allocate that money is extremely upsetting. You can do that today. The items before you, the language is right here on the salary schedules. So I'm asking you to please make these changes today. Assure your academic leaders that this board supports them. We have a phenomenal new superintendent, and principals and APs are excited to get behind his leadership. Please make it a point to tell them they're valuable, and do it today, and do it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speakers? Seeing none, board member comment? Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Just based on Ms. Maxwell's comment, I think there's a little bit of confusion. So if I'm not mistaken, the referendum is only paid in 20 paychecks, so no one is continuing to get the referendum this school year because it's only 20 paychecks. So that may be why some of where the confusion is. But I do agree, and I would ask my colleagues if we could please guarantee all of the non-union employees that they will be continuing to get the referendum for the next 3 years. I don't know if we can make a percentage right now because we don't really have that data, but I'd at least like to commit to them that we will be continuing to include everyone in the referendum moving forward for the next 3 years. I know they don't have a contract, so we can't put it in a contract, but if we could make a promise or a guarantee or something, I don't, Ms. Batista, if you could tell us the right way to be able to do that, and if staff could also address if I'm correct about why the referendum, they're not seeing it in their paycheck right now through the superintendent.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, you're correct about the paycheck. The referendum payments were through 20 weeks, similar to paying teachers, and so we can correct that for our 12-month administrators for this upcoming school year.
Thank you. And Ms. Batista, how would we go about, since there is no contract, how would we go about guaranteeing that they will get referendum dollars continuing on and then come back to what that percentage is maybe? I don't know if we have to do that in a closed door or whatever.
Well, so thank you, Madam Chair. So if it is the will of the board, you would make a motion, and if the motion passes by a majority, you will be making that commitment.
Okay, perfect. I would like to make a motion.
Well, have I give her a chance.
Getting there. I'd like to move that we guarantee all of our non-union employees that they will continue to get referendum dollars through the 3 years without. I'm just going to promise that we're not necessarily the exact amount because I know that we have some other issues to look at, but that we promise that we will be, or guarantee that there will be referendum dollars through the 3 years.
Second. The move by Hickson, second by Zeman. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. Mr. Alston.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So yes, I will support the motion, but I do want to point out, it was interesting, there was a different item that came probably a meeting or two ago where I proffered something similar, where the board could make a motion directing staff going forward a part of the budget process, because that's what we're doing right now, which I support. And I supported my motion, which ultimately passed. But I just want to point out for this board, we're doing the exact same thing that a few people up here said we couldn't do, which I knew we could, which is to make a motion, provide direction to the superintendent and staff on how to, in this case, allocate referendum dollars going forward. So I just want to point that out, that as a body, we can do that at any point, at any time, providing direction to staff. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, Chair. Just to clear up some points that are kind of in between what Ms. Hickson said, I believe, Chair, that we guaranteed referendum dollars to the dollar for our teachers. Is that correct, Chair? For all 4 years of the referendum resourcing?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Azarito?
Yes, that's correct, all 4 years for the teachers.
So I just want to be clear about it. We treated the teachers different, and we talked a lot about the teachers when we pushed the referendum in the marketplace to let people know how important that money would, what important things that money would be spent on. Then we came and sat here and we said, yes, teachers are important, but so are a lot of other people too, and we passed one-year deals for them. So principals and APs were amongst those that got the one-year deal. This motion is wise for very many reasons. One, it doesn't set a dollar amount or a percent, because we don't know how much referendum revenue we're going to get until July 1st. I appreciate BPAA pointing out that there was a reduction in the cash to principals and assistant principals, but that's only because we paid all 5.5% over 20 weeks rather than the whole year. Maybe we want to reconsider that in the future. But it'll be interesting to see how much we get from the referendum. We won't know until July 1st, and then we'll come back and think about these meetings for groups to figure out exactly dollars and percents that we can afford in an environment that's incredibly resource constrained going into next year. But this is a wise move, and I look forward to the next conversation, Chair, when you're ready, about the actual bonus versus recurring dollars for the same group. Thank you.
Ms. Pham?
I just wanted to thank Ms. Maxwell for coming in. I truly feel bad that the principals were left out, and you have to come here and almost humble yourself to get them recognized. But they are at the pinnacle. They are our leaders, and it trickles down from the top. And we want to take care of them deeply. We know that we need them, and that they're an integral part of making this system work. So thank you for coming, and thank you for speaking on their behalf today. And we are going to take care of this. Thank you.
So I have a question to the superintendent. Can you speak to if there is referendum money available? And also knowing that we have charter school debt, I just want to make sure, so if the board votes this up, that there is money that we can allocate. You don't need to give me a number, I just want to make sure that there will be something left there to then for the board, if they vote this up, to be able to give money towards the principals and APs.
Ms. Matawala, with the obligations to charter schools that we have coming up, do we have enough money to address the needs of our meet and confer groups for referendum?
Through the superintendent and the chair, there will be monies available for the payments. However, we need to wait for the settlement agreement to be approved before we know how much and what the allocations would be.
Okay, so let me just double check what I'm hearing. So what you're saying is that we're going to be able to pay the charter school debt, and then also there'll be enough money, we don't know what that number is, but to pay for referendum for principals and APs.
Yes.
Any other questions? Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair, because I want to shift gears. I'm sorry. I'd like to speak after this motion is heard, because I want to go to the next stage of the pay raise.
Okay. Can we repeat back Mrs. Hickson's motion?
The motion on the floor by Mrs. Hickson is for the board to guarantee over the remaining 3 years of referendum that there will be referendum dollars assigned without a specific percentage at this time. For all
Meet
three
and
of the
confer
meet and
groups.
confers.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks again. Chair, do you know what the balance is in the American Rescue Plan account? We are allocating roughly 1.691 on the bottom of page 2 for this 2.26 non-recurring bonus for the 23-24 year. What is the balance left in our American Rescue Plan account?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Matoala?
There are some funds available, but a lot of it is tied up because of the charter school allocation. So like about 75 million is for charter schools set aside. There are some monies for summer instructional materials as well. And that's pretty much it.
To be clear, then, you said $75 million of ARP funds is set aside for a charter school settlement?
Yes.
Terrific. I'll just keep going then, Chair. I have, for 2 years, talked a lot about the CEOs in our system, the ones that are held accountable for school grades, who are accountable to parents, who are accountable to neighborhoods, who hire everybody, who run the schools, and I believe that principals and assistant principals are under greater stress than they've ever been before. And I, for one, can never support them getting less than teachers that work for them. If I'm correct, Chair, let me just ask this. Do you know what it would cost to give principals and APs the same percentage permanent raise that teachers got?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Azarito?
Yes, are you asking the 2.26 or the 3.96?
3.96.
Give me 1 second. That's just principals and APs?
Yes, sir.
Just to clarify, Dr. Zeman, does that exclude the 1.7 that the state allocated for teacher raises? Just want to make sure.
So the TSIA that we got from the state is a directed amount for minimum raises for teachers. But under my thinking, teachers work for principals. Principals are our equivalent of CEOs out in the field doing things, putting points on the board and hiring teachers. And I'd like to know what the cost would be to match the same salary increase they got, which is 3.96.
So 3.96 for the BPAA members would be $3.3 million with fringe.
Thank you very much. Chair, I'd love to hear from my colleagues on this, but when we're done with the round, I'd love to make a motion about providing them an equitable increase to the teachers that work for them. Thanks, Chair.
If you can just make your motion.
I move 3.96% recurring raise for all principals and assistant principals in Broward County for a cost of $3.3 million from the general fund.
Second.
Been moved by Zeman, second by Pham. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, I understand the spirit of the motion, and we do have other groups beside BPAA. And if we're starting to match the teachers 3.96, knowing that 1.7 came from the state, 2.26 came from us, if we're going to do this for one group, then we need to consider all groups. And, you know, and I'm just saying, I guess the point that I'm making is, can this district afford to do that?
Quiet.
So So with that being said, I don't think we're comparing apples to apples. I think we gave 2.26 to everyone across the board. That's what we gave to teachers. Teachers received 1.7 from the state, so I'd like to get further input on what it would cost if we decide to do this across all groups. I understand the reason. I personally believe that we've treated all groups based upon the district itself with equal measure, except for the recurring. The 1.7 is a state amount. And so now that we're on the topic of trying to match the 3.96 for teachers, I'd like to know what the total dollar cost would be if we're going to include the other meet and confer groups.
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Azarito, can you provide the numbers for all groups?
All groups or meet and confer?
All groups.
Okay, because there's still labor groups that are outstanding. Okay, all 3.96 for every group that's still out there is $23,905,000 with fringe for 3.96.
Okay, so then my next question is, based upon the financial obligation of the district in terms of charter schools, payout, and so on and so forth, can the superintendent speak on whether or not the district will be able to pay out another $23 million, and how that would impact us financially?
Thank you, Chair. That's a simple answer. No, we can't afford that.
So we cannot?
Not 20-something million dollars reoccurring.
Thank you.
Mrs. Hickson?
To that point, and I believe there was a motion that passed by Mr. Alston that said if you bring something forth to take money out of the general fund, you have to say how you would counteract it. So I just, to Dr. Zeman, where would we get the 3.3 million since we know our general fund is already at the bottom of the barrel?
Thanks so much, Ms. Hickson. In our latest financial projections, we found revenue that we didn't project before. I think it's just over $10 million of additional revenue, but let me just ask through the chair, how much additional revenue did we discover beyond our projections in recent financial statements?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Matawala?
So the financials that you have before you today, there are no additional dollars. It's the same 3.8% that was there last month for February interims. And besides the interest that you're referring to, the 10 million, thus far we have not found any additional monies. And we still have obligations to pay through the end of the year. So by the time we close the year, we do not know if we're still going to have the 10 million or not.
I'm sorry, again, in our most recent financial statements, did we have an increase in revenue to report to the school board?
Not anything additional as compared to last month. So the percentage was 3.8% for February and still 3.8%. There is an anticipated interest revenue of 10 million that you're referring to by the end of the year. But other than that, we have not found any additional monies. But not all of the monies have been realized.
No problem. I don't need any more than $3.3 million. And so with the projected additional interest income that we are earning of $10 million, that's the source of funds that I propose for paying principals and assistant principals.
Mr. Alston?
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. You remember all those motions. And, a couple of them was kind of what we're talking about now. Treat everybody equally. And I'm glad to hear everybody a couple weeks later believes that very simple fact, that all groups matter. All employees matter. That's what it was called. So yes, very simple question. And I wasn't going to jump to F1 yet, Dr. Zeman. There are different paths, Mr. Superintendent, because I heard the answer was no, we can't afford an additional $23 million in recurring funds. We can afford it if the school board will commit to do some very tough things. So I think that as a body, we need to have that conversation, right? I think we have competing priorities. That yes, we want to ensure that all of our employees receive fair compensation. We also know, not to mix topics that are coming, that we are too big today and that there are some decisions that we need to make as a district. I think the prior occupant of that seat, I thought, committed to cutting about $50 million. I'm going to get the number wrong. Or finding millions of dollars in savings, which I still don't know where they came from. So, Mr. Superintendent, I'd love to hear, to this point, compared to, or in the current budget year that we're in, and then looking forward, has the administration cut millions of dollars? That's kind of question number one. And if we have, and I know we haven't gotten to the org chart, because that's another couple million, if we have not cut millions, and I just want to kind of get us to the $23 million number. So what have we done to this point, maybe Madam CFO, in terms of actual cuts, savings, cost avoidances? I mean, on the org chart, not to jump ahead, I mean, we kind of shift some boxes, right? Dollars here to dollars there, but where have we actually cut and seen real savings?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Matuala.
As of the last budget workshop, number 4, we shared with you that we have had cost reductions of about $36 million in schools and department, which is central offices.
So so we have actually actualized $36 million of cuts to this date, yes?
For next year.
Okay, so for next year.
Yes.
So with the $36 million of proposed cuts for next year,
Correct.
When we take into account all of the, I'm jumping at, F1 is combined, I mean, I'm not going to F1. But when we take into account the charter school number, which we still don't know the number, I thought that's what we've said publicly, so whatever the number is, along with our other liabilities, what additional gap, not including the $23 million just yet, currently exists for the district to make some potential cuts in the next budget?
So with what we presented at the last workshop, with those cuts, we are able to balance the budget, so there is no additional room for any additional revenues that are generated that we expect of as of today.
So let me repeat. The $36 million that you are projecting to cut will balance the budget going forward,
Correct.
including everything that we've talked about.
So to your question about charter school, we included an estimate of $11 million of interest in that budget balancing. But the full payment we haven't even talked about, so that's why when we were talking about referendum, I mentioned that we have to consider that.
Okay. So I'm going to take your word that we have already put into place $36 million of cuts for next year, so we have a balanced budget starting now.
As of now, yes.
If that is a true statement, then if we now want to add $23 million to that side of the ledger, do we also need to direct you to find an additional $23 million of cuts alongside that?
Yes, and also I want to remind the board about the fund balance policy. When we brought it to the board last time, the recommendation was that we should maintain 5%. So we will not be able to get there.
I get it. Okay. So, Mr. Superintendent, well, let me wait for the motions. Thank you. I've asked all the questions that are needed.
Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, thank you so much. So I just want to make it clear, because some of the narrative is that this board is treating different groups unfairly. And I want to make it clear that we have not. We have given the same percentage across the board to teachers and everyone else. The 1.7 was additional funds. If I gave all my children the same allowance and somebody else gave extra, I treat it all the same. So, you know, I understand that it would be nice to have everyone at the 3.96, but I don't want the narrative to be out there that this board treated others unfairly and gave teachers a better raise and so on, because that's not the case. Everyone got 2.26, teachers got an extra 1.7 from the state, and that's for the record. Now, from what I'm hearing is if we're going to give one group outside of teachers, the 3.96, that we don't have a 1.7 given to that group, but we're going to take that out of our pocket, our purse here at the district, then we have to do it for all groups. And then what I'm hearing here is that if we do it for all groups, the cost is going to put us in a financial constraint that may not be, we may not be able to do so, and it may put the district into fiscal concerns as far as fund balance and all of that. So I'm not convinced of how this will be done. I'm not convinced that we can afford to do it. I also want to make known that I don't believe we've treated any group different from the other groups. The only difference here with the other groups is that it's not recurring, and I can consider that. But if we don't have the funds to increase this to 3.96 for all groups, and I'm not convinced that this can be done without putting us in some kind of financial crisis, then I cannot support it. If we're going to do it for one group that's here, we have to do it for all groups, and can we afford to do it? And also, we have not, and I'll reiterate, we have not treated any groups different than we've treated all, except for the recurrent. So if we want to talk about recurrent, we can do that.
Any other comments? Yes, ma'am?
Yes, we just lost that microphone. Yes, I can see in the back that we have the principal union, the principal president, and also another principal back there, and they're nodding their heads, no, that's not true, that's not true. And if we can, I'd like to provide them the opportunity to at least expand, because I'd like it clarified. Has it been the same across the board, or is it different?
Ms. Pham, direct your questions to the superintendent.
Dr. Halpern, I'd like to know. I don't know if you know how far back, if it's been the same or not. I thought that the principal's president might be the best to clarify.
Ms. Maxwell?
Thank you for the question, Mrs. Pham. The answer is that the distinction is non-reoccurring, but in the past, the district has made up the difference between what the state has paid and what the district then pays. So it has been equitable in the past. So if, for example, 3.96% was given to the teachers and a portion of that came from the state money, the district made up the difference so that it was equivalent. This year, they're not only not giving the additional money that the state gave, but they've added insult to injury with the non-reoccurring basis for the raise. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. I'm going to disagree with most of my colleagues because I don't believe in paying everybody the same pay raise. I believe that the market for some people is fundamentally different than the market it is for others. And we ought to understand those markets, and we ought to invest our monies in a way to make sure that we retain the best and brightest in every occupational field. And that turns out not to be the same amount of money. And if we want to continue to just give everybody the same amount of money because that's convenient to do, that's the will of the board, I get it. In this particular issue, principals and assistant principals work hand in glove with teachers. We already have $1.7 million coming out of the ARP. All we need is another $1.6 million to make them equal to teachers to make up for that funds. I'd love to go into the budget and find $23 million next year. Actually, I need 23 minus 3.3 to find it, to pay everybody 4%. I'm very committed to do that. I'm 100% confident we can. We just found $36 million this year. We can find $23 million for next year to do this. The right thing to do because we want to become an A district. And principals and assistant principals deserve the same dollar-for-dollar pay raise, and they deserve the same recurring funds that teachers got. And we can work on the other groups over time, and we ought to find a way to pay everybody in Broward County enough money to live in Broward County. And if other members of this board want to pay everyone an equal 3.96%, fine, I'll help you find the money. But I know principals and assistant principals are the key to becoming an A district, and I want to make sure we retain them. And if there are market studies that show that our PPO staff is dramatically underpaid, and we need to pay them 10% in order to retain the PPO staff at the level of quality that we need a PPO staff. I'll fight for that too. But we cannot, in my mind, continue to follow down this path of supposed equity, because it's actually not equity. It is not equity to pay everyone the same amount of money. We don't do that. And we don't give pay raises in organizations that are the same amount of money either, because that's not equity either. That's just kind of making information in the absence of analysis. We need the analysis to show where we ought to spend our money to get to the goals that we have, which is an A-rated district. I know principals and assistant principals do the jobs that get us to where we want to go. They are central as our teachers, as are all instructional people, for us getting to our instructional goal, which is our number one goal, to become an A-rated district. So I'm going to stick with this motion. I hope that the board does this for teachers. We only need another $1.6 million to do it for next year. And I'm committed at whatever level this board collectively decides to do to help find the money. Again, in a $6 billion budget, finding $20 million, again, that's 6,000 million, finding $23 million to pay people the right amount and keep them on the path, motivated to what we're doing, is something we can do this year. In order to pay people for the 24-25 year, and I think we should get started with principals and assistant principals.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman. So I would like to make a suggestion to the board to approve HH4, HH5, and HH6, and then go back to the budget and look to find the almost $24 million to do this raise. And if we can, then have the superintendent bring back an item to approve the 3.96% reoccurring raise. That's my motion. Second. Moved by Alda, second by Hickson. Public comment. Board member comment. Ms. Rupert.
Mr. Superintendent, do you have, Dr. Mr. And welcome new. Are you confident that you'll be able to find this money? That somewhere we've completely overlooked it?
I can tell you this, the staff and I will go back, we'll review our budget, we'll see if there's any gaps or monies to find, and we'll bring back information that says either or.
Okay. Thank you. The best you can do right now.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to, for the 3.96 for the teachers, and I just want to clarify, the 3.96 was recurring or the 2.26?
Recurring.
Dr. Hepburn?
You're asking if the 3.96 was recurring for teachers, or?
Yes. We had 2.26 that we as a board decided, and 1.7 came from the state. So the motion on the floor is for we're asking the superintendent to go back and see if we can find 24 million to have 3.96 recurrent. So I just wanted to verify for the teachers, is it the 3.96 recurrent or is it 2.26?
Mr. Azarito, can you confirm?
They were 3.96 recurring, all of it.
Okay.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just want to say we value all employees. We do know how important our leadership is. And if this is something that we can do responsibly, then I would be happy to do that. But I do also want to remind all of us we're in a pretty interesting place where we are in a crisis financially. We have a lot of things that came to us after some other issues that we resolved in terms of payment. So we did make a plan. We said we wanted to be at 5%. We have to be cognizant of all of those pieces. So I appreciate the fact that we're going to look at what that looks like in a big picture, because I feel like we're often saying yes, 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 and then we don't really look at how it affects everything, and we get ourselves in a pickle, as some of our board members like to continue to remind us. So thank you for making the motion.
Mr. Allison?
I'll be that board member. But no, to your point, thank you for that, Vice Chair. Maybe when the item comes back, similar to the way other agencies do it. So clearly we know that if you can find whatever the number is, 23, 24 million plus to get us to the 5%, clearly that's a different number. So if we want to get to 23 million, here's what we need to do. If we want 23 million plus 5%, here's what we need to do. Here's 23 million plus 4%, which I think somebody else recommended. Here's what we need to do. That's the plan, so the board can say, okay, here is, now we have a big picture view of decisions that we need to make. There will be some cuts that need to be made. I mean, I don't know, I hope, and I've been saying this every meeting, so I'm hopeful that clearly our CFO will be as candid and, forthright, so we can clearly make those decisions, because it won't be easy to get there.
Just a point of order, Chair. Can you tell me your motion would provide what pay raises to principals and APs now?
It would adopt the provision providing a 2.26% one-time bonus on base salary, non-reoccurring, not FRS eligible, two eligible, well, one of them is ESMAD employees for the 23-24 school year, and then to eligible BPAA employees and HOPA employees.
But your 2.26 is just the bonus.
One-time bonus on base salary. That's the requested action in the items. And then also for the superintendent to bring back in a budget workshop how we can come up with $24 million in cuts, to then come back to this to approve an item to give a 3.96% reoccurring bonus.
What that difference would be to make it recurring.
Recurring, right. Mr. Foganoli?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I feel that this board, it feels like we're handing out buckets to a sinking ship. And it feels like we're working backwards. Dr. Hepburn, percentage, this many millions, 10 million, 20 million, go figure it out. And what we are going to do is rob our children to pay adults. That's what's going to happen. You're working backwards. I want to pay everyone, but I'll tell you where those cuts are going to happen. I just feel like instead of having a conversation that you can go and see what cuts you can make, this is what I want to do, this is what we're going to do, board, you have the ability to do A, you have the ability to do B, you have the ability to do C. Instead, we're telling you what to do, and now, figure it out. This is backwards. And I think, I'm going to go out and say it. I'm going to be very clear. People want to say things about me. I'll speak to myself. That I want to see the public school system fail. I want to see a state takeover. Man, if I wanted to, these are the decisions I would make right here. If I wanted to, I would be reckless and just keep spending, just keep doing this. At what cost, though? At what cost? Even with the teachers, we made the most reckless decision to give them raises. We did that knowing it was wrong. It went to them, and yet they still had the audacity to send emails and complain. That's all I get? $30 a check? Psst, thanks. At what cost? $60 million in the hole. Figure it out. So to me, I'm feeling sick. Having this conversation, I just feel like this is Matawala. And the thing is, for me, when we ask you, Dr. Hepburn, what do you think? Do you think we should do this? Well, we'll go take a look at it. That makes me sick. I want you to be honest. No, do not do this. And I said the same thing to the person before you. Be honest. Don't do this. And it's not because we don't want to pay people more. I want everybody to get paid. I do. We all do. There's not one person up here that doesn't want to pay teachers the maximum amount. Principals, the maximum amount. Cafeteria workers, bus drivers, we all do. At what cost? I just feel like we're working backwards. Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to keep harping. Sorry.
Okay, So I kind of look at it a little bit differently. I think that the board is trying to figure this out. And so by voting on the requested actions today and then coming back to having another conversation, it's not just the superintendent making the decision on the cuts. It's going to be a collective decision by this board for us to weigh in on what we need to cut to be able to get to this, and then come back for this to give the extra money. Dr. Holness?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to understand what we're doing here, because I saw the speaker from the audience came with a request that the current 2.26 is recurring. We have a motion, I guess, to direct the superintendent to come back with a workshop item to see if we can we can come up with the 24 million. Are we going back to the main motion after?
Well, that is
Are we going back to the item? So.
No, that will be the motion.
So I have a question, and how can I, in addition to what we're doing, have an additional motion to have today at least the 2.26 recurrent, in addition to the superintendent going back to see if we can bump this up to 3.96 for all groups?
Just a point of order, Chair. I think yours is a substitute motion to the motion I put on the floor. I made the motion on 3.96 recurring. That was already on the table when you brought up yours.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so we have to vote mine up or down, and then you can make if it gets voted
Chair,
down, you can make your motion. Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, if I could just be on the list to speak.
Go ahead.
I support the motion. I also see this a little bit differently. We've heard from public speakers repeatedly that, there's wasteful spending, and I certainly don't think they believe that paying the people who lead our schools, who, respond to parents and, care for our kids, I don't think that that's what they're talking about when they talk about wasteful spending. So I support the motion of going back to the table and trying to streamline our budget to pay the people who directly impact our students every single day. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dixon?
Thank you. I think it's also important to remind everyone that the money for the 2.26 non-recurring comes from the ARP money. And that was why in our discussion, we knew that we weren't ready to guarantee anything for the following year, that this is what we had right now. And that's part of the reason that it looks the way it does. So I think it's important that we remember that there wasn't extra money anywhere. We actually took it from the ARP money to be able to do what we're doing. So as much as I would love to pay everybody more money I push for 4% every year at the minimum, as Mr. Austin just alluded to. So I don't, it's not that I don't think they need it, but we are just not in a place financially that we can promise that moving forward. And I think it makes sense to go back, figure it out, and be able to promise it next year at a recurring rate when we know what those dollar amounts are. But I just don't think it makes sense to do that right now based on the information that we have.
Okay, are we ready to vote? Mr. Olson?
Almost. So based on your motion, it is to approve the items as is with the 2.2% one time. I know we can still get to separate motions, but let's just deal with one thing at a time. 2.26 one time, got it. Let's move these as is using the one-time funds, right, that we know about. Then we can do a separate piece if we choose to. So is your motion, go ahead.
Yes, part of that was correct. HH3, HH4, HH5 to approve the requested action as is.
Right.
And then also to have the superintendent bring back to a workshop for us to have that conversation to look for the $24 million that we can cut to be able to then come back to be able to offer a 3.96% reoccurring.
Could I add to that direction, Madam Chair? So if we want to be bold, then I think one way or one way for direction is for the CFO really to look, I'm just going to throw out a big number, $100 million worth of cuts, right? So we know that, I know the number, right? To get to 5%, A. To get to the additional 23 million, B. I'm going to use the Zeman model to get to these zones of excellence or whatever, all the different things that different board members may want to do, right? That's going to cost something. So if we're going to put on one side, here are all the things you want to do. On the other side, here's the list of cuts. And we're going to pick openly, right, maybe the next, whenever we do it, and we will, at the end of that workshop, we'll know exactly where we are. But I think we have not been very clear. Well, I have asked the occupant of that chair every meeting, will there be cuts? I've asked the occupant of that chair before you, and I'm going to do it to you as well. So I think the prudent thing for us to do, let's come up with a big number, Mr. Superintendent. Let's lay out, here are the cuts, here are the impacts, if it's maybe just a central office or headquarters as we call it. If there are school impacts, maybe let's just be clear, right? If we want to do all these things, this will impact schools, this will impact academics. I think we just need to be very clear and lay all those things out. Here are some contracts that maybe we don't need to continue, right? We haven't even talked about the contracting side of the house, right? Maybe there's some efficiencies that we can do through X, and I won't fill in. So I think that's the kind of big picture thinking that if you and the team could do over the next X amount of time, that I think would answer a lot of questions going forward. So I support the current motion for that regard, but I'm going to suggest that we just ask the team to come up with $100 million of cuts. Let's see what happens, where it comes from, and we'll make a decision.
Okay. Sure, we can have the conversation, doesn't hurt. 24 million, 50 million, 75, 100 million, you know, and what falls in those categories, what we need to cut.
Yeah.
I'm okay with having that conversation.
But Chair, with all due respect, that's normal budgeting. There's nothing untoward about that. There's nothing that the community would look at that and say that's hokey or invite state takeover of our school system. That's insane. That's normal budgeting. Our budget office brings us a menu of things that we could do less of. Sometimes there are efficiencies that we can do. There might be contracts that we decide not to buy or renew. That's all normal budgeting, and we go to the other side and we say, and we're going to do that because we really want to do these pay raises, we want to do different things. We'll be careful about the capital versus the operating funds and the grants all separately because we got to keep all that stuff together. But that's normal budgeting. Correct. That does not invite state scrutiny. It does not involve state takeover. That's normal budgeting. And to say so otherwise is disingenuous. There are changes coming up to our budget that will change the fund balance. We grew $300 million from the state this year. We went from 5.7 to $6 billion. Where are we spending that $300 million extra dollars, Mr. Alston? That's what I want to know. And $100 million out of 6,000 million? Give me a break. That's not challenging, Ms. Matawata. $100 million is not a lot of money, to be honest with you, out of $6 billion. So I'm just tired of hearing the state takeover and there's something untoward in the way we're doing it. This is normal budgeting. We are looking hard at every dollar to make sure it's spent to get to our strategic goals. Now, what I'm concerned about, Chair, is that we're talking about this year's pay raise, which we have not given to principals and assistant principals by looking at next year's dollars. So we have to be very careful. There are this year dollars as we kind of go up toward June 30th. And then there's, if we do recurring, there's a bill that we buy when we buy it into the next year. So we need to see those lists for some this year to allow us to pay for next year and watch what happens to the fund balance. But there's nothing untoward with this. This is standard budgeting. This is the way government operates at all levels, federal, state, and local. And to say so otherwise is just not right. And I guarantee we're going to find $24 million. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that we will find $24 million worth of cuts. There's a $13 million one I'm going to propose when we get to the org charts. And I'm going to keep going until we pay people in Broward County what we want to pay them so that they can educate our children. And again, that money, to Mrs. Leonardi's point, is for our children. If we pay principals and teachers, isn't that money for our students? I think so. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. I think we're ready to vote. Roll call on approving HH4, HH3, HH4, HH5, with as the requested action, and with going back to the budget to look up to $100 million in cuts.
Does that include the referendum part? Or since we passed that motion, do we not need to put it in there? I want to make sure it gets.
That was already passed.
I'm sorry, Chair, but I made a motion on principals and assistant principals. It was on the floor to give them a 3.9% recurring raise. Your motion, I think, if we want to follow this clearly.
Okay, I'm sorry, Dr. Zeman. Okay, we need to vote on Dr. Zeman's motion.
No, we can actually vote on your substitute motion first.
Oh, okay.
But only for principals and APs, and then we can go to the other two items if you don't mind.
Oh, no, mine is on the three, the HH3, HH4, and HH5.
Again, I'm sorry to bore everybody here, but the motion that I made was only on one of those items. And so I think a substitute has to be about
saying
that
pull out
body as well, and then we
HH5.
can come back and do the same motion for the other two groups.
So which one is
Pull
yours?
out HH5. He's five. Five. So just do
Mine
3
is
and 4.
HH5, principals and assistant principals only, 3.96 recurring funds for this year.
All right.
Oh,
That's my motion.
Okay,
If
so
you
we're
just
gonna
take out
do,
5.
we're
Keep your
gonna do
motion.
my motion just on HH5.
No, with 3 and 4, not 5.
We have to do 5 first.
To do 5 first.
She made a substitute. I was saying if she took out 5, at least we are done with 3 and 4. No? Okay. I'm not the, yeah, you're the chair.
Okay, roll call,
What are we voting on again?
We have to ask.
just HH5, and adding in to have the budget conversation to $100 million.
No, that's not, that's, okay, we're losing
What?
it. That's not it. All right, so.
Wait, Ms. Batista, talk
Yes,
in the
that's not it.
microphone.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Dr. Wanza captured the substitute motion, but my understanding is that is as to HH5, to approve the item as is written, the 2.26 for the BPAA, and then look for $100 million worth of cuts.
Up to. So
Up to.
the substitute motion included all three meet and confer groups.
Yes.
I want to
But
do,
she-
but then you said I couldn't do
So
it.
I think the question on the floor that Dr. Zeman was raising was his motion was specific to principals and assistant principals, which is only one of the meet and confer groups.
Correct. So
So-
now the board chair has amended her substitute motion to reflect only HH5.
3 and 4. Okay,
It-
I'm done.
It is my understanding that if the chair is amending her motion, then her motion is only speaking to COPA and ASMAB, or is that, because according to Dr. Zeman's motion, it was principals only. So the chair needs to clarify in your substitute motion, are you referring to BPAA only and then come back with all of the direction, and then we're going to do something separate for COPA and ASMAB?
No, we'll just do the BPAA only right now.
Okay, so BPAA is double H5.
Right.
Okay. So the substitute motion that we're voting on is approve item HH5 as presented, with direction to the superintendent to come back with identified cuts up to $100 million that would result in a reoccurring salary for this group of employees.
Yes.
Roll call on that motion.
I heard
Mr.
something
Austin.
different. I just told her something different. Yes.
Mrs. Pham.
Yes.
Mr. Fogelholing.
Yes.
Mrs. Hickson.
Yes.
Dr. Holness.
Yes.
Mrs. Leonardi.
Yes.
Mrs. Rupert.
Yes.
Dr. Zeman.
No.
Mrs. Al-Hadaf.
Yes.
So the motion passes 8-1.
Okay, so now go back to, I moved for HH3, HH4 to approve the requested action and have the budget conversation to cut up to $100 million.
Second.
Moved by Alda, second by Rupert. Public comment. Board member comment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously as amended.
Chair, point of order. What could we do in priority order that would make the best use of our good cognitive time this evening?
I think that boat sailed.
I propose the org chart,
Yep.
but
We're gonna do org chart.
I'm not the chair. So I'm just throwing out a suggestion.
You're
I know.
one of 9.
May I have a motion and second on HH6?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment on the org chart.
No, but she's correct, Madam Chair. HH6 would be first for job descriptions, and then CC2 for org chart.
Say that again?
HH6 is for the job descriptions that are related to the proposed organizational chart changes.
Yeah.
So the-
Okay. What's
So-
HH6 and what's the other one?
So HH6 is the job descriptions, and then CC2 is the org chart itself.
Okay, so may I have a motion and second to bring CC2 and HH6 together?
You have, so Mrs., I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Oh.
Mrs. Batista, please, HH6 has to be approved separately first,
Oh.
and then CC2.
All right, then we're fine. Public comment on HH6.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Which is the job descriptions. Go ahead.
But we can duly have one public comment period for 2 items that we can talk about, and then we can take 2 separate votes. That's what I was trying to do, because I think it's going to overlap. Sorry.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Microphone.
Sorry. So if we're doing HH6, we have one person registered, and that's Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh. Not sure if she's here.
You may begin.
Thank you, Tom Vasquez. Actually, there's a lot to say on the org chart, but just going to do one comment, just one coming out of ESC. When reviewing that org chart, it appears that we're doing about $400K in increase for ESC management positions, and it looks like we're slashing some programs there. And, the net result of something like that, you get into a situation where you got more managers than you do doers. So on this specific issue coming out of ESC, going to go ahead and recommend taking a harder look at that, taking a harder look at how we're going to staff and structure specifically ESC, but I mean, that goes writ large. Just in general, when we're doing org charts, there needs to be, usually there's a rigorous analysis. I'm not saying it hasn't happened. I'm not saying that. But there's a rigorous analysis where you really take a hard look at task, you look at hours, and you kind of do that analysis to kind of picture what the workday is going to be. And really when you look at, and when you're in when large-scale organizations tend to be in financial, let's say, restructure, what you really want to do is focus on this labor piece and get this one right. And their downsizing usually comes from the top. Typically, what you'll tend to see is all department heads going into a budgetary cut year. Well, you pick your number, 10% off the top, 15% off the top. Everyone has to share a little bit of the pain. And then you focus in on priority tasks. That's where vision comes in. That's where, what are we trying to aim at? And those priorities in your vision is what's going to set the tone for what you can cut here and cut there as it relates to org chart. This is where you got to take a look and say, these are nice to haves. It's one of those conversations, is this a need or a want? And that's a conversation for all of you to have, but in general. But just specifically, again, wrapping it up here, just in specific, that's writ large in general. Comments, but for that ESC piece, we definitely want to take another look at that. Don't want too many managers there. In fact, when we really need to put money and invest money in ESC specialists and the doers that really make the magic happen in the ESC world. And so that's my comments. Thank you.
Any other public speaker? Seeing none. Board member comment, Ms. Rupert?
This is on HH6?
Yes.
Okay. I have a simple question on the supervisor school counseling job, and I think it's page 15, if you're following along. I wanted to make sure that this was the one that actually the school counselors had shared with the department for all this, and to make sure that this actually followed current state language for the school counseling. Through the superintendent.
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Hollingsworth?
Good afternoon. I'm back, Ms. Hollingsworth. I'm the school counselor. Yes, that was also part of the job description change that we added in today. That was in there. So that in sentence at the bottom will be obviously stricken to just emergency situations. And then your other part of your questions, I apologize. I just walked back in.
No, I'm sorry. The other performance responsibilities and the minimum qualifications, et cetera, that they follow the state guidelines?
Yes, Dr. Shapiro and Ms. Hudge worked on that in conjunction with those new guidelines.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then I'll be voting for this, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board member, Ms. Nixon?
We're doing both of those items together.
No, we're doing HH6.
Okay, all right, mine are not there.
Any other comments on HH6?
Kinda, because we're,
Job descriptions.
Nope, we're good.
Charleston, you're good?
not really,
Okay.
because, sorry. Okay, keep it moving. I'm not,
Well,
go
we're going to
ahead.
be ready to vote.
Yeah, but
You're saying you want to address the chart, not the job description.
Yeah.
that's why I think a discussion on both.
Right, I get
Yeah,
it.
it's
Staff
gonna-
is telling us we have to approve HH6.
No, we can still approve it. I just think if we have an open discussion on both, it may impact both. And I don't know where your 12 million is coming from, as an example, right?
13, my friend.
13, right? So whatever that is, along with other things, it's going to impact both. So I'd hate to approve job descriptions for me, knowing that there are a few that I don't agree with, right?
Okay.
So that's why I think just having the big conversation, and then we can deal with it.
Mrs. Nixon?
If we approve job descriptions, and we decide later that that's not a job that we want to keep in the org chart, is there a problem with that?
No.
No.
No, it just doesn't get filled.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
Have job description, just don't fill it. It's got no vacancy.
So here is,
No, that's
sorry,
the way it
Madam
works.
Chair.
Mr. Alston?
Oh, no, go ahead.
Ms.
For the council.
Batista?
So it is within the job description that the board dictates who, for example, reports to whom in the school board, right? So if the organizational chart itself, the item CC2, is only a picture of, or a depiction in picture form of the job descriptions. So if you approve a job description, including the whole entire job description, then it would be more difficult for you to say that you want some changes in the org chart, because the org chart is nothing but just a picture of what you approved right before.
Is it possible to do the org chart then before the job description so that we know one before the other?
So you can discuss both,
Okay.
but
Make a
you need to
motion
vote
to-
on HH6 prior to CC2.
Okay. I make a motion to bring HH6 and CC2 together.
So moved.
Moved by Rupert, second by Zeman. Public comment or comment? Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. The one suggestion I had for CC2, because the other one already stands for me, is to have the music and performing arts needs to be back under the academics. Where it's moved does not make any sense. And we all know that, yeah, the kids, they need that. And also, the contribution for those professionals, it's academic.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, so my rationale behind moving it to the Strategy and Innovation Office, under academics, who focuses on core academics, your 4 cores, bevy of ESE, and other direct reports under the office, under the chief academic officer. The concern is with the amount of other issues that they may have to deal with when it comes to core instruction and also ESC. It could be just checking a box when it comes to those student interest and student engagement concerns for academics, athletics, choice. So the rationale of putting it under there is it is a student engagement, it is a student interest issue, and our programs, especially when it comes to performing arts and fine arts, aren't necessarily up to par or where we want them to be. This is an opportunity for the individual in this role to go out, build new partnerships, identify best practices, identify effective programs to assist in scaling them out, and for the purpose of helping us with our redefining. And our redefining is just not isolated to closing schools. It's all about enhancing programs, enhancing student interest, enhancing student engagement opportunities too.
And I respectfully disagree, and I would love for you to take a meeting with the head of music or art or whichever and ask why they want to stay in academics. Just have that meeting. It could be a 10-minute meeting, but I think it's a meaningful one for you, and I do understand why you're doing that, but I really would like to actually vote for an organizational chart in my career as a school board member. It would be nice to do. And I'm a stickler for feeling that everybody gets heard. So thank you for the contemplation of it.
Mrs. Dixon?
Thank you. I agree with Mrs. Rupert. We've had the discussion, and I appreciate your perspective, but there are people in the department who want to stay in academics. They were moved last year. They just finally got a cadence going and feel comfortable where they are, and they feel like they're going to be uprooted again. So, and it just feels like it's a graduation requirement. It should stay under academics. So that's that. I also, on page 10 of the organization chart, I know I asked you this already, but the assistant director for the Business Support Center, I know you said he has 100 people, or that position has 100 people that report to them as the director, and that's why you need assistant director, but there's a manager under. It just seems like there's a lot of managerial. I'd rather spend that money to have more people working in the Business Support Center, because when an answer to someone why their invoice from a year ago didn't get paid, and the answer was because there weren't enough people to process it, I think that it makes more sense to spend that money having people processing than it does having someone be a director. On page 12 of the org chart, we had this discussion. I thought we came up with a consensus, but according to staff, we didn't, so I'd like to have it again. I know Dr. Holness had brought an item motion forward, and I added on to that about dissolving the building department, and here it's still, like, there's a whole department there that we could shift around and not have in there, and maybe use a consultant that could be more efficient, since that seems to be one of the big issues we're having. So I'd love to hear my colleagues again, because apparently it wasn't clear when we were having the discussion before. I thought we agreed on it, but I'm hearing that we didn't. On page,
can you repeat, Vice Chair? Sorry, half of us were.
Page 12.
Page 12, the building department. We had a discussion before about dissolving the department, but it's still on the org chart. So I think maybe we need to weigh in again on whether that's something we want to do or not. On page 13, very happy to see the Director of Strategic Partnerships. I've been asking about that since I got here. I think it's really important. Also on page 13, I'm not sure why we need an Assistant Director. That is the District Administrative Services under Legislative Affairs. You mentioned that, but I don't know. It seems like
Andre.
Everybody needs to talk in the microphone.
Okay. I didn't realize that it was under Legislative Affairs. All right. And
Well, it wasn't.
I just had one more. It's fine. I won't ask that question. I had one more. Oh, I guess that was it. The applied learning, I'll say again for a second time, I think it should go back under academics. Thank you.
What page
Duly
is that
noted.
on?
That's, sorry, as we get later, my
Page
voice-
20.
Yeah, page
Okay.
20.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, Chair. And I've gone over these with the superintendent ahead of time, and I brought my homework, ma'am, so if you want a copy of this, let me know. There's two big things, and I hope that my colleagues think a little bit about this, given the discussion we just had about money. 10 years ago, we had 43,000 more students in our traditional public education system, and we had an administration the same size it is today. We've dropped 16% in FTE, but our management overhead is still 16% higher on a per capita basis. So when someone says they're saving money by reorganizing, by saving 14 cents or $1.93, I want the 16%. That's how you do org design. You go after the money. And I don't understand why there aren't significant changes. Second big point, we have 4 layers of management between our CEO and our mini CEOs, our principals, our school leaders. We have the superintendent. We have these distinguished senior advisors right here. We have regional superintendents, and we have directors. I'm proposing to eliminate regional superintendents and their staff. That's $13 million. What happens then? We have a superintendent and an amazing staff. We have 18 directors that oversee our schools and our principals. And principals stop getting tasked to death. The last time we measured, Chair, the number of tasks going to a principal, it was 1,700 in 1 year. It's 10 tasks a day because we have 4 layers of management. It's inappropriate and it's got to stop. On page 1, and we're going to get this in the next version, we broke out the whole org chart in terms of supporting and supported, and I look forward to seeing that so that we can get our eyes on who's doing the work and who's supervising the people doing the work, to our speaker's point a little earlier. Page 1, the dotted lines from school board appointed committees to the superintendent are misleading. These lines are used across the set of org chart slides, but the SUP does not report to these committees. The committees report to their appointing authority, the Broward County School Board. Recommend deleting these dotted lines. On page 2, COO is in charge of facilities. Could they please be the Chief Operating and Facilities Officer or COO/Chief Facilities Officer or something? People will be looking at this organization and they want to know who to talk to about facilities. If they're just a COO, then they got to call a board member, call the SUP, call the staff, say, well, who's the head of facilities? It turns out it's a distinguished person that just joined our staff, but I think that the title needs to reflect that. Number 5 on page 2 and 3 for Ms. Hollingsworth. You're the only chief that doesn't report to the superintendent in this org chart, but you're the most important chief we got. I think you're in charge of our core mission, right? Chief Academic Officer, and that's what we do. So I think that that should at minimum be a dotted line to the superintendent so that all the chiefs are on the same level. I spend a lot of time in the data analysis world, and the title we have in this chart is really confusing, so I recommend Director of Educational Assessment, Analysis, and Research to align with the way the rest of the world would call Mr. Baum. I'm really unsure about all the changes in the COO office. Until our new COO gets to come in and look around, I'm not sure that we can't do a mid-year adjustment if we need to. But again, I'm just throwing that out as something for my colleagues and the superintendent to think a little bit about. We have one advisory committee that's included in these org charts. I think we either add all of the advisories and we point to the staff member that coordinate with them, or we take them all out. But to have the audit committee there because they have a clear central role with the chief auditor doesn't fit the form of the rest of the org chart, which only has FTE full-time people who have full-time paid requirements to their senior supervisor. Last point, I love salary adjustments, but there's this thing called salary.com. If you go to salary.com and you type in requirements for a job, it tells you what the adjustment in their market pay is. What I see is salary adjustments up generally, but but I have no idea whether the market pay for a school psychologist or an auditor or an engineer or a budget analyst is really going up or down. We ought to be fighting to make sure we pay people market wages, but I never see any analysis of those market wages, and I'd like to see those so that we make sure that we pay people in a way that will retain the greatest of all of them. So those are my comments on the org chart. Superintendent, I appreciate your comments and your conversations on this, and I'll give you and the chair a copy of my comments.
Mr. Fogarty?
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a point of order. Are we taking consensus here? Or are we just one by one taking turns of what we're doing, and superintendent, we're directing one by one? What are we doing?
Well, we're here to approve this today, so I think we're having conversation, and then board members need to make motions.
That's exactly what I mean.
Yeah.
I've seen 2 board members speak so far.
Yeah, my
with
understanding.
suggestions. If they want to make motions, then we can vote on what they're saying, but it feels like it's almost directing the superintendent from different board members. So I'm just
Yeah, it
confused on that.
depends on what the board wants to do. I mean, if you want to table this, for the superintendent to come back with all of our suggestions.
Can't table.
Can't.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
I'd want to.
All right, hold on. Mr. Fogarty, you have the floor.
No, thank you, Chair. That was a simple question, because I feel like we're just going to do a whole roundabout here, and nobody's actually doing anything. Thank you.
And let me apologize. I was told we were bringing this back next time, and so I'll come back and make motions about the changes that are important.
Yeah.
Okay,
You heard that?
No.
I didn't hear it either.
Okay, who else would like to
Wait,
weigh in?
I'm sorry. Oh, no, hold this.
Dr. Holman.
Thank you. So I just want to get some clarification, because my understanding is that the superintendent has brought to us an organizational chart and job descriptions, which is in the purview of the superintendent's role to come to us with what he believes will move this organization forward and make us successful. I just want to make sure that we are not sort of infringing on the superintendent, depending on what we're saying, on who he should pick for certain positions or what positions he should have or not have. So I just want, if Ms. Batista could weigh in a little bit on to the extent to which we can direct the superintendent in terms of the org chart.
Before Ms. Batista speaks, I just want to say, in all due fairness, remember, we were supposed to workshop this. And then we said, because we ran out of time, because this conversation should have been in the workshop, which we didn't have the opportunity to have. So now we're here at the school board meeting at 7:15 at night.
Right.
And so, Ms. Batista, I'll let you.
So, Ms. Batista, in terms of, because some board members are getting ready to make motions, are we getting involved with operations at this point?
No, that's our org chart.
I understand. This is not a workshop, this is a board meeting.
Ms. Batista.
So, Madam Chair, it is within the purview of the board to set positions and to dictate who the positions answer to. That's part of what the board can do. What the board cannot do is once you have created the box and you've created the reporting structure, you cannot dictate who the superintendent puts in that box.
Right. Thank you.
I mean, barring, a couple of things that we all know about moral turpitude and not qualified for the
Understand.
position.
Ms. Dixon?
So I would like to make a motion.
Throw it all in. Throw it all in.
Okay, well, I don't want to do it all because you may like some pieces and not others. But the first biggest motion is I make a motion to put.
What page are you on as well?
I'm on page 20. To put the director and the whole Department of Applied Learning back under the chief academic officer.
Second?
Been moved by Hickson, second by Rupert. Public comment on the motion.
Just real quick on that motion. Yeah, I heard some great comments up there. I think if we move in some directions of, again, what Dr. Zeman is saying, I think we're going to go in the right way. Just on the point of that pay increase piece, just as a thought, as far as getting that market share, and that's all relevant. But there is something to account for bringing everybody up to speed when it comes to inflation. So when you start thinking about a little bit about salary increases, there might be a moral argument to get everybody kind of to compensate for that, to get where we should be, and then of course go over market share. Just a thought to put in there. because, I mean, we're kind of behind when it comes to pay, so those two should be broken out. Get everybody up to combat inflation should be just across the board, and then extras is another conversation. Thank you.
Board member comment?
I agree.
Dr. Holmes?
Madam Chair, I would like for the superintendent to weigh in on this motion.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, as I explained before, the rationale for putting it under the Strategy and Innovation Office is the sole purpose of enhancing opportunities for performing arts, applied learning, which includes Magnet. Also, it's not just about performing arts and fine arts. Also includes STEM opportunities, civic engagement, Magnet and innovation programs, and to enhance, scale out, build new partnerships so we can ensure that all of our schools have the same high level or high engagement opportunities as other schools. As I go around, there is a variance in the learning experience for students when it comes to these areas. And since we are focused on redefining, which encompasses more than just closing schools, this provides the opportunity to evaluate and assess all of those programs as we're assessing our programmatic structures in all schools to enhance them over time.
Okay, so where you have it now, you believe that this will basically accomplish what you're trying to do?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Dixon?
So I have a question, Mrs. Superintendent. Moving it back, how does that not allow you to accomplish what your plan is?
Well, specific to this director and the items under this director, if it's under academics, the academics team is focused on totally different aspects. The Strategy and Innovation Officer is going to be tasked with going out and evaluating and assessing these programs in all of our schools. Also working as we're discussing and engaging in this whole redefining process, the partnerships that will be created to ensure that we're enhancing these opportunities, such as working with MODS and other organizations to leverage their expertise to provide a different level of experience for students. I just feel like if it's under academics, they do a great job in this area too, but their focus is mainly on core instruction, ESC services, and the like, versus these student interest and student engagement opportunities. I know some of this is graduation requirements, but it's not a requirement at every grade level, but every grade level in every school deserves to have a great performing arts program, a great fine arts program. If their magnet or choice program is suffering, we need to find out why and provide better opportunities. So I feel like under the umbrella of the Strategy and Innovation Office, we can do more of that.
Okay, well, and I don't disagree that everyone deserves all of that, but I just wonder if there's a way to make sure that happens, maybe with the Director of Strategic Partnerships, since they have a new role, that's kind of part of what you're saying. But I still think it belongs under academics, so thank you.
Okay, we're ready to vote? To move Director of Applied Learning to academics. Roll call.
Roll call on the motion.
Why can't we do voice?
Mrs. Pham?
Not here.
Mr. Fogelholy?
Yes.
Mrs. Hickson?
Yes.
Dr. Holness?
No.
Mrs. Leonardi?
Yes.
Mrs. Rupert?
Yes.
Dr. Zeman? No. Mrs. Alhadeff?
No.
Mr. Austin?
Yes.
1, 2, 3. The motion passes 5-3.
Thank you. My next motion is to dissolve the building.
Can we save that one? That's going to be a big
Okay.
conversation. Sorry,
Okay.
I just keep going.
Yes,
Let's
all
not do
right.
that.
The last
Big
one
conversation.
is.
Save Siemens for last two.
Have a motion to.
What page?
I have to get there. Hold on, sorry. I switched my pages. I'm sorry.
That's a big conversation.
Just one more. On page 10, to delete the Assistant Director for Business Support Center.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Hickson, second by Rupert. Public comment. Board member comment.
Just as,
10. Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Azarito?
Yes, I just wanted to say one thing real quick. That position is being funded by the reduction in the business analyst below. So it's not, it is a new position, a new job description, but it's being funded by a cut in another area in the same business center. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And that's on the financial analysis.
You see it applies.
You'll see the business analyst is going from 2 to 1.
Right,
And then
I
that's
I
funding.
appreciate
I'm
that,
just
but
letting you know. Sorry.
my suggestion, I guess I should add this to the motion, that I would like to delete that and add more people who are actually doing the work in the business center, because according to answers to people who haven't been paid for over a year, it's because we don't have enough people to process it. So I have a problem with that. If that's the case, then we should be making more spaces under the line to have people be able to work and do the work in there. I don't think we need an extra manager, sort of to Dr. Zeman's point. So I would like to remove the assistant, my motion is to remove the assistant director box from the org chart and add more positions of the, I don't know what their job titles are because it's not on here, but the people who are actually processing the information.
Process analyst.
Okay. Been moved and seconded. Board member comment?
He was gonna, I think, Ms. Andrea was gonna come.
Ms. Andrea, you wanted to add anything about this position?
Thank you, through the chair. Jennifer Andrea, Executive Director, Operations.
Hold on just a second. Can we get her mic up, please?
Hello, wake up.
Hit the button.
Wake up. Just for clarification, the invoices, that's not really through the Business Support Center, that's through accounts payable. So I think that might be a miscommunication. I just wanted to clarify that. Also, this position would really help with internal funds and the management of schools and internal funds. And those of you who have seen the recent audits know that we've had an increase in audit exceptions. So this particular, whoever's in this position will primarily deal with that. So I just want to be very clear on exactly what the job description is and what this particular position would be doing. Thank you.
Good.
Okay. Roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Roll call on the motion. Mr. Foganholly?
No.
Mrs. Hickson?
Yes.
Dr. Holness?
No.
Mrs. Leonardi?
Yes.
That's a yes, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
Yes.
Dr. Zeman? No. Mrs. Alhadeff? This is to delete the assistant director for the business?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Alston?
No.
Mrs. Pham? No. No? Okay. The motion fails 5-4.
My last one is the.
Yep. Okay. Dr. Zeman, did you want to make some motion? Have your packet.
Not doing all of these, but this is my homework.
Madam Chair, I would respectfully ask if we didn't have to read everything when we were making the statement, to just do it like bam, 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 so we can actually be very succinct and get it done. Okay? I know you understand me. Go ahead.
See that? The Navy guy got schooled, man. You see that? Oh, woo.
All right.
All right.
That's the Rupert rule.
Yeah, it is. Right to the point. On number one, my motion is to ask the superintendent to report back within 6 months on reductions to administrative and management staff equal to the decline of FTEs over the past 10 years.
There's a second. Been moved by Zeman, second by Pham. Public comment.
June, July, August, September.
Board member comment.
Yes.
Mr. Alston?
I like the spirit of the motion. My question is, why is November the magic date? So
Right.
because we're in budget season, I was hoping, based on the prior motion, if there is additional direction coming to do whatever you're thinking. So I don't know why November is if we're going to start October 1 forward.
It's a saving for the 25-26 year. It takes a good bit of time to kind of put all that pieces together. I've done a bunch of management reviews like this before. It's hard because you're thinking about how all the pieces fit together. So I wanted the soup to have 6 months to bring this back, and then for us to have time to revise and potentially decide about reducing overhead in the same way we reduced our FTE base.
Which means, sorry, Madam Chair, this is essentially doing a 2-year budget type assessment, right?
Yes.
So we're currently in one cycle now. This would now dually start the 2nd year budget.
Absolutely.
That's kind of what you're doing.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Any other board member comments on the motion? Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Zima, I just want to clarify to ask, can you repeat that one more time?
So the FTE count in Broward County Schools over the last 10 years has fallen 16%. Our management and administrative staff has stayed the same. In my view, there has to be a proposal put before the board that would reduce the overhead and management positions in a way that's proportional to the reduction in FTE.
Okay, so the funding that we will receive based on FTE, we want a proportional decrease in also our budget. Gotcha.
For administrative and management overhead positions. It's
Understood.
roughly 16% of the last 10 years. A lot, so that's just my proposal. Just
Understood.
that you study that for 6 months and come back and show us what it might look like.
Okay, all in favor of the motion?
Don't say that.
Aye.
Say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
No.
There's 2 dissenting votes, Alston and Fogelholly. Motion passes.
Thank you. We already have number 2, so I don't think we need to make a motion. That's just a presentation point. 3, move to Ms. Rupert's point. I move that we do number 3.
Yes, say it on the record.
You won that one.
The way you have to say it for the record. Did it for the record.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Dr. Zima, you're going to have to be more specific, because no.
Oh, there we go, Ms. Rupert. I tried.
No, I
Page 1.
No, I'm there. Number
We have
2.
dotted lines
Yeah.
between the superintendent and all of the advisory committees.
Right.
And I don't think that's appropriate. He does not work for them. They work for the school board who appoints them to their job.
Is there a second? Moved by FAM, second by FAM. Public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
right here. I just wanted to understand from the org chart, from the superintendent's perspective, why we have the dotted lines from the board member appointees to the superintendent. What was the relevance of that?
Dr. Hepburn?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Azarito and Dr. Wan said this was already on the previous org chart, so we didn't change this page.
So is there a reason why that existed in the first place?
Is there a reason why it existed in the past?
So, just for a little bit of perspective, and Ms. Rupert obviously has been here a while, and Mrs. Batista as well. So yes, the community, the board appointee and the community groups, yes, they absolutely are, the members, or some of them are appointed by the board, but they work integrally with the superintendent's staff. Additionally, we have staff liaisons who work with the committee groups to help facilitate some of the work that they do. And so that's why there's that dotted, if you will, connection, because the superintendent's staff actually helps support and facilitate a large percent of the work that they do on behalf of the board and the community.
Okay, so the question then, based on this item, is the meaning of the dotted lines. And I think that it hasn't been cleared up exactly what the dotted line means. So, Dr. Hepburn, can you or your staff define the dotted lines? Is it, and I understand what Dr. Wanza just said, but the dotted lines obviously does not mean, from her explanation, that the appointees report to the superintendent, but does it mean they collaborate, or what is the definition of the dotted line so I can know how to vote on this item?
Go ahead, Dr. Wanza.
Dotted lines, and Mr. Azarito or Mr. Strauss, you can chime in. Dotted lines generally means that that there's some kind of collaboration and coordination, if you will, between the two. So like in another page, there used to be where even though the bargaining team was a direct report to the chief HR officer, there was a dotted line up to the superintendent because there was communication and oftentimes collaboration directly with the superintendent. So that's generally what it means. So no, those individuals, the superintendent does not direct them. They don't direct the superintendent, but there is some collaboration and coordination between.
Okay, so now that I understand the meaning of the dotted lines, it helps me to vote. Thank you.
Okay. Everybody ready to vote?
Yes.
All in favor of the motion with the dotted lines, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
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 Raise your hand for no.
Roll call.
Roll call on the motion. Mrs. Hickson,
Yes.
Dr. Holness,
No means I'm keeping the dotted lines, correct?
correct.
No.
Mrs. Leonardi,
No.
Mrs. Rupert,
No.
Dr. Zeman,
Yes.
Mrs. Alhadeff,
No.
Mr. Alston,
No.
Mrs. Pham, Mr. Fogelholing.
No.
Okay, so the motion fails. There were 2 yeses and 7 nos.
Thank you very much, Chair. Number 4 on page 2, again, just to be clear, outside the organization, but even across the organization and
Second.
We agree. We see. We got it.
Okay, moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment on the motion to make Chief Operations Officer
She's saying it right now.
/ Chief Facilities
did good.
Officer, or just Chief Facilities Officer?
Mr. Superintendent, would you pick one of those two and we'll vote on it?
Chief Operations and Facilities Officer.
Thank you, sir.
Still second it, yeah.
Okay. Public comment?
Taking my comment back.
Hi, I'm sorry I showed up a little late.
A little bit.
Was there something going
Still
on
here.
earlier today? I don't know. But I did want to know, just because I literally just walked in, can you repeat the motion one more time? And
Motion
what-
is to rename the Chief Operating Officer the Chief Operating and Facilities Officer.
Okay. Well, as a resident of Broward County, I would vote no. Thank you.
Board member comment?
Weird one.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no.
No.
Sorry, Ryan.
One dissenting vote. Mr. Fogarnali, motion passes. Next.
Number 5, and I'll choose dotted line to the superintendent.
Number 5.
Number five.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. That's page 2 and page 3. The CAO is the only chief that doesn't report to superintendent. So make the dotted line to the superintendent.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness.
Okay, so again, we understand what the dotted line means before. What does the dotted line mean now?
Dr. Hepburn.
The same explanation as Dr. Wanza explained. I have no problem with the dotted line. To me, we are in executive cabinet together. We collaborate together all the time, so that's not an issue.
Okay, so there'll be collaboration that's,
Yeah.
okay.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. Next.
On number 6,
Teeny.
this has to be pretty clear. I move the elimination of regional superintendents and their staffs.
Is there a second? No second. Motion fails. Next.
Number 8, propose the title be Director of Educational Assessment, Analysis, and Research.
Did you want to do
Number
7? 7?
Nope. Don't want to do 7?
Okay.
Do an 8.
8.
Okay, number
Okay.
8. Recommend drop.
Is there a second?
Recommend direct. Second. That's an easy thing.
Moved by Zeman, second by Austin. Public comment? Board member comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. 9?
Number 12, skip 9, 10, 11.
Okay.
I like
And recommend we delete audit committee. We're not including the committees that coordinate with every member of somebody on the school board and org charts. We already have the audit committee shown as a established board. I'd recommend we take them off of page 21.
Is there a second? Moved by Seaman, second by Pham. Public comment? Board member comment?
Just a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So your observation, I understand, that makes sense. But let me ask a question from structure. So our district compared to other districts, I know that we all have our own audit committees that do certain things. So what was the intent around having the box, let me use the holiness spirit language today, originally, I'm sorry, I should be talking to the Chief Auditor.
That's right.
My apologies. Mr. Chief Auditor, what was the intent of having the audit committee box previously, because it's always been there? That's kind of the first question. And then maybe kind of separately, other districts have a similar audit committee function that's standalone but shows collaboration. So just talk a little bit about that.
Is this thing on?
Yep.
So fundamentally, the audit committee has a slightly different function than what most of the other committees have, in that they review audit reports, transmit audit reports, and provide some level of quality control, quality assurance in that function. Whether or not there's value in them appearing on an org chart, that's not as important in my mind as it is that the function remains. That function is very important. And to get to the second part of your question, in every other district that I know of that has an internal audit function, they have an audit committee of some sort to review and do that quality control, quality assurance piece.
Understood. And do they show it in this way?
I got to be honest with you. I only know the big three, and my understanding is that all big three show it this way, but I do not have a frame of reference outside of that.
You're good. Thank you.
Any other comments? Roll call?
Roll call on the motion. Dr. Holness?
No.
Mrs. Leonardi? Mrs. Rupert?
Oh, no, sorry, I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry, yes.
You voting yes? Okay.
Yes.
Mrs.
No,
Rupert?
I'm no, thank you.
You're welcome. Dr. Zeman?
Yes.
Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
No.
Mr. Austin?
No.
Mrs. Pham?
Mrs. Pham? Yes.
Mr. Fogelholy?
No.
Mrs. Hickson?
No.
Okay, the motion fails.
Thank you, Chair.
6-3.
You done?
All right.
Okay. Mr. Olson?
All right, I guess I'll do my round. I move that we put back on the org chart the chief of staff position. Actually, let me just make the motion. That's my motion.
What page are you on?
Well, I'm looking at org chart changes and the elimination of deputy superintendent, chief of staff position. Well, I guess I'm going to explain. So I guess we're in discussion. So, no, I'm on my page 3, looking at the summary. However, yes, organizationally, it would also fall on your page.
I second that, Chair.
Page 2 of the chart.
Yep, page 2.
Okay, then moved by Olson, second by Fogelholy. Public comment?
Seeing none.
Board member comment?
So thank you, Madam Chair. I too have done research. What I don't know is eliminating this. Other big districts have it. We're in the Big Six, and there's a role and a function for a chief of staff. I've been one, and I think that the district needs to keep that box. So that's the first point.
Okay, thank you. Board member comment?
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you. So regarding the chief of staff position, I would like to get the superintendent's input on his rationale for removing this position, and also the responsibilities and the role that the chief of staff play, who will then take this over, and how is the removing it beneficial to the district?
Yes, thank you. So the chief, not chief of HR, but chief people officer here, is directly reporting to me now, which was the primary function of the chief of staff, also the Office of School Board Records. The Office of School Board Records is going to be moved under the Chief Communication and Legislative Affairs Office, with the chief people officer directly reporting to me. Just the justification on maintaining that, I could not justify maintaining that position any longer. So the functions are under the chief of staff is pretty much being divvied out, with the primary directly reporting to me now, and Office of School Board Records under the Communication and Legislative Affairs Office, and I want to say the building operation here with the maintenance crew is under PPO now.
Okay, so outside of the chief people officer, the remaining role that the chief of staff played, that will now be handled by the chief of communications and legislature?
Correct, their office will handle those roles now.
Okay, so question, since we are getting rid of the chief of staff, is the appropriate name for the chief of communications and legislature, considering that that position is now taking on the role of the chief of staff, would you recommend renaming that position in some form or way to reflect the added?
Let me deal with my motion first. I know where you're going.
Hold on, Mr. Alston.
Yes.
Go ahead, Dr. Holman.
Right, so would you recommend, considering that majority of the responsibility of chief of staff was what the chief people officer did in terms of reporting to the chief of staff, with the remaining duties going on to the chief of communications, do you believe that renaming that position would be necessary to sort of encompass the role of the chief of staff as well as communication and legislature?
Under that role with the varied functions, it's just not communications and legislation anymore. So it would be appropriate name change if that was the pledge of the board.
Okay, and just one last question. So I know you are from Palm Beach. Do they have a chief of staff in Palm Beach, considering that they're a neighboring district? And is the structure that you're proposing similar to what they have?
Yes, so I would say in my time at Palm Beach County, they did not always have a chief of staff. The chief of staff role was probably created about 3 years ago. It's transitioned from the person who was over communications and legislative affairs and encompassed the Office of School Board Records there, and that person, that position eventually evolved into what is now chief of staff.
Okay, so my last question, or my last statement. So with this change, it will not impact the district in any formal way with the role that the chief of staff normally played, considering that the chief people officer is reporting to you, and the remaining role will be divvied, including to the chief of communications. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Are you making a substitute motion?
No, I'm just.
Okay, any other board member comment? I'd like to make a substitute motion on page 13 to rename the Chief Communications and Legislative Affairs Officer to the Chief of Staff. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Aldev, second by Rupert. Public comment?
Is there a second for comments?
I don't want to keep you too long, but I definitely feel, as a former legislative aide and a chief of staff to a commission office, I believe that as the 6th largest district, I think we're still the 6th largest district in this country, I believe that is important for you to have a designated chief of staff to the superintendent, someone who represents the superintendent not only to the cabinet, but also to the rest of the state and the rest of the country. I repeat, state and country. Someone who's able to speak for you, and speak on your behalf, on the board's behalf, and on the cabinet's behalf, someone who can articulate the goals and objectives of the board articulately. So I believe that you should move forward with this as a legislative chief, communications chief, and chief of staff. So I approve this motion, or I support this motion. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, I understand an idea here to rename that a chief of staff, but their responsibilities are not consistent with kind of the general use of that label. They are not a speaker in that particular organization for the organization. They don't command the whole staff to get things done. They're not organizing things. They're organizing a functional area, and so I wouldn't support that. I also, to a public comment just a few minutes ago, with a single deputy superintendent, there is someone to speak for the superintendent. It's the only deputy, and that is the deputy in our core mission area, teaching and learning. And so we have an equivalent of a chief of staff in that role who would speak for the soup when he's not here, the one deputy soup. And so I understand the clarity here, and then going to this chief's role. So you have a whole cabinet clearly identified of the primary functions and a single deputy to speak for the superintendent internally and externally.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn, removing the chief of staff position, how much does that save the district?
Mr. Azarito?
The deputy superintendent, chief of staff? Yes. That position? 291,923.
All right, so Dr. Hepburn, considering that the chief of communications is assuming the remaining role of the chief of staff, would you support the position being named the chief of staff and communications? Would that cover all the primary role of that particular position?
Dr. Hepburn?
I have no objection with name changes for this specific role. It can encompass several different name changes to make sure it covers the basis of what the chief for this division is tasked and responsible for.
But would you say that chief of staff and communications would cover the bulk of what that office would do?
It could.
Okay, so I'd like to make a substitute motion.
I already have the
Oh.
We already have two up.
We have two, okay.
Ms. Nixon?
Thank you. Just a quick question. If we were to vote yes on that, would we need to change the job description for the chief of staff and also the pay band? Because keep in mind, it was a deputy superintendent, chief of staff. So I think if we make that change, we have to make sure we're also looking at the job description and making sure they align. Thank you.
Okay, roll call
Can you
on the
repeat the
substitute motion. Change on page 13, the chief communications and legislative affairs officer named to chief of staff.
Yes, ma'am. Roll call on the motion. Substitute motion. Mrs. Leonardi?
Yes.
Mrs. Rupert?
Yes.
Dr. Zeman?
No.
Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
Yes.
Mr. Alston?
No.
Mrs. Pham? No. Mr. Fogelholy?
No.
Mrs. Hickson?
No.
Dr. Holness?
Yes.
Okay, the motion fails. 5-4, it fails.
Okay, back to
Back to
Mr.
the main
Alston.
motion, so I think I can count. I think there was enough to, well, actually, let me not make a judgment. Just take it for a vote, then I'll keep going.
Read it again.
Okay, the motion is to
Having a chief
bring
of
back the deputy super,
No. I am proposing reinstating a chief of staff, not a deputy superintendent, comma, chief of staff. Just a chief of staff. I'm not designating who. I think the superintendent should decide that. I'm designating a chief of staff position. He can determine how we deal with it. That's the motion on the floor.
okay. Board member comment on the motion. Dr. Seaman?
I'm curious. I'm sorry, Ms. Leonardi, I'll go after you.
My apologies. So I just wanted to clarify, hold on one second. Let me, hear me better now?
Loud and clear.
Okay, just for the maker of the motion, so to be clear, I think I heard this correctly. This is not a deputy, you're not directing it to be a deputy superintendent position, just a chief of staff position.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
Okay, I have a question. So is there a financial difference in whether you say chief of staff or deputy superintendent chief of
Yes.
staff?
Pay band.
Dr. Hepburn?
There could be.
Mr. Azarito, can you provide detail of how much this would add to the cost of the org chart from our savings?
So adding it back would be a pay band S, which is 216,910.
Okay. Any other comments?
Madam Chair,
Nope.
I just want to know who seconded the motion. Okay.
Ms. Fogarty? Okay, roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Roll call on the motion. Mrs. Rupert?
No.
Dr. Zeman?
No.
Mrs. Alhadeff?
No.
Mr. Alston?
Yes.
Mrs. Pham? Yes. Mr. Fogenholing?
Yes.
Mrs. Hickson?
No.
Dr. Holness?
No.
Mrs. Leonardi?
Yes.
Motion fails 5-4.
All right, I'll move to my next one on page 6. So actually an observation, Madam Chair, you pulled this out before, and I know we just talked about communication and legislative affairs. So another observation that we all know based on your information pool, the current budget is $7.5 million for 85 positions, okay? When we look at our core function, and again, this does not take into account the chart that's before us, Superintendent and General Counsel, $3.4 million. Chief Auditor, $3.3 million. Chief People Officer, with more people of 104 positions, the budget is $7.4 million. So I make that point to say I have no understanding of why we are adding a Director of Strategic Partnerships, as an example, or communications. When I look at comms and ledge compared to the other divisions, it's too big, it's too large. I'll just put a period there. What I also don't know from this org chart, because I think I voted against the current budget that we're in, we clearly have added a lot more positions. What, did I say something wrong?
I'm just curious what page you're looking at, sir.
I'm referring to the data request that our chair did from before. My apologies. So it was the chair's data request that the board should have received that showed the numbers or expenditures and number of positions for all divisions. So anyway, the page I'm on is page 6. Let me just make a motion. I move that we delete Director of Strategic Partnerships under Comms and Ledge Affairs.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Alston, second by Pham. Public comment?
Since there was no public comment on the last chief of staff motion, I don't know if that was misstep or not, but I believe that you should, if you have a chief strategy officer and you have a chief operations officer, I think those two go hand in hand, do they not? If you have a chief operations officer, shouldn't that person be in charge of the strategy going forward with Broward County Public Schools? And if you feel the need for a chief strategy officer, wouldn't that need be fulfilled by a chief of staff? You know, Mr. Azarito here said that the chief of staff would only be I believe the top line, $116,000. $216,000. Sorry. I diminished that a little bit, but $216,000. And if you had $216,000 and that was split between a chief of staff and a chief legislative officer, I mean, that would be a major savings to the district. So chief strategy officer, to me, if you're going to start splitting the baby, chief strategy officer should be chief operations officer, should they not? Why do you need a chief strategy officer? Wouldn't your operations chief be the chief of strategy moving forward operationally for the district? It's just something to think about. Now you're saving a couple $100,000. I mean, we're as someone said earlier today, we are choking on fleas and swallowing camels. I mean, this is kind of the same thing, right? So why do you need a chief strategy officer? Thank you.
Board member comment? Dr. Polnitz?
Madam Chair, since the motion is to remove the Director of Strategic Partnership, I'd like the superintendent to weigh in on how this would impact, his intention of having this position.
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Sullivan.
I would blame Ms. Paul, but it's her first day. First board meeting. John Sullivan, Chief Communication Legislative Affairs Officer. So right now, I believe there's a lot of opportunity out there that we're not taking advantage in terms of partnerships to draw more financial resources and other resources into our schools. We don't currently have the position, so there's no impact immediately per se if the position goes away. But the impact would be the future benefit of having such a position that would be able to go out there and look at different resources or opportunities for schools.
Any other comments, Dr. Zeman?
Only that I think this is an interesting investment. Whether it pays off or not will be very clear if the cost of this strategic partnership director is greater than the revenue and other resources they bring in. We can undo it in a couple of years. But it's not uncommon for an organization our big to have someone that's out fundraising. I hear dozens of organizations a month that say they would like to partner with us and they want to know who to talk to and things like that. And it's hard because you can route them to a super, deputy super, regional super director, but none of them really have that as their core responsibility. So I see this, and I'm just one school board member, all of us vectoring kind of the people that say they want to help to one person, and that person gets better and better at understanding who just says they want to help versus who can really bring it to the game. So I'm willing to try this as a interesting investment because it may pay off 10 or 50x compared to what the cost of the individual is.
What is the cost of this position, Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Azarito.
While he pulls it up, if it's okay, Superintendent, I just wanted to say we did, at least in this page and my org unit, we did keep it cost neutral because we eliminated a manager of engineering and also a position below the line.
Thank you.
So actually two positions were cut, one on the chart, one below the chart, so it's cost negative. The cost for a director at the D level salary band is 163, 117, and this was offset by the two cuts totaling 220, 685. So net to the budget is negative 57, 568.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
One second. So thank you, and I too think that this could be very beneficial with our whole redefining conversation. There has been a lot of people wanting to partner with us, with our schools, so this seems like a great position as we move forward with our redefining process. Mr. Alston?
Yes. Is this a fundraising position?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Sullivan.
That's what I thought I just heard, so I just want clarity.
I don't think of it as a traditional fundraiser, but maybe I'm thinking of it differently than you are, sir. To me, it's an individual that would go out and look for different resources. It could be a donation or financially that would impact a school or some kind of service to the school that a third party could provide. So I'm not sure I would consider fundraising per se. It's really looking for different opportunities out in the community to invest back in our schools.
Mr. Azarito, you have something to add?
So we did on the job description, we did part in there with lead corporate giving, so we are looking for them to kind of reach out. But it's not the main responsibility of fundraising.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I agree with Dr. Zeman, and Mrs. Al-Hadef actually have been asking for something along these lines so that there's someone that can work instead of having principals do it in spaces where they're asking for not necessarily donations, but partners in a community that don't necessarily have those resources. So I look at this as having partnerships where they may be funding teacher appreciation luncheons or something like that, but they're also working with us. Maybe they're volunteering in our schools or they're doing things of that nature. So I was very happy to see this on the chart.
We've cut nothing today.
Mr. Fogenholly?
Thank you very much, Chair. So just for clarification and clarity, so it's pretty much almost like what BEF does, right?
Dr. Hepburn?
Is that not what they do?
No. Mr. Sullivan?
I think it's a part. I think they're doing differently in the sense that, yes, there is some synergy, definitely, but right now there are a lot of opportunities where folks are trying to do, not business, but trying to partner with us. And there's not a single person from BCPS that can manage that or manages that. So there's a lot of different silos that are trying to manage that, but there's not a specific person, especially at the director level, that can have conversations with some of these key leaders within our community. I don't want to speak to what BEF does and their mission, but I think it's apart from their function as it relates to what this individual would be doing, but there definitely would be some synergy.
Understand, and I think you see a lot of the similarities of what I'm saying. I feel like when we hear about fundraising, getting partnerships, right, blank, partnering up with Broward County Public Schools to do something, I get a lot of that. And those are the type of conversations I've had with that organization. So my thing is that not just building up our relationship better and doing a better job of doing that and saving some money on a position, or are we going to just continue to get a position for ourselves and invest in that? That's the question, right? Because that's just me. I think they do a great job, so thank you.
So I'm willing to approve this position today, but I would like there to be some tracking of how much they are bringing back to the district. They should be bringing back 3 times their salary.
Progress monitoring, maybe?
Mm-hmm. Ms. Dixon?
That should also not just be dollars, but maybe in kind, right? Because that's kind of the discussion here. Are they just trying to raise funds? So if they're volunteering or something along those lines, it should be part of the tracking.
Okay. Roll call. And so the motion is, though, to eliminate the Director of Strategic Partnership.
Ma'am.
Yes, that's my motion.
Roll call on the motion.
I want to delete something. We've deleted nothing today.
Mrs. Rupert?
It's a no.
Dr. Zeman?
No.
Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
No.
Mr. Alston?
Yes.
Mrs. Pham? Is that a yes? Mr. Fogenholly?
Yes.
Mrs. Hickson?
No.
Dr. Holness?
No.
Mrs. Leonardi? I don't think she's on the line, but the motion fails. 3 to 5.
Motion.
3 to 5.
Okay.
All right, last one, Madam Chair. I don't have good luck on this item. I'm joking. Cuts are never easy, I understand. So, Madam Counsel, because we haven't had a chance to chat. On your 2, can you just, the why, do you have any pending vacancies still in your shop?
Madam Chair?
Batista?
Thank you. Yes, there are 2 vacancies that will be filled very soon, bringing to the board a couple of board attorneys that will be added to the General Counsel's office. But these positions would be, one of them would be dedicated to addressing contracts that would streamline the management of contractual agreements, hopefully ensuring timely and accurate response, which I understand and I've heard in the district and through some of the stakeholders that there is an issue with that. So hopefully that will focus and reduce the delays to that whole process of the smoother administration of contracts. And then the other attorney will concentrate on litigation and taking some of the district's reliance on external lawyers away from that.
Got it. So the statement that says not accounted for in financial analysis, so I'm assuming you know the cost of what we've done for external litigation counsel, outside counsel. You know what that cost is versus now with this position? I'm assuming the savings?
So it really would depend on, you know, which cases are brought in-house, and depending on the qualifications of that particular lawyer, if it's like for employment litigation cases, which is what I have in mind, I think, I don't have a number right now that I could give you, but that's an area that we do spend quite a bit of money on.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Superintendent, General Counsel, and Auditor, now that I think I've gone through, I think, most of your areas, so now I just have a big question. So the organizational chart is presented, along with, we're in the budget cycle now for the coming year. I know there's going to be some other decision points that have to be made. The current budget that we're in, we increased the number of FTEs from the prior budget year to this budget year. Is your intent to increase the number of FTEs from the current budget year to next year?
Dr. Hepburn?
So repeat that. I'm trying to comprehend your question.
So when we approved the budget last September, the budget that the board approved increased the number of FTEs, I believe, by 300 or so. I'm looking at the CFO. Someone should remember. My question is, based on this org chart and where we are now, is the intent to increase the number of FTEs for the coming year? Are we on track to decrease the number of FTEs? I know we have not filled some vacancies. That's a different, I understand that. But in terms of number of FTEs, because it's going to get back to the heart of something Zeman put earlier, which is I know is further out.
Is to decrease.
Okay. And we have no idea kind of projecting what that footprint looks like.
No, at the moment.
So let me conclude with this. The same statement from a year ago. The district is the same size. I'll use your quote or comment. We clearly have not cut anything today. I'm hopeful. I know that there's going to be $100 million of spitballs coming back to us soon, but we're going to have to make some tough decisions. And everyone wants to see the district successful. Everyone wants to see you successful, Mr. Superintendent. But we can't have the same size organization as we did a year ago for the next coming budget year. Thank you.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question on the org chart on page 14 for the Director of IT Security. Dr. Hepburn, I noticed that we're removing that position. Can you tell us what the Director of IT Security does and how will removing that position impact the district? I can tell you for me, I understand that saving is important, but I'm not willing to proceed to do that at the risk of our children in terms of physical security and cyber security and so on. So how will removing this position impact students and so on and so forth?
Dr. Phillips, can you talk about the impact and how we are making up for any loss in that position?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. Am I up? Testing. You can hear me? Okay, sorry. I can't hear me.
We got you, Joe.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Dr. Phillips, can you first tell us what that position does? What's the scope of the work of that position? And how removing that position will impact the district in terms of the security, the cyber security, physical security of our students and staff?
Yeah, happy to, Dr. Holmes. Great question. So the director, now I can hear myself. The director of IT security is a director level position, so a leader of leaders inside of the IT division. Primarily, as we started looking and evaluating the IT division, what we found is that the assistant director of IT security was actually doing the functional level leadership of that IT security team, and the assistant director of safety technology was doing the functional level leadership of all of the safety technology. So we were already going to be moving some of the functions of IT security, that safety technology, over to infrastructure. It was mostly infrastructure work that was happening underneath of that team anyway. And then what I found is that director position was actually not doing much leadership. It was managing applications and managing a lot of things that should have been under infrastructure services anyway. And so with the assistant director of IT security, additionally, about 18 months ago, the board created that position, as well as the executive director of IT operations. Those two positions are the ones that have been putting in the new cybersecurity controls. We've put in about 62 new cybersecurity measures and controls in the last 18 months. And additionally, that director of IT security position was here and functional during the ransomware attack, and it did not prevent that attack. What is preventing our attacks today is this assistant director of IT security, as well as that executive director of IT operations, putting in the procedures and that type of thing. So I feel extremely confident that with the additional layers we put in about 18 months ago, when I did the org chart change for IT, that we can easily shift the leader of leaders over to that director of IT infrastructure services, and the functional leadership of these areas will be continue to be carried out by the assistant directors, if that makes sense.
Okay, so, and I appreciate what you said. So basically, removing this position will not put any added risk to our students.
That is correct.
Okay, great. I have some last comments. I just want to go back to page 13, because I know we had a motion with the chief of staff, and then that failed. And I want to see if the board, I'm going to make a motion to name the chief communications and legislative affairs officer position chief of staff.
We would just say no to that.
No, I know, but we said no, but then we said no to another one. So I just want to make sure it's no.
We said no to two things.
It's no.
Huh?
We voted on that.
Yeah, we said no to two things.
I would like to be reconsidered.
Oh.
Then moved by Aldef, second by Rupert. Public comment.
Just real quick, on the cuts, I mean,
On the motion, please.
yeah, then I reserve my comments.
Thank you.
I think this is a big cut, and actually a motion to merge two positions.
Am I okay?
I don't know if that was a second to my comment. I think it's an opportunity to merge and benefit. And this is the point that I want to get to. That I was trying to get to earlier about merging positions and making positions holistic, right? So you have a chief communications officer who already does the position. He already does it. Let him do it. Let him do it with a name, because if you put the chief communications officer in front of the governor's office, the legislature, the Council of Greater Public Schools, or I can't remember now, it's been 2 years now, but if you put them in front of them, having the title of chief of staff versus chief communications officer, and he's still doing the chief of communications officer position, you're saving money. You're getting 600 and I believe Mr. Azarito said $616,000 job and a $180,000 or $200,000 job all in one. That's a savings. That's, go back to the net positive. That's a net positive. That's a true net positive. So I think, my public support of this is in favor, and I think it's vital to do something like this. This is part of the strategy. This is part of creating a chief communication or chief operations officer as a chief strategy officer. I mean, that's one and the same in some places, especially when you're trying to save money. So that's what we're trying to do, and I believe that's what you should do on this item. Thank you.
Actually, I think I will comment. When you're talking budgets and you're talking about savings, the frame needs to be kind of well laid out. In large-scale organizations, typically when you're talking budgetary control, budgetary influence, in what they call the out years, that would fall under the purview of the strategy officer. When you're talking about budgets in execution year and 1 year out, which is where most of this dialogue typically occurs, we want to cut here, we want to cut there, that falls under the purview of operations. The model that I'll reference to you is the Joint Staff of the Department of Defense. That's how it works. Because not all dollars are the same. So what I keep hearing here is we're cutting to what? What fiscal year? Are we talking operational year? Are we talking out years? Now, why does that bear relevance?
This is your warning, speak to the motion.
To the motion. So if you want to get efficient at saving money across your budgetary cycles, you need to have an analysis coming in from different angles. It could be the case that if the scale of the size of our district is such that one person can handle it, that's okay. But if we're talking big scale organizations, those budgets get crossed and strategy takes the out years, current op takes the current years. That's what normal big organizations look at. And I'm done with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that's the main motion, correct?
Yeah.
So I'd like to make a substitute motion to change the name to Chief of Staff and Communications. No, she said Chief of Staff.
Is there a second?
Chief of Staff and Communications, because my concern is that naming the Chief of Communications is not going to be totally comprehensive of the task required.
Is there a second? Second. Moved by Holness, second by Hickson. Public comment on the motion.
Can I just make a point of clarification again? Is this person that we're going to be changing his title getting paid to do both jobs, or were we just changing his title?
Board member comment?
I do have a question.
Mr. Alston?
Thank you. To the superintendent, or to our clerk, is the clerk still down there? I can't see.
Yes.
All right. So what was the two motions that were made before that were voted down on this item?
So one of them.
And I know the motion on the floor is to bring back the item. The item has not been, we have not brought it back yet. So that's the motion that's on the floor. But tell me the motions that were voted down.
So there was a substitute motion that failed, and that substitute motion was to rename the Chief of Staff, rename the Chief of Communications and Legislative Affairs Officer to Chief of Staff.
To Chief of Staff, okay.
Right, and then
what
there was a prior motion to reinstate, to put the Chief of Staff position back on the chart, and that failed as well.
Okay. And sorry, it's just to understand process. So the motion on the floor is to bring back.
Reconsider.
To reconsider which motion?
To reconsider on page 13, naming the Chief Communications and Legislative Affairs Officer to be named Chief of Staff.
But is it, no, I'm just, process. So one was to reinstate Chief of Staff back on the org chart. The other was to rename the Chief of Staff position, right? That was voted down.
Mm-hmm.
So you are attempting to bring back that item that we voted down, yes?
No. On page 13, the Chief Communications and Legislative Affairs Officer, my motion is to name that name Chief of Staff.
So rename, all right, so back to the clerk. The motion, can you repeat the first motion that was made? Or the second motion?
So initially, there was a motion to put the Chief of Staff back on the chart.
That was mine, I got it. Yep.
Then a substitute motion was made to rename the Chief Communication and Legislative Affairs Officer to Chief of Staff. That substitute motion failed, so then we went back to the original motion was to put Chief of Staff back on the chart, and that failed.
Got it. So the second motion was to rename the Chief Comm and Ledge Affairs Officer to Chief of Staff. Now we are naming the position Chief of Staff. Is that the difference?
Yes. No, there's no difference. It's the same motion, just
I'm asking
reconsidering
the question.
it.
I don't know. You're saying it is a difference or is not?
No.
Oh, okay. Got it. All right. So that's what I'm asking. Okay. Thank you. And is that proper? Yes? Council? I'm sorry, parliamentarian? Is that proper to bring back a motion that the body voted down on the same agenda for the same action?
Reconsider.
So normally if a motion fails, it should not be brought back again.
Okay, so that's, so I'm asking the question for different reasons. So I just want to make sure I understand the current motion that was on the floor was to bring back an item that the body voted down, and it's the same motion that we're attempting to do that we just voted down, correct?
Right, and now except there is a substitute motion on the floor.
Well, I got that one. I'm talking
Right.
about the first one. Okay.
Yes.
All right. That one I understand. This one I didn't. Okay. All right. I got it. I'm clear.
Okay, but Ms. Batista, can the board reconsider and re-vote on it?
You can, you know, normally if there is a motion that is made and it fails, the motion should not be brought back again.
I understand.
Would the motion be to reconsider then?
Well,
Parliamentary?
it's not really a motion to reconsider because this is just one item, so the item is the same. You're just,
Terrific. So we're in good order then?
You're not. That's what she's telling you.
Well,
Not that one. That one is a different one.
could we pick one?
Okay, Dr. Holness, go ahead.
I was just gonna, do I need to reiterate my motion, or everyone understand my
Oh, well,
motion?
yours was, you didn't get a
No
second.
problem with my motion?
Yeah, you're dead.
She says it's dead.
Okay, fine. And I remove my motion.
So can I keep my motion?
Yes.
As the main motion?
Yes.
So my motion is to rename the Office of Communications and Legislative Affairs to Chief of Staff and Communications. Office of Chief of Staff and Communications.
Is there a second? Moved by Holness, second by Hickson. Public comment? Board member comment?
I'll just weigh in. So the intent was for the superintendent to choose a chief of staff, right? So now we're choosing a chief of staff, I'm sorry, chief of staff and communications. Did I say that right? Okay, that's fine. I'm not opposed to having a chief of staff. I actually brought the item. But I thought it was proper for the superintendent to do it.
Yeah.
I'll put a period there.
Okay, any other board member? Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. I just want to point out that the functions that align under the Chief of Communications and Legislative Affairs are fundamentally different than the types of functions you would find in a Chief of Staff position.
Not true. Depends on the organization. This is discussion, right?
Dr. Zeman?
What people expect from a Chief of Staff role is not an alignment of functions having to do with communications and legislative affairs. It's something that can represent the organization. It's somebody who has command of the staff. That's why it's called a Chief of Staff. And that's inconsistent with the general understanding of a Chief of Staff role as the functions that are aligned under comms and legislative affairs.
Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, I just want to clarify, my motion is simply to rename the Office of Communication and Legislative Affairs to Chief of Staff and Communications.
Yeah.
It's not defining any specific role of Chief of Staff, it's renaming that office to that name.
So Office of Chief of Staff and Communications.
Correct.
I understand. Okay.
Roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Roll call on the motion. Dr. Zeman.
Nope.
Mrs. Al-Haddad.
Yes.
Mr. Austin.
No.
Mrs. Pham. I can't hear you.
No. No.
Mr. Fogelholer.
No.
Mrs. Hickson.
Yes.
Dr. Holness.
Yes.
Mrs. Leonardi. Mrs. Rupert.
Yes.
So the vote right now is 4-4.
Fails.
Sarah.
Okay.
Does not.
I just want to make one comment on page 22, Ms. Batista. I'm good with this org chart. My comment is, though, I just hope that this helps with getting different things approved in a faster manner. There seems to be some bottlenecks, and my hope is with the more staff that you get on your team, the faster different items can be processed and then brought to the board for us to approve. Ms. Dixon.
So I know it's late, and I don't know how much discussion it would be, and maybe it makes sense to bring it to a workshop and look at it later, but I still want to have the discussion about the building department.
Can we?
It doesn't have to
Yeah,
be
that's a
today at
good
this
idea.
point.
What page is that?
Page 12.
Can we approve the whole item except page 12? And then bring it back to the workshop next week?
It's only part.
Well, you gotta approve it, right? Because you gotta, yeah. I don't think you can.
There's other positions.
Because you need.
Talk in the microphone.
So my understanding is that, well, even if we add another board meeting next week, you still need to prepare the items so that people can be renewed, and it needs to be approved today. I think today is the latest day that it can be approved.
Okay, gotcha.
Let's go for it.
Okay, so let's talk about page 12, chief building official.
I make a motion to dissolve the building department, which would take all of the positions underneath, including chief building official, all the way down off the chart.
Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Moved by Hickson, second by Holness. Public comment.
100% yes, because we voted on this in 2022 to get rid of the building department. Well, actually, we voted to get a hybrid model and vacant all those positions moving forward. So thank you so much, Vice Chair Hickson, for moving this item, because it's vitally necessary. If you talk to any contractor, architect, so on and so forth, moving forward, it's vitally necessary to do this item, move this item. So please, please, on behalf of the AEC movement, please move this forward. Thank you.
Dr. Hepburn, what's the financial impact if we dissolve the whole left side of the chief building official?
Mr. Azarito, do you have the numbers for that?
I do
whole entire
not.
department?
Not right now. It's 18 positions. That's above the chart, plus there's positions below, I'm sure. So I don't have the number on that.
How much time would you need to, you and Ms. Montawala working
If
together
Ms.
to get those
Montawala,
numbers?
yeah, if we could get with budget and see what's on,
5 minutes, 10 minutes?
it's going to be up to Ms. Montawala. What do you
10 minutes?
Okay. Mr. Rhodes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's only one thing that I want to make sure that we're considering where this is to outsource it is one thing, but to ensure that we have the building code plans reviewers, inspectors, code official, that they have to have a clear understanding of the SREF side of this, because I've worked in my work with the Inspector General's office for 12 years. It varied a lot with private providers that were providing these services for various municipalities. And the school district is a different animal in that SREF layer alone. So it's just something I want you guys to be aware of and to think about as you consider that. Not that it has any relevance in whether or not that function could or should be dissolved. It's just a matter of however it would be rebuilt and replaced. That functionality would have to be built in. It's not really standard with a lot of the private providers.
Also, Chair, I'm going to ask Ms. Paul to weigh in also with her expertise.
Go ahead.
Thank you. As I have to get real close here. As Chief Operating Officer in Palm Beach County Schools, we had our own building department. I think it would be premature to delete this department without me having an opportunity to review it. I think that it puts the district in a very vulnerable state to do something like this. Our building officials and examiners and so forth, my experience has been, are very dedicated to the role. I think this is more so just from my cursory look. Having been here, this is my second day. It's a leadership issue. And so I would like the opportunity to review them and then come back with a recommendation. But I am very concerned with deleting these positions that plans examiner and the plumbers and inspections and all of that in our schools at this time.
Ms. Dixon. Thank you. That's why I said I think it needs a bigger discussion. We've talked about it. We talked about it with a different board. We had a discussion before, and we never land in a solid place. I don't mind putting it off. I don't mind removing my motion, but it is a discussion we need to have because it has come up in more than one grand jury concern. And I just don't know, having this discussion with Ms. Jabkowski before she left, she did indicate there are companies that do this, they do it well, and they're familiar with the SRF information. So I'd like a comparison of what it would cost both ways. It is not to say anything about the people that are doing the job.
Right.
It just seems that this is not the most efficient. We hear that because of permits, it's taking so long for us to be able to get roofing done. It just seems this is a bottleneck for a lot of construction issues, and that's really why I'm bringing it up.
I truly believe that's why Dr. Licata and Dr. Hepburn brought me here, asked me to come here. I've dealt with these situations in my past experience. I think that, give me an opportunity to look at this and look at what your concerns are, as well as internal staff's concerns with this. And I'll be brutally honest in my response to you.
I appreciate that. So I think we look at it again in 6 months or something, and maybe it's what we do in the next org chart. So I'll remove my motion for today.
Okay. And I would like to make a motion that Dr. Hepburn brings back to a workshop the chief building official, this org chart, the conversation about what the plan would be if we did outsource it and what that would look like in 3 months.
That's a motion.
That's a motion. Is the second?
Second.
Moved by Alda, second by Zeman. Public comment, board member comment.
Friendly
Mr.
amendment.
Ellis?
So, actually, let me back up. Mr. Superintendent, you have not publicly introduced our newest person sitting before us. Did I miss that? Publicly. Got
She
it.
was in the picture.
I know that, but I mean, I thought we have not done it. We didn't do it.
No.
Where was I?
Bathroom.
Oh, I was in the bathroom? Sorry. So you already did it. The 1 minute I left. I totally missed that. Anyway, okay. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, so thank you for those very thoughtful words. I know the one former board member who was here, Ms. Hickson, who made the comment, we have had this conversation. The only friendly amendment I was going to suggest is this isn't the only area that we should consider for outsourcing. So back to the bigger conversation around savings, if there are other functions that are not core to the district, we should consider those. right? I mean, that's really, as we talk about savings, as we talk about who can do the right functions appropriately, that's really what we're talking about. So if there are functions that we believe we should not be in the business of, those are the types of things, spitball, that should be on this list that comes back to the board. So I just want to
Agreed.
just broaden that.
Yep. Okay, ready to vote? Dr. Holness?
Yeah, just a quick comment. Madam Chair, I appreciate Ms. Paul indicating clearly to us that part of her role here that she understands is to look at some of those issues and to come back with recommendations and so on. So I would love to see her in action over a few months to see how that department improves. I'm not sure, I mean, after such, then subsequently we can consider options such as outsourcing.
Okay, so all in favor of bringing back the chief building department and other opportunities to possibly outsource in a workshop 3 months from now? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. Motion passes. Okay, any other motions on the org chart? No. All in favor of the org chart as amended?
Aye.
Say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
2 dissenting votes, Alston and Pogenholy. Okay, board, we have 8 items that we need to get through before we end, and we're going to have to do a special school board meeting next week before our workshop. May I have a motion and second on S5?
So moved.
Wait.
Moved by
Before we
Zim.
move that item to the floor, Madam Chair, I will step off the dais as I did and stated before to abstain on this item, and I'll file the appropriate paperwork. Thank you.
Okay, and I just want to make a comment too. From my understanding, there is different rules for appointed board members with filing paperwork for recusing, so I don't know what those rules are for appointed board members, but whatever they are, I know you will follow those rules.
Oh, he's back. Yes, you will.
Thank you for the statement, Madam Chair. I have done that since I've been on the board, which are all public documents. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. We have a motion second on S5.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment. Board member comment. We have
Not me.
Mrs. Pham. No.
No.
No, we don't have
Nobody.
anyone.
Okay. No.
Anyone's comment?
No. No.
Yep.
Yeah.
All in favor of S5, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. S5 passes with 1 abstaining vote from Mr. Alston. We have a motion second on F2.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment. Board member comment.
F2.
Ms. Pham.
Yes, I have a comment. Thank you. I went through this, and I was looking at all the equipment listed, and specifically the computer equipment, and it was depreciated the same dollar amount that it was purchased for, and this equipment is from 2011, some of them. So I called up a auditor for the state that audits school boards, and I said, is this allowed? You know, can they depreciate this for the full amount of the purchase price more than 15 years ago? And he said it is allowed, but he said it's not a reasonable prediction. So he said it's not reliable, the amount that the depreciation is listed on there. So I just wanted to point that out to the board, that it's not an accurate representation as far as the amount that's listed, and we just need to be aware of that.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. All in favor of F2, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. F2 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on CC1? Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment. Board member comment.
Did we do F1?
Ms. Pham? CC1.
We did F2. Did we do F1?
Ms. Pham?
F1?
CC1.
C1.
Cat. Settlement agreement with Serena Perry in final order.
I'm not going to support this settlement order because, first of all, the suspension, it took way too long to happen. There's no admission of liability here by her. And also, there's no termination request in here. And based on, I requested some of the reports of these incidents based on what I read. I just didn't think that this was strong enough of a disciplinary action. And what message are we sending when something's happening in 2022 and we're not even getting to it to address it until the mid-2024? So at this point, she's agreed to take a 2-day suspension and resign. She can get hired somewhere else. So I am not going to vote yes for that.
All in favor of CC1, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no.
No.
2 dissenting votes, Voting holding FAM. Item passes. I have a motion second on GG1.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment. Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I have just wanted to ask general counsel and the public to have some discussions with the people that are being reappointed here. There's a lot of discussion amongst contractors, architects, and engineers that they are being encouraged to just file suit against us as opposed to us negotiating and working with them. When I ask for numbers, that doesn't necessarily appear to be the case, but it is a perception, and perception is some people's reality, and we are losing contractors and vendors based on that perception. I've already talked to her about it. So I just would ask that, she have a conversation with her staff to make sure that that perception is somehow changed. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor of GG1, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. GG1 passes unanimously. I have a motion second on SS3.
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment?
SS3, you're moving
Yeah.
around. Sorry. Before you bring the item to the floor, I will step off the dais to file the appropriate paperwork.
Okay. Thank you. Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment? Board member comment? That's it. All in favor of SS3, say aye.
Aye.
Item passes unanimously with one abstain, Mr. Alston. We have a motion second on FF1.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment?
I don't see the person who registered, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Wall.
Board member comment? I have, who wants to speak on this? Sam?
Yeah, sure. I will not be voting to approve this because when we voted, it was for metal detectors specifically. Again, this changed the name after we voted. The agenda item was listed metal detectors, payment was listed for metal detectors, and now they're asking us to approve.
Gesundheit.
Yeah, they're asking us to approve a weapons detection system, which is not, it wasn't advertised properly, and I really truly believe that it was a sunshine law violation.
Ms. Batista, was this advertised properly and was this not a sunshine violation?
I believe that the staff has already responded to this before, and the manner in which it was advertised was proper, and it comported with the sunshine law.
Thank you.
I'm going to respectfully disagree on that. Thanks.
All in favor of FF1, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no.
No.
One dissenting vote, Mrs. Pham. FF1 passes. May I have a motion second on 0035?
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment? Board member comment? Oh, Ms. Zelda.
Senior portrait.
You know her.
Senior portrait.
Oh, senior portrait.
Why did, I
Typo.
didn't, oh. Yes.
Yeah.
So my statement, I guess, to say is this. I just want to make sure that there is clear communication to families that they are not required to pay the exorbitant amount of money to go get their senior's picture taken. they can go for free to get their picture taken for the yearbook, and staff, stop me if I'm wrong, but they don't have to pay $300, they don't have to pay for the thousands of dollars for the packets. Can we have clarification, Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Fulton or Mr. Strassen have been involved in that too. Either or.
You are correct, Ms. Aladeff. They do not have to pay for the pictures. However, there is a minimal sitting fee, which is per the RFP, it is a maximum amount of, I believe, $10 or $15. And that's it. Everything else is paid depending on what you want to purchase.
Optional.
Okay, so again, I want to be super clear that we need to be super communicative and clarify with our families that they are going to pay the $10 or $15 to have their child's senior picture taken, and that they do not have to pay the hundreds of dollars. Okay, I'm a little salty because I was one of those parents that didn't get the memo that I only had to pay $15 for my son to get his senior picture taken. And so it's not clear, it wasn't clear to me, and so I want to make sure that it is clear for our families.
Yay.
Yes, actually, Ms. Aladeff, we will work with you as a case study to make sure we communicate appropriately.
You want some refund. Give a refund.
We'll follow up.
Thank you. All in favor of 035, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously.
Is that it?
0034, may I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second?
I thought it passed.
I thought it did too.
We have clarification, did it pass 0034?
Yes. It's, yes, no.
Yes, it passed. Okay, thank you.
We're done.
At this time, do any of my colleagues have any discussion or student successes to bring forth to the superintendent? Mr. Fognoli?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I just wanted to mention, I know that these board meetings go long. I know we're here late. Superintendent, I just challenge you to try to find a new way. Not only just the meetings. I think Dr. Zeman, we talked about this. He's watched multiple meetings from different districts. But just to think in the overflow room right next door, I don't know what we call it, but we have an entire room full of staff waiting for their items to come up. And I think for me, is what productivity are we looking at when people are just waiting for their items? Not to mention when they do show up, they get one question and they waited all day. And I understand we're here, we're elected and appointed away from our families, we get it, we have cabinet, but I'm saying we have the entire building just on call. So I really challenge you to find a different way, just find a better way, how we can move through this. Chair, we've done a better job. I appreciate you. When we talk about the public being here, let's address those problems, what they want to talk about, their items first, get them in and out. But we should look at our staff too. What can we do to get them in and out and back to their stations to service our children in our district? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Alston?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Two items. So I learned through this process today, which I didn't really know. So SMS through FRS, I didn't realize that it's only our 3 board direct appointments that have the SMS designation. I'm familiar with other agencies at least also having cabinet type folks. So a recommendation, if there's no objection, is also a part of the budget process. That cabinet also have the SMS designation, and you know the appropriate number through FRS. So I'll let you, so anyway, that's if there's no objection from the board. The second item is Miramar High School band. I was going to bring another item. I'm sorry?
I don't know what SMS is.
Oh, Senior Management Service Class, a part of the Florida Retirement System. Did I say that right, Chief People Officer? Okay. Correct. And sorry, got it. So which is a higher contribution rate for your senior level staff compared to everyone else. So your 3 direct reports have it. I am suggesting to explore it for those that will be designated by the superintendent. Typically, it's probably your cabinet folks.
And eventually an item back to the board.
I think it has to come back from Well, anyway. So if there's no objection, that's one, Madam Chair. The second item, and I appreciate the last item I brought for an event down south. Miramar High School band, I did not want to bring the item because I think there's a way to explore it maybe through student activities. They are exploring an opportunity to present at the Orange Blossom Classic, a big event that I know very well. And they are in need of transportation again. So similar area, different band. It's only $2,400. So I didn't want to bring an item. I'm sure through BCASC or some other. We just said we got Director of Strategic Partnerships or someone, right? Can find $2,400. I'm joking. $2,400, right? So without objection, Superintendent, if you can work on that, and I believe the date is August 31st. So if you can work with the principal and the Director of Bands, that'll be appreciated. Thank you.
And Mr. Olson, I support those items coming back to the board for approval. And I'd like to say congratulations to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School baseball state champions. 4th year, 4-time state champions. Congratulations. Ms. Dixon?
Madam Chair?
1 second, Ms. Leonardi.
Okay, thank you so much. I'd like to give a big shout out to Nova Middle School law students under the leadership of the brilliant Kristen Murphy, Esquire. The Nova Middle School law students were named We the People Mock Congressional Hearing National Invitational Champions for the 2nd year in a row. This is middle school. Upcoming attorneys, they are amazing. The academic competition tests the students' knowledge about the Constitution and the law. The team is made up of 35 students who competed against 14 teams from 8 other states, and they took the top honor again. So congratulations to all. We are so proud of you. Nova Middle School. A huge congratulations to students from Manatee Bay Elementary and the School of Robotic team. Participated in 3 national and World VEX Robotic Championship events where they competed against hundreds of teams around the country and the world. Students scored in the top 5% from our little Manatee Bay Elementary right here in Western Florida. So wonderful. And they won what's called the Think Award. The Think Award recognizes the most effective and consistent use of coding and programming design to solve game challenges. We are so proud of you as an elementary school winning this award. Thank you. And a big, I'm still going. A big congratulations to Nova Eisenhower Elementary. Students participated also in the VEX Robotics US Open, and they participated in the Create National Competition, and which took place in Iowa. These students went to Iowa and finished in the top 3% of all the teams. We are so proud of another elementary school, my district. The last thing I have is kudos to the ROTC students from South Plantation High School. The principal of South Plantation was here tonight, who participated in the ROTC National Championship at VEX World, which took place in Texas. This is the highest level of competition for the VEX teams, which is consisted of 136 teams competing around the country. The 2 teams from South Plantation High School scored 12% and 19%, the top 12 and the top 19%. Congratulations to all. A big congratulations to the JRTC team, also at Cypress Bay High School, who also participated in the JRTC National Championship VEX World in Texas, who scored in the top 46%. So congratulations to District 6. You're amazing. Thank you.
Dr. Holman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, folk and holy, listen for this one. Dillard High School wins this 2024 state track and field competition in Jacksonville, Florida. Help me congratulate the state champions and their coach, BCAA Coach of the Year, Coach Gill.
Ms. Dixon?
Thank you. Just to piggyback off of Mrs. Pham, the Nova Middle School actually was highlighted on the first Channel 10 Tell Me Something Good this Sunday, and they came and shared their excitement. Also on Channel 10, Mr. Fagan, Stephen Fagan from Seminole Middle, and Lauren Thibert from Peters Elementary were awarded and recognized as it's called Tribute to Teachers, but Publix came in, they surprised them all, they got $1,000 from Publix, and they were they were on TV. So that was pretty awesome. Congratulations to them. And finally, congratulations to all the Special Olympics winners this past weekend. The State Special Olympics was in Orlando, and a special congratulations to Nicholas Carrion. He was named the Inspirational Unified Partner for Broward County for 2024. So thank you so much.
Dr. Seaman?
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to thank one of our 31 municipalities, in this case, Dania Beach. Dania Beach, as we know, has donated a significant amount of money to build a park right next door to Olson Middle School. Those plans have been adjusted based on the principal's input to the city to build exactly what Olson Middle School would like as part of their reciprocal use agreement. But we need to give a shout out to our cities who do significant things. In this case, it's going to be $5 to $6 million worth of park built right there for Olson Middle School. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
No, I didn't share one. I'm sorry.
Spoken
Really
only?
quick. Yes, really quick. In this last week, I had the opportunity to head down south to the district in Miami. We had two students. We had Jacob Taylor and Amaya Wallace that won awards through Univision, and it was an event, and they all got full scholarships to Broward College and different things, but they were representing Broward. So shout out to them. Thank you very much.
Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, thank you. Real quick, just one comment. I know we have graduations coming up in the next few weeks, and I just wanted to, ask our superintendent to consider some extra precautions to keep our graduations safe, given a lot of the unrest throughout the country that we're seeing at college graduation. So I'll just implore the superintendent to do just that. Thank you.
Landon?
And to Ms. Leonardi's point, we're just waiting final legal approval. We're going to push out a video to all people students that speak at graduation, reminding them of School Board Policy 1344, which governs speaking at a school board ceremony.
Thank you. The scheduled order of business for this regular school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting.
Wait.
Uh-oh.
Are you adjourning or are you recessing the meeting? What are we doing for all of the items that did not pass?
Thank you. Oh, recessing the meeting
until Wednesday, May 29th at 8:30 a.m.
May 29th at 8:30 a.m.